Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 601. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 601. Blois Castle Lord, I am suddenly coming to visit, and there is something wrong with Glee. But since you have never responded to Patriarch's letter, Patriarch waited anxiously. I am waiting for it. I don't know. Blois Castle Lord, what kind of attitude do you hold about the cooperation mentioned in the letter of my family? When Marx was running to the greenhouse to find Winnie to talk for a day and change his mind, Winnie's father was sitting in the living room with 3 mysterious black-robe wizards. Well, to say that they are mysterious, it is not in their words and deeds, but simply to say their appearance. The 3 wizards are all in a black wizard dress with the same style. The color is monotonous and looks old. What's more worth mentioning is that they all put on the white hood attached to the robes, and it seems that they don't reveal the true appearance from beginning to end. Of course, Mr. Blois didn't care too much, because he knew exactly where they came from. I have seen it. After listening to the other leader's inquiry, Mr. Blois calmly nodded and quickly replied, the proposal about your patriarch is really tempting. But to be honest, just the matter, my Blois family is still waiting to see. For the time being I am afraid there is no possibility of cooperation. Although the things in his mouth did not say so clearly, the 4 people present at the scene were well aware. What's more, if there is any major event happening recently, it is undoubtedly the Nicholas Flamel alchemy heritage of Xputons. Mr. Blois said that the 3 wizards sitting on the opposite sofa were each nodded, and the leader, the wizard, who was sitting in the middle, spoke again. This means that there is no possibility of cooperation between our 2 families. In this case, what is the castle lord waiting for? The sooner the 2 families form a cooperative relationship, the more they can get. Is there a full advantage? However, Mr. Blois did not speak immediately. He just glanced at the window first, as if he was admiring the beautiful evening of the outside. Just can be seen from him, just across the square, a pair of young men and women in the greenhouse are talking leisurely. Obviously, he is not looking at the scenery outside the window, but the person who is in the scenery. After a short while, Mr. Blois took back his sight and re-looked towards the 3 wizards he visited. I know, he said calmly. I will consider it carefully. The 3 can take a day off at my Blois fort, and I will give you an answer to the difference tomorrow. After all, he looked sideways at the old steward standing on the side. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. 3 guests. Please come with me. Old steward stepped forward and showed his hand in full. The leader of the 3 people was silent for a moment, seemingly thinking about whether it is necessary to stay for a day, nodded after deliberation. In this case, I am waiting for the good news of the castle lord. After watching the 3 wizards follow the old steward, Mr. Blois thoughtfully calculated it. As he thought about it, he stood up and took a step to the window on the side of the living room, and set his sights in the direction of the greenhouse at the corner of the square. Mark's McLawn. Blois whispered, who are you? On the surface of Marx's identity, of course, Professor Study of Ancient Runes of Hogwarts. These identities are already great enough in the eyes of many people, but if you look at the eyes of Patriarch, such as the Blois family, it is just a good talent, that's all. But just now, the 3 wizards from an ancient family have shown some suspicious places. Yes, although they have not even mentioned Marx McLawn in one sentence, in the current situation, it is most suspicious to not mention the existence of Marx. You know, the venue for the alchemy event was confirmed not long ago, and Blois didn't think the other family knew it. You know, the venue of the contest has no small impact on their cooperation plan. How can they not mention this? The only explanation is that the family is still jealous of Hogwarts without Dumbledore. Needless to say, the reason for jealousy is mostly on Marx. However, no matter what the Marx is, now he has completely put his daughter's hope of getting out of the curse in his hands. He does not want to have any accidents in this most important thing. There is no other identity behind the Marx. Blois doesn't care. He only believes in his judgment now. Say it is self-confidence, saying that it is gambling. Since the last time I came back from the underground vault, He has already recognized the relationship between Marx and his daughter. If you don't really treat each other as a friend, how could someone be willing to take such a big risk? How strong is the enemy? Not to mention that when Voldemort took Winnie as a hostage, Marx was a little bit on the spot. Blois believes in his eyes more than the suspicions that are invisible and invisible. McLawn, Winnie is handed over to you. He looked at the direction of the greenhouse, and his pale eyes had softened in a flash. The Blois fort is really too big, and Marx has been researching in the laboratory before, so he didn't know much about the new visitors to the fort. As for Winnie, who is right in front of him, it's even more unclear about her unrequited temperament. At this moment, both of them were kneeling in a corner of the greenhouse, doing a rather boring eutrophic treatment for the new soil. To say that the research on Magic Circle is very similar to the knowledge of the moles, it is undoubtedly herbology. Even if you are cultivating a variety of strange magic plants, the process is just the set of flowers and plants. The details may be different, but overall it is similar. At this point, Marx was holding a triangular shovel and continually twirling a texture of sand. Winnie licked a finely-eyed sack and added other fattening substances to the sand. There are many types of fertilizers in herbology, not just traditional man-made fertilizers rich in dragon-like magic power like dragon manure, but also a variety of uniquely targeted fertilizers. For example, the Laphite Dragon Kiss, which is grown by watering the dragon's blood as a nutrient, is the dragon's blood. If you use the blood of other creatures, as long as the magic power content and the attribute match, they will still grow up, but they will not be able to bloom. Marx, is that enough? Well, it's almost. From the time when Marx came to the greenhouse until now, the conversation between the two of them may not be as good as 5 or 6 sentences. Obviously, Winnie is still the same, and when he talks about it, he just cherishes words like gold. But even if you don't talk, the tacit understanding between the two will not be reduced. This is enough to see from the fact that both of them have abandoned the curse and chose to work on their own hands. For Marx, pick up the shovel and mix the soil, hold the scissors and cut the branches. This is a means of relaxation for leisure. For Winnie, it is a rare life interest to cultivate a plant by hand. This is the case with the two men. In some respects, they may be quite different. However, some small places in their normal life are quite compatible. After they had wrapped the sand they had treated into several sealed bags, the two finally took off their gloves and stood up. The work in this greenhouse is finished, but Winnie seems to have not left immediately. Marx, she turned gently, slamming the silvery white tip of her cheek to her ear. The whole movement seemed to be careless, but it was extraordinarily soft and delicate. Father said, "You'd be a professor." Marx hearing this is a glimpse. To put it bluntly, his appointment as a professor at Hogwarts actually took a while, and he has already got used to a lot of young wizards calling himself Professor McLawn. Think carefully, it seems that Winnie has been away from school until now, but it seems to be a little longer. Yeah? Marx paused, not smiling. I am teaching everyone to learn ancient runes at Hogwarts, but, well, to be honest, my professor is actually quite incompetent. The class is over. Winnie without the slightest hesitation stretched out the slender fingers and pointed straight at Marx's nose. This action, coupled with her plain expression, made Marx feel very interesting. Yeah, absenteeism, Marx shrugged said. But this time it's really justified. After all, I came back to France, also for Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Winnie silently repeated the vocabulary and then looked up at Marx. Is it the same as before? Marx hearing this, can't help but quietly recall the year he just entered school, and I can't help feeling some emotions. Nothing is immutable, isn't it? He shook his head slightly. Some places change a lot, some places change little. If your problem is solved, you can use your own eyes. Take a good look. Is it? Winnie didn't say anything after hearing it. She just stared at the potted seedlings on the table next to her expressionlessly, staring blankly at her eyes, and even Marx couldn't guess what she was thinking. The last touch of the sun before the setting sun fell through the transparent partition of the greenhouse, silently falling on her side. The golden red color smudged quietly, but still could not cover the transparent white on her cheek. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 602. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 602. Valentine's Day is over. Some people may think that this day is going too fast, but some people may think that this day is too slow, but these are actually irrelevant ideas, because in the days that followed, time seemed to flow like water, and people subconsciously thought that life had completely turned into a bold water pipe, and forgot the faucet. As for what Valentine's Day is, the past is over. How many of the young wizards who are busy learning can still remember? After that, let alone the remaining 10 days in February, even March was a flash. Everyone just raised their heads from the mountain of review missions, but they suddenly found out that Marx had come back sometime. The trip to France for nearly 2 months did not make Marx too big. On the contrary, some of the Hogwarts students' changes are obvious. For example, Harry and Ginny, they went to the Quidditch stadium every day to participate in the training. Yes, Ginny was finally selected into the Gryffindor team as a substitute team member through his own efforts. Looking at her increasingly skilled technical moves, it is a matter of time before the official team member. Another example is Ron and Lavender. Their wonderful couples are finally paralyzed, and the latter is even more incredibly aimed at the Neville kid. Of course, Neville's attention is basically focused on Hannah, the story between the three of them. I am afraid that there is still success. For example, Hermione and Luna, the two girls who didn't even look at each other, unexpectedly became good sisters. Although they can't talk long when they talk, the relationship between the two is not badly affected. From time to time, some people will see them walking side by side in the library's bookshelf. Well, during the absence of Marx, the changes in Hogwarts are too many, and it's been a long time since I couldn't finish it. And as these changes gradually occurred, unconsciously, summer seems to be coming. No, forget it. Marx walked in the corridor leading to his office, and glanced casually at the window. His heart secretly said, Britain's summer. I am looking forward to it. I am really looking forward to it. Unfortunately, yes. Britain's summer always makes many people look forward to it. Unfortunately, everyone is not looking forward to hot air conditioning and delicious ice cream, but finally has the opportunity to lie on the lawn and basking in the sun. Because in the summer can only be described as warm, especially in the north where Hogwarts Castle is located. Marx took his eyes off the window and shook his head and went on. He came back yesterday. After thanking the last demonstration Professor Babbling for his class, he had already taken the first lesson after he came back. Speaking of it, Babbling made a mistake to replace Marx this time, but interrupted the trip to the east to investigate the ancient runes. He really wanted to be many thanks. After returning to his office, Marx made a little steaming tea, and then he sat empty behind the desk and opened the curtains to enjoy the rare sunshine. No way, it's always raining here and it's not going to stop. And in the ghost weather of Britain, it is necessary to add clothes and bedding when it rains, otherwise you will wait to be frozen like a sieve and shake it all the time. And when he picked up his eyes in the sunshine of the hustle and bustle, the days after Valentine's Day he spent in Blois Fort quietly came to his mind. If you have to say something, in fact, there aren't many things worth remembering during that time. Except for occasionally scribbling flowers with Winnie tacitly, most of the time is nested in the laboratory. Before the formal Hansen problem for Winnie, he needed to do a lot of theoretical research and carry out the more rigorous repetitive calculations and verifications after drawing a reliable conclusion. As for Winnie's bloodline curse, the final solution is not solved. This question, well, let's talk about it later. At least for now, Marx is not willing to think about it for the time being. In addition, there is another thing that deserves his careful consideration. On the evening of the second day after Valentine's Day, Winnie's father found him and conveyed a very important message to him. The most important person in this matter is the three mysterious black-robe wizards who came to visit Blois Fort that day. McLawn. Do you know they were the family of your Britain Magic Circle? I have some things here, maybe you should need to know. At that time, Winnie's father said what it was, and when Marks heard it, the brow wrinkled on the spot. "Do you really know?" Blois said, "I don't know what kind of contact you have with the Werther family, but now you have to be at least careful. The Werther family will also send representatives participate in that alchemy tournament." "Werther family?" Marks, who was standing at the table, asked immediately. "Mr. Blois, if you say so, it means they have sent someone to come in contact with you?" "Yes." Blois microlightly nodded. "They want to invite me to work with them to jointly pursue the alchemy heritage of Nicholas Flamel. This collaboration, I accepted." Needless to say, Winnie's father accepted the so-called corporation, and most of his marks is inseparable. Not to mention the matter with him afterwards, which means self-evident. In other words, if the Werther family wants to do something in that event, he can get first-hand news through Mr. Blois. However, what exactly does the Werther family want to do? For now, that is still an unsolved mystery. In short, let's go with Charlotte's senior sister for a while. Marks stretched a big stretch on the chair. "And Delphi, it's time to visit the Fisher home to see the child. And don't know how Voldemort has been doing recently." On the other hand, Harry's burden on them is much heavier than the Marks who is basking in the sun. During this time, the professors and Hermione kept reminding them that the OWL's exam was approaching. For a moment. Every day, they are nearly one day away from the exam, and the pressure is constantly increasing in the young wizards. Just like Hannah, who was disturbed by Neville's unexpected confession, the pressure is much more obvious. On today's Herbology, she suddenly burst into tears, sobbing and chanting that she was stupid enough to go to the exam, and said that she wants to drop out of school now. Very good. She became the first student to receive a calm potion from Madame Pomfrey this year. Except for the students, the status of a professor does not seem to be very good. Hagrid recently cared over the giant silkworm-like flobberworm. During the time outside the lecture, he was around the backyard all day, and he was hot by his big man, the younger brother. Hagrid forgot to accompany him these days. Believe me, the Hagrid with a bruised face looks really bad, because he was already bloated. It was Hermione, and her smile was growing more and more these days. "Luna, there should be more weight here. Remember to follow the book." At the library's reading desk, Hermione pointed to a potion textbook and patiently tutored Luna, who was sitting next to her. During this time, she discovered that Luna is also very smart, and it absorbs all kinds of knowledge very quickly. As long as she is willing to learn, she can all be included in her mind after she has studied hard. Only sometimes, her cleverness will hurt her, because she always likes to add more imagination to some step-by-step learning content, just like potion, but the rigorous ratio will suffer. But because of this, Hermione was able to find the right way to get along with Luna so quickly. Only in the process of learning, their communication will have a common benchmark, so that she cannot get through Luna's jumping thinking. However, why did she make a good deal with Luna, which is temporarily unknown? No, Luna, look at the book. Don't change the formula. Hermione pointed to the textbook again and whispered, "It's here, hey." "It should be .o. Wait." She spoke and suddenly paused, and the book that had been out of sight fell to the door of the library. "Luna, it's Marks," she suddenly said. "Well, I think we can go talk to him. What do you think?" Luna sighed and looked up in confusion. "Yes? Oh. Okay." Luna's answer was very simple, but she could see her embarrassed look. It was really impossible to determine if she had heard what Hermione had said. Seeing Luna responding quickly, Hermione began to hesitate. Although she had already made a decision long ago, even Luna had already talked to her, and now they have become good friends. For her, it is quite different to discuss with Marks. "Hey, where is Marks?" Luna looked around, nightmarily. "Have he had lunch yet?" "Well, just after class. Shouldn't you eat yet?" "The problem with lunch is put aside." Hermione snorted. "Luna, you said." However, Luna did not let her complete the story. Go. Just as Hermione had just opened, Luna had stood up, grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the door. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 603. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 603. Marks, we have something to say to you. In the hallway, Marks, who came out of his office, had just passed the library, and he was stopped by Luna and Hermione, who suddenly caught up. Oh no, in fact, Luna dragged Hermione forward in front of him. Is it? He stopped and squatted back and forth on Luna and Hermione's face. The expressions on these two beautiful faces can be said to be the opposite of their normally. It's like adjusting each other. Most of the time, Luna, who is immersed in his own world, is staring at Marks. At the moment, he is usually filled with a firm Hermione, but his attention is less concentrated. What do you want to say to me? Marks shrugged, said, let's talk. I listened. Oh, it's about wait. Luna was trying to tell the truth, but Hermione, who was on the side, suddenly grabbed her mouth with both hands. Luna was blocked by her mouth, and she turned her head in confusion. Her beautiful big eyes blinked innocently. I don't think I'm thinking about it yet, Hermione said very rarely at this critical moment, showing her a treat, which is rare in her self-confidence and pride. Marks, sorry. And I can be sure to talk to you again. She said so. She wanted to pull Luna out of here, but Luna took the opportunity to get rid of her hands that blocked her mouth. Marks, we want to talk to you about employment. After hearing Luna say this, Marks immediately became nodded. Oh, yeah? He thought about the semester schedule for 5th year, and he said, it's not long before the exam, but there seems to be a job counseling process before that. Well, okay. If you want to talk to me, let's talk while you walk. The 5th year's OWLs are a particularly important test, and to a certain extent, it may be heavier than the NEWT's exam that graduates are about to face. If the NEWT's certificate is a proof of ability to apply for a Magic Circle high-end career, then the OWL's certificate is the door to most ordinary work. The elites at the top of the social tower are of course at the top of the Magic Circle, but if there are not a lot of ordinary wizard working hard underneath, the so-called pillars can't stand firm. Therefore, Hogwarts job counseling for students is usually held before the OWL's exam, in order to allow students to take more opportunities to think more about making personal plans for their future. In fact, in the history of Hogwarts, even after the OWL's test, students who have just stepped onto the job search path have been selected. With this in mind, Marks couldn't help but understand why Luna and Hermione suddenly became so good. The two girls can be said to be extremely out of sync in many ways, but they are surprisingly treated on their own path of life. Consistent. These are two female children who are extremely sincere to their own hearts. Of course, the reason for the status quo is that Marks tentatively is a bit of a number, so what is the cause of the two of them going together? Exactly. I am going to disturb Professor McGonagall at this moment. If you don't mind, you may want to sit down with me, Marks greeted briskly. She will give you a good suggestion. Hermione's expression looked a bit strange when Marks spoke. In this regard, Marks naturally noticed it, but he did not go to trade. He knows very well that if Hermione is willing to say, then she will say it without asking others to ask her, but if she doesn't want to say it, it is very difficult for her to get an answer in her mouth. Since she seems to be in a difficult situation, it is better to go with the flow. Luna and Hermione did not object to Marks's invitation to go to the headmaster room. Although Hermione was a little absent-minded on the way, when the three came to the front of the headmaster room, she quickly revived her spirits. The door to the headmaster room is still so porcelain, and the feeling of knocking on it is like an extremely thick wooden wall. The knocking on the door is always dull and short. Please come in. After waiting for the serious voice of Professor McGonagall, the door opened silently to both sides. Oh, our Professor McLawn is here. They met Marks. They were not Professor McGonagall himself, but the Miss Charlotte Werther who had experienced something after graduation and eventually stayed at Hogwarts as an assistant. Good afternoon, senior sister. Marx smiled and nodded at her. How do you stand by the door? I remember you were a professor assistant, not a headmaster room guard. Why, just standing behind the door. You are when I am a guard. Charlotte smirked and yelled at Marx. Good little Marx, dare to laugh at you, Charlotte elder sister. Are you tired? She said, just want to habitually reach out to Marx back. This is almost a fixed way of greeting between them. Of course, this way of saying hello is always Marx unilaterally slap. However, when Charlotte discovered that Marx had too little beauty behind her, her hand deviated from the original track without a trace, and gently patted Marx's shoulder. Coming. Marx looked down slightly on his shoulder, but only slightly stunned. But then did not say anything. Miss Werther. After Marx first walked into the headmaster room, Hermione immediately politely said hello to Charlotte. Good afternoon. Luna, who was next to her, looked at Hermione curiously, and looked quite freshly at the beautiful senior sister senior who was so beautiful that the girls were equally happy. She was a year later than Hermione and Marx, and when she was in first year, she was rarely able to see Charlotte, the Hogwarts famous beauty. In some of the chats with Marx, she still knows a little about Charlotte, especially the rumors of how many boys have been confessed, and then how many times have been quietly rejecting those admirers. This kind of little anecdote usually appears in the Quibbler, and Luna has always been quite interested in. Yes, only occasionally, that's all. Occasionally, Luna can also show her gossip side. As for her gossip from her father's heredity, or her instinct from her girls, no one knows. Oh, good afternoon, Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood. At this time, Charlotte was extraordinarily elegant and calm, as if she had just joked with Marx. She did not exist at all, and she was full of unique temperament. I often hear professors mentioning you, especially Miss Granger. Your achievements are almost lamentable to all the professors. Now you look at it and look so cute. She said, it's really polite. Her face looked at Hermione's face and posture, and the smile on her face was extraordinarily natural. Since the end of his childhood, Hermione is the first time he has been praised as cute. She knew that her cheeks must be slightly flushed at this time, because she was afraid that Marx, who had already reached the headmaster desk, could hear the conversation. No, how come? Hermione whispered. Miss Werther is so beautiful. Let's not talk about the little girl at the door. The Marx is naturally audible. Not to mention him, even Professor McGonagall, who is sitting behind the desk, has already heard that her serious face has a slight smile. Marx, how come you? Is there any new news from France to you? If it is official information, it will naturally be passed directly to Hogwarts by Buttons. The first one to receive is Professor McGonagall. But if there are some other channels of news, then it is not necessarily. No, this time it is not. Marx shook his head and smiled with a relaxed face. After the preliminary decision of the event, the whole process will naturally walk on the side of the Federation. Short time inside. Probably nothing happened to me. Then you are. Professor McGonagall hearing this, and then asked the eyes of the inquiry. She is doing a lot of work every day, and Marx is very clear about this. So, in McGonagall's impression, if Marx doesn't have anything important, he generally won't come to the headmaster room to find his own. However, this time Marx really didn't come to her. I have to talk to Charlotte for a while, Marx said, spreading his hand and whispering. Well, I think you should know a little about it. Something about her family. Hogwarts has an understanding of the family situation of each student, and like Charlotte, a student from the ancient wizard family, it will pay special attention. Oh, Professor McGonagall's smile suddenly fainted and squinted. Is it a bad thing? Marx hearing this, I couldn't help but count that thing again. If you have to say that, the Werther family wants to move hands and feet in that event, it will definitely not be a good thing. But in the end, whether it will have a bad influence on Hogwarts, you have to judge according to the specific circumstances of the time. Maybe, Marx thought. But in general, it's not too directly related to our Hogwarts, but you understand, everyone wants to get more benefits in that matter, not? Yes, including Hogwarts, It's all right. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 604. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 604. Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, I heard from Professor McLawn that you seem to have some ideas for yourself after you graduated from the inauguration direction. Professor Marks and Professor McGonagall did not discuss too much about the Werther family. The talk is definitely about to talk about it. Since Marks has won the rights to host the alchemy events for Hogwarts, they will not be able to circumvent the chaos in the competition. Even if you want to discuss this matter, you have to find another time to discuss it privately. After all, this kind of thing can't be discussed openly in front of the students. Oh. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Hermione nodded, and the shame that had been smirked by Charlotte was still somewhat residual, so she looks quite cautious now. But compared to Hermione, the pure Luna is going to open up more. Professor, I and Hermione want to work in the Magical Biomanagement Control Division of Ministry of Magic after graduation. She didn't have any nonsense, and she simply focused on the topic. Hey, is that true? Professor McGonagall seems to be very happy. After all, it is better for students to be motivated. At present, Hogwarts is preparing to formally establish itself in the global magic circle. This is a big step forward. It requires not only the efforts of the faculty and staff, but also the struggle of a large number of students. As a magic school, cultivating talent is fundamental, and this will certainly not change. Yes, that's right. Luna eagerly pointed to Hermione and pointed to herself, adding, Hermione wants to go to the humanoid, I want to go to the zoology department. Is the specific department already planned? Professor McGonagall was pleased with a nodded. If you can, let me tell you first, what is the reason for choosing a humanoid and a zoology? Because I am looking for a magical creature. Hermione is going to save the magical creature. For Luna's verbal answer, Professor McGonagall showed some incomprehensible expressions. Hermione, standing next to him, saw his helplessly pouting. Professor McGonagall, this is the case. She had to put aside some of her thoughts and explain to McGonagall, I want to do something for those humanoid creatures. Let the entire magic circle in the wizard, even those creatures themselves, understand the value of their existence. Well, for example, house elf. This is a good idea, Professor McGonagall encouraged. And then he warned, but I have to remind you that it is very difficult to change the old secular ideas. I think that's very likely to cost you a lifetime. Do you have this awareness, Ms. Granger? Yes, of course. Hermione firmly positioned nodded. And if this is a success, I believe that the instability in the magic circle will be reduced. This is a benefit to the whole world. Work. When she said this, she glanced down at Marks subconsciously, and there seemed to be hidden other thoughts that were difficult to say. Since you have this awareness, it would be great. Professor McGonagall's face showed a smile, which is undoubtedly her praise of Hermione's ideas. It turned out to be rescue, then. Miss What is Lovegood's looking? Professor, Luna, you better not think too deeply. Marks smiled and spread the handkerchief. She just likes the mysterious creatures that are mysterious, and even the vast majority of people can't be sure if they exist. I just want to see them, that's all. Luna, do I explain this right? Oh, yes. Luna was pleased to nodded. In fact, there are a lot of creatures in our eyes, but many people can't see them. Just like harassment. Well, of course. Marks said, we are all looking forward to seeing you one day about how they look and habits. Perhaps in the future, there will be some newly discovered magic creatures named after you. That's not bad. Luna was obviously more excited after hearing it. In the words of several people, the future of Luna and Hermione seems to have begun to form at this moment. Perhaps one day, sooner or later, their wishes will be able to be turned into reality one by one, and each of them will be added to the entire history of magic. After that, Marks also introduced the C's that Hermione had figured out to Professor McGonagall, and together with the elves who currently live in Hogwarts Castle, proposed several operational elf spirits liberation program. Finally, when Luna's stomach suddenly screamed twice, They remembered that they hadn't eaten lunch yet. In order to not be hungry in the afternoon class, they had to choose to leave the headmaster room and go to the auditorium to fill their stomachs. Before going out, Hermione hesitated again and seemed to want to say something to Marks. But she thought about it for a while, and finally did not say anything. McLawn, what do you think she wants to say to you? Charlotte looked at the closed headroom door again, and the smile was a bit strange. Marks just spread his hands and didn't take it. Senior sister, have you used lunch yet? He turned to Charlotte. If you have already eaten, don't you know if I am lucky enough to invite you to take a step outside? Walk. Charlotte raised his eyebrows and said casually, yes. Where do you want to take me? Go to a mole family and visit a little girl. He said, seeing another expression of laughter on Charlotte's face, immediately helplessly said, okay, exactly. It was not long before it was born. Little girl. Moreover, it is just a matter of convenience to visit her. I mainly want to talk to you, talk about some recent things related to your family. My home? Charlotte is wearing this. Suddenly face changed, the gradual serious expression, faintly mixed with some complex and subtle. The Fisher family is still the same old-fashioned, a young couple who cycled a quiet life after day. Under the influence of Marx's curse, they have already regarded Delphi as their own daughter, and accompanied her to grow up. In a word, the fate of little Delphi is actually very similar to the Cuckoo of Mole World. Since she was young, she was destined to grow up in a family that did not belong to her, and perhaps she could not know who her own parents were in her life. It is said that the reason why the female cuckoo lays eggs in the nests of other birds is to prevent the male and female who are born and ruined from eating the eggs. Although the situation of little Delphi does not seem to be the case, if you want to get to the bottom, it is not much worse than the cuckoo. It's here. At this moment, Marks took Charlotte in front of the door of Fisher's house. He explained with Charlotte, saying that he had a mole relative here, and when he reached out, he rang the doorbell. In a short while, the little mother Sarah in the name of little Delphi came out to open the door. Oh, McLawn. She was happy when she saw Marks. How come you? Come see our little Delphi. Come on, coming. Ah. Is this? Call me Charlotte. I am McLawn's student. Bigger than him. Charlotte hasn't liked to mention his last name since the beginning, and now of course he is even more reluctant to mention it before. Oh, is Charlotte? Sarah smiled. You look so beautiful, please come in. At the invitation of the hostess's enthusiasm, Marks and Charlotte soon followed her to the living room. Her family is often not at home for work reasons. Obviously, this time it is still floating on the sea. As soon as Marks entered the living room, he saw the crib placed on the edge of the sofa. At this time, little Delphi was lying there, staring at the curiously looking side. Delphi, how are you doing recently? Marks leaned over to the crib, stretched out her fingers and shook her in front of her, and teased her with a smile. Charlotte looked at Marks's look at the child, but there was a feeling of inexplicable laughter. His childlike movements seem too skillful, and this looks like a big boy can't be very good. Hers Dolphy? Charlotte also got together. In Sarah's gaze, she was very interested. Hey, it looks so cute. It is estimated to be a beautiful girl. Looking at the appearance of Voldemort and Bellatrix, the appearance of this little Delphi is indeed worth looking forward to. Her biological parents are actually superior wizards. Excluding the character and age of the two, the rest is probably handsome and beauty. Marks thought about it and looked back at Sarah as if he was confirming something. Fortunately, this Sarah's appearance is also okay, he secretly commented on, and even sneaked his mouth. Otherwise, a pair of ordinary couples have a beautiful person, that is enough. Suspicious. But at this moment, Marks suddenly stunned. After looking at the same side of Charlotte, both of them looked in the same direction. Next door? Charlotte asked strangely. Well, it should be next door. Marks nodded. You are waiting here. I will take a look at it. Just in the moment, the sound in the direction next door was suddenly cut off. Although it was only a matter of moments, they were still aware of it. The signs were like someone using a short muffling spell next door. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 605. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 605. Marx's cautiousness is naturally seen in the neighborhood of the street where Fisher's home is located. Therefore, he is very sure that there is not even a wizard in this community. It is a pure mole community. Of course, people are all long legs, and occasionally there are wizards coming here for some reason, and it is not worthwhile to make a fuss about nothing. But now in this family, I live with a small guest with a very special background. Whatever the reason, Marx doesn't want to be annoyed by some people. This may be because of his unnecessary pity for an innocent child, or perhaps because the child's biological father will reappear sooner or later. Whether it is the former or the latter, he has reason to take responsibility to protect little Delphi. Do not let her suffer some unnecessary harm. It turns out that this time it was his white worry. Oh. Child, his father, what happened to him? Just next to Fisher's house, a mole woman was looking around in amazement, and her heart was full of doubts. Yes, it was just that moment, she felt like she was suddenly thrown into a cold lake, and the sound of the entire world disappeared in an instant. Do not know. The man around her was equally surprised. His brows were tight, but his look was much more calm than his wife. I saw him carefully approaching the doors and windows, seemingly listening to the sound outside. There is always a lot of noisy ambient sound in this street community, or the engine that the car drives, or the children are playing. Even in the night, there are often insects and birds, and there is no silence for a moment. But this is life. It is better to be quiet than to be dead every day, isn't it? Just like the moment, the ban on the moment is really scary. Although it didn't last long, it was enough to make a couple of ordinary mole couples sweating coldly. The silence was too unusual. But at this moment, a sudden and violent crash suddenly sounded from the upstairs, and it seemed that countless hands were constantly tapping the floor, and the mole woman was again shocked. This little bastard, isn't it honest? After the man heard it, his face suddenly showed a hint of anger. He turned around without saying anything, and Teng went to the stairs leading to the second floor. Child, his father, remember to talk on the line, but don't do it again. The woman quickly persuaded, but only got a coldly snorted from her own man. Don't let him rise, and remember, can't you turn the next time? The man rushed upstairs to the upstairs. After a while, there was a knock on the second floor, followed by a man's roar. Little bastard, I haven't fixed it yet. Is it noisy? After a few angry rebukes, the child's painful voice followed, and there was a faint sound of footsteps between the two. Child's mother listened downstairs and tried to rush to ask her husband to stop playing again. But this time my son's misfortune is too big. This child not only interrupted a little fatty's leg, but also caused the parents to almost call the police. She knows that even if the husband does have a temper tantrum, playing the child will indeed have a bad influence on the child, but this time she should not stop. However, it was the moment when her face was distressed and her eyes were tears, and a loud impact sounded loudly upstairs. The next second, she stunned to see that a man fell off the stairs. Peng slammed on the floor. A child. His father, what's wrong with you? Don't come over. Seeing that the man slammed his wife and climbed hard from the ground, he looked up and upstairs with his eyes wide open, his expression full of seriousness. It turned out to be like this. He held the handle of the stairs with one hand and supported his waist with one hand. His face flashed a bit of pain. This little bastard. You are waiting downstairs. Don't come up. After all, the man climbed up the stairs again. In front of the stairs on the second floor is a horizontal corridor. The right hand is 2 bedrooms in size and the left side is a utility room and a small bathroom. The child's small bedroom is at the end of the right side of the corridor, and the bedroom door is now halfway. It can be seen from the crack in the door that the head is dark and there is no way to understand what it is like in the room. Little bastard, I know how you broke the legs of the little James. Hey, do you think this is not your fault? I tell you, is this accident unexpected? Your boy knows in his own heart. The man leaned against the wall at the door and said coldly, but there was no response from the child in the room. Obviously, that stinky brat doesn't want to admit it. He is as stubborn as himself. Little scorpion, I came in, the man gnashing teeth. I warn you, if you dare to use that power to deal with you, I am not as simple as eating nothing. After all, his hand hesitated a little, and soon shook his head and gently pushed open the door of the bedroom. Fortunately, his threat seems to have some effect. At least this time he did not float directly from the ground as before, and then directly passed through the handrails of the corridor to go downstairs. Little bastard, don't call me little bastard. You gave me a name. A slightly tender voice sounded from the dark bedroom, and the voice was equally full of anger. Although I can't see the child's appearance, I know that I don't know how old I am. HMPH, okay? The man was cold and cold. Pull the curtains away. I hate the sun. The child's voice was equally cold, without a trace of goodness. The switch of the chandelier is at your fingertips. Why don't you open it yourself? Little bastard, is the skin itchy? Is it your attitude? You want Losey to call you the name? Do you use the name that Losey gave you? The man roared and squeezed his fist and squatted on the wall next to him. As the bedroom flashed a few times, the small chandelier placed on the ceiling finally gave off a dazzling rays of light, illuminating the entire room. It can be seen that the room still has the chaos caused by the previous father and son chasing one escape. Half of the quilt has been pulled on the carpet, and the wrinkles are all over messy. The pillow is thrown on a small desk, and the books and stationery on it are everywhere. The worst is the wall. The wardrobe was closed, and even the door was smashed, hanging sideways on the side, and many of the clothes inside fell to the outside of the door. And on the crumpled bed, a completely unstrung little boy is holding his knees, leaning his neck against the headboard, and the eyes are full of his father's eyes. Reluctantly, this child seems to be about 10 years old. A black and soft short hair just covers the ear, and the hair is entangled and looks messy. Why dare you marry you? The man glanced at him. Do you think you found something great about yourself? Hey! Dare to break someone else's leg? Hurry, give the account, I tell you clearly. The boy is hearing this, but he did not speak up. But he also seems to have no intention to explain what he has done. He just stared at his father with a tender and cold eyes, and the brief remark, "Prefer not to say?" The man saw his son almost indifferent to his own words, and suddenly the anger of his heart began to simmer again. When he stepped forward, he would go to the bed and the right hand was already tight. "You little bastard, it is simply owing back." He said that he would raise his fist, but he did not expect his son to dare to do it with him. The next moment, the arm that looked slim and weak had already stretched out one step at a time, and pushed it gently to the man. The original male child's palm was decided to push into the air. But the fact is that his father was directly hit by an invisible force on his chest. The power was so strong that he suddenly let him fly back again and slammed into the wall of the room. "You!" Cough cough. The man slipped off the floor from the wall. After struggling for a while, he barely propped up his body and coughed a few times with a little pain. "Little bastard, you thought you were these. Who is the ability for you?" Cough cough. "Damn." He said that his voice was not loud, apparently complaining about himself. But the room was very quiet right now. His voice was light, but it was enough for the male child sitting on the bed to hear it. "What do you think is the one who gave you? What did you mean?" The child finally spoke again. The voice was not loud, but it was clear. The man looked up in the corner and showed no surprise to his son's unusual ability. Yes, from the time he was full of anger, he showed a different ability than the general male. At this point, he just stared at his eyes and stared at his son coldly, just like the child's expression. It can be seen from here that the black hair male child's character is completely inherited from his violent father. After a while, the man who had re-examined his son from beginning to end stood up against the wall. There is still anger in his eyes, but more is a kind of deep memory of some memories and meditations. After a while, I don't need to say that your kid will understand. He didn't feel good. In short, Don't think that you have a different power to use it, or I can't save you. Then, do you think you can really control it completely? When I heard father say this, the male child immediately flattened his mouth and did not speak. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 606. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 606. In the Hogwarts Castle, which is full of vicissitudes, there are many areas that have not yet been discovered by most people. Some of these areas are simply cast one or two hidden spells, and there is nothing surprising about them. What is possible is because it is extremely dangerous or important, so it has set up many obstacles to isolate the line of sight from the beginning. Dumbledore once mentioned that even in his own place, there are many places in Hogwarts Castle that have never been visited. This is an ancient magic building full of mystery. Among these unknown areas, there is such a small tower that is unremarkable. The tower ancient times is built there, just in the middle of the crack between the main fort and the fort. If you look at it from the outside, you can find it, but if you want to find the path to the castle, it is not something that ordinary wizard can do. In fact, since the establishment of the Hogwarts Magic School, this strange little tower has only been known to the incumbent headmaster. Other people's words, even if they know its existence, can't really find it. And in the small tower that was hidden deep, there was nothing more than a spiral stone staircase and a half-man-high circular stone platform engraved with various wonderful symbols. The stone platform is on the top floor of this mysterious tower. On its smooth countertop, there is a thick-page ancient book with a peeling of the cover made of black dragon leather. On the cover of the book, the mottled traces are like its annual rings, silently telling the long time that was stored here. This book has an easy-to-understand name, the Book of Access. In addition, on the side of this seemingly old Book of Access, there is a dusty ink bottle. Because the dust that fell on it was too much, the ink bottle could hardly be seen even in the original color. But it is said to be silver. To be honest, this ink bottle is actually no big deal, and there isn't even a drop of ink there. In fact, the key lies in the grey quill that is inserted in its mouth. This quill, like the Book of Access, has obviously been placed here for many years, and even the color of the feathers has faded. This pen also has a name that is associated with the Book of Access, the Pen of Acceptance. In general, the Pen of Acceptance is sensitive and accurate. Whenever a child suddenly has a magic power run away, the pen accepts itself and tries to write the child's name into the Book of Access. The Book of Access is strict and cautious. There is a magic power riot, and it will not make it immediate. It will be verified in a number of ways to ensure that the child does have a qualification before Halal opens the page, allowing the accepted pen to use its mysterious silver ink on its own page. Leave a name that has been confirmed. This Book of Access and the Pen of Acceptance are the only mechanisms that Hogwarts can find and enroll students. Each of their decisions is unquestionable. At least so far, no student has ever been admitted to the school without being admitted. At this moment, when the black-haired male child next door to Fisher's house once again hit his father to the wall, the pen that had already waited for it finally fell on the page of the Book of Admission. The tip of the pen, like a stream of water, poured out a string of silver handwriting. Who are you? Just at the top of the mysterious tower of Hogwarts Castle, after accepting the pen and quietly writing a name, there was only a pair of father and son in the bedroom with a third silhouette. Black-haired male child is quite surprised by this extremely abrupt silhouette. Although others are still in the bed, they are not moving, but their eyes are already full of rays of light. This little boy knows that he has finally seen a person who is like himself. However, the man who was his father showed a strong hostility towards the unexpected guest. Even for a moment, the heavy hostility has already caught the attention of the comers. The third person who appears in this bedroom right now is of course Marx. He did not care about this man's question, but instead looked up and down with great interest, his eyes faintly with some thoughtful taste. "Sir, you are not really a mole?" Marx looked at him calmly and straightforwardly told his own guess. But the other side, after a slight glimpse, curl one's lip corner. "Mole? What do you mean?" Although this man is very tempered, He can't be a stupid person. Marx had a stealth observation before he was on the side. To Marx, the man must soon understand what it means to be here. But even in this case, the other party still chooses to be confused. Then it will inevitably have some meaning to play inside. What do you mean? Marx raised his eyebrows and whispered casually. Well, even if it's really a mole, that's definitely not a normal mole. HMPH, I don't understand what you are talking about. The man was coldly snorted, and his legs and feet came in inconveniently. Get out of here. Here is my home. I don't know how you came in. How did it appear from under my eyes? But now, immediately, get out of me. He cursed as he whispered and tried to grab Marx's robe as he reached out. As for the way Marx just appeared in the moment, this guy did not show any fear and cringe. But how could Marx let him grab his robes and let him be at his mercy? Since he decided to show up, there must be some ideas. If he didn't figure it out, he would not leave. Seeing him flickering, he escaped the hand that slammed him to him, and he was still laughing at the man. Sir, I don't know why you should turn a blind eye to the wizard and magic, but I understand that you should be planning to let this child go to school. Marx said, Oh, I mean, Hogwarts Magic School. I believe you know. The man is hearing this, and even shook his head. Wizard? Magic? What's the magic school? He sneered. If you are just a patient who escaped from a mental hospital, I might as well give you a small suggestion. Put on a restraint. Go back to your bed and lie down and honestly. It can be seen that Marx's recent days have indeed been a bit too comfortable. Because after hearing the other person saying this, he really imagined how he would put on a leash in a restrained dress, followed by a corner of his mouth. I think, you are better suited to wearing that stuff than I am. He squinted at the man. Oh, don't talk about these useless nonsense. Who am I? You should be very clear. Now can you have a good chat with me? I mean, like a normal person. Although Marx doesn't seem to care too much about the other's inappropriate words, he finally hates the other side with a hidden meaning. However, the other party is obviously not planning to talk from the beginning. At the moment, no matter what Marx said, the man put on a look of oil and salt, and stared at Marx's face. I have said it already, he said. I can't understand the things you said. Wizard and magic? Where do you think you are now? Fantasy novels without nutrition look much more. Marx's brow is another pick. He is trying to do something. The male child sitting on the bed suddenly opens his mouth. Big brother. Don't tell me this stupid father that it's useless. You can't understand what you ask him. The child dismissively said, he is like this, stubborn and believe oneself infallible. Big brother, are you a wizard? Is there really a wizard in this world? What should I do to become a real wizard like you? The black-haired little male child first glanced at his father with contempt, and then he showed up to Marx his growing interest, and the problems came out one by one from his mouth. Maybe he had some scruples in his heart just now, but he couldn't help it for a while. Marx hearing this, he also looked towards him. His face showed a little smile. He can understand the child's mood at this time. This is a child's excitement and embarrassment revealed for himself to discover a brand new world. Also he found himself finally having the opportunity to get rid of the excitement that emerged from this disgusting family. Yeah, I think, I have already recorded your information at this point in the school. Soon after, you will receive a letter of admission from the headmaster of our school and remind you what preparations you should make. Marx's words made this child even more excited, because the admission information of a magic school made his small heart inexplicably have a down-tooth feeling. But, Marx shrugged said, in any case, you may have to pass this father. Otherwise, you may not be able to successfully enter the door of our school. School? Hey, you still want to talk nonsense here when? The child's father is next to the cold. If you don't roll again, I really want to call the police. Marx glanced at him again, indifferent expression, alarm. Are you sure you will do that? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 607. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 607. In general, The first magic power riots of the wizards in childhood are often directly reflected as a wizard's magic innate talent. In the magic power riot, the higher the child's control over this strange and turbulent force, the more limit the child will grow in the future. Although this is only one of the criteria for measuring the qualification of young wizards, it cannot be used to represent a child's life, but the reference value contained therein is still quite significant. This child, like Marx, can be controlled with his own willpower rough when the magic power riots, which is quite remarkable. For example, it is said that Voldemort was able to control his own power in his childhood, and use the mind to control the floating movement of the object in the state of magic power, and even communicate with the animals. This magic innate talent far beyond the ordinary young wizard is almost doomed to his extraordinary life. Of course, the magic power riot process that Marx himself has experienced is another matter. In general, the power of this black-hair male child has caught the attention of Marx. In addition, the child's father seems to deliberately hide secrets, and his appearance becomes inevitable. However, no matter how you look at it, it is not difficult to find out. This man seems to be a little uncooperative. Sir, although I only heard about the movement at the beginning, I came over what happened. Well, after that, it can be said that it is by the way, look at my future students. Marx said, but to be honest, I have to be curious about your identity now. HMPH, me. Don't say that it's useless, it doesn't make sense to play it. Marx waved his hand and interrupted the other person's words. The recent era of Ministry of Magic is very busy, I think. As long as I am with them. Say, soon they will come over to chat with you about anything. It turns out that the deterrence of era and Ministry of Magic is still quite large. And not to mention that Voldemort tried to erode the control of Ministry of Magic, at least for now, this violent man who was not honest from the beginning. His face finally changed slightly. Kid, are you threatening me? For the man's sinister look, Marx didn't care. Instead, he felt a little satisfied with the change in attitude of the other person, as long as he would admit that he knew the magic circle. Whether it was direct or indirect, it was a good one. Beginning. Maybe. Marx spread his hands. I have to say that your inconsistency has indeed caused my curiosity. But how can I say it? This is just a personal curiosity, that's all. I am currently Hogwarts. A professor is obliged to investigate and confirm the background of the Hang family court for any student or future student at the right time. Hogwarts. The man faintly repeated the vocabulary as if he was savoring some past events. And then he scanned Marx for a moment. Is Albus Dumbledore calling you? Marx, hearing this, suddenly a brow. Although Dumbledore's reputation in the entire magic circle, his name was not strange to anyone mentioning, but now running out of this man's mouth, but Marx even made a little strange. No, he shook his head. Professor Dumbledore has died. You won't know about it? Death? The Dumbledore? The man immediately widened his eyes, and the horror was unprecedented. Can it be? Is what the Dark Lord did? He finally succeeded. After Marx heard it, he stared at the man with a puzzled expression and licked it. This guy is ignorant of the recent most famous Dark Lord fall, but clearly understands the magic circle. In this way, I can only think that he was staying in the mole world for too long, caused by the news occlusion. Voldemort is also dead, Marx shrugged, said. It's just a few months ago. Don't you know? Also. Is it dead? The man's expression gesture changed in Marx's words, and the color of surprise was inexplicable. In the end, it all turned into a subtle confusion. No, how is this possible? Impossible. No. In the eyes of Marx becoming more serious, he involuntarily stepped back a few steps, and again leaned on the wall again. Then the legs softened and sat down directly in the corner. His son stood next to Marx, staring at himself with a confused face, and looked up from time to time to look at Marx's side face, apparently not understanding what the current situation is all about. It seems that you are hiding in the mole world and not mentioning the past, and there is a close relationship with Voldemort. The word Marx is not so much a guess, but rather an assertion. But the fact is also true. To make this man so stunned, the relationship is almost self-evident. I saw that the man who leaned against the wall and was sullen, his eyes were a little sluggish, but the words that spit out from the mouth were quite clear. "Yes, you guessed it," he murmured, as if he was answering Marx, but he was talking to himself. Dark Lord, yes. All this is worshipping. He gave me my family, my life. The man whispered a few words and suddenly climbed up again with his body. The light of his exhausted appearance. I do not know whether it was because of a previous injury, or because Voldemort's death has had a huge impact on his spirit. At this moment, how he looks is like a feeling of being a teenager. You said that you are a professor of Hogwarts. Hey, when did the level of Hogwarts begin to get so low? He lowered his eyes and waved his hand at random. You stay in the room. As for you, hey, young professor, come over with me. Why should I stay here? What can I not listen to? Give me shut up. Little bastard. The man shouted without hesitation. If you still want to go to magic school, you will be honest with me. I don't agree with Losey. I see Hogwarts there. Don't dare to force you. Marx smiled and shook his head, then reached out and patted the child's shoulder. Wait, he said comfortably, if it is necessary, it will be the same for me to tell you later, isn't it? Oh. The little guy was reluctant to be nodded and reluctantly agreed with Marx. This made Marx discover that although this little male child has the same stubbornness as his father, he would still listen if he could talk to him. After patted his arm again, Marx stepped on his leg and followed the man who was going downstairs to the first floor. When the other party's wife saw this, I didn't know when there was another person in the house, and I was shocked. Child, his father, this is. Faced with the alarming look of his wife, the man passed by her side and sat on the sofa and waved impatiently. Go and prepare some tea to entertain you, right now. Go. It can be seen that this man is used to giving orders to his family normally, regardless of whether the subject is a son or a wife, and his wife seems to have adapted to her position at home, even if she is still very surprised by the appearance of Marx. But her husband told me that she went to the kitchen with a low eyebrow. Sit down, young professor. The guy's brows are tightly locked, and he is still immersed in the shock of the past. But Marx still remembers casually. Are you a professor of Hogwarts? If so, can the protective spell still be done? Next, I need a high degree of confidentiality. Marx sat down on the single sofa on the other side of the coffee table, and waited for the other to say that he played, and seemed to wave his hand at random. It was at that moment that the film that had been shaped like a soap bubble was hidden around, and a small space near the two was directly enveloped. You can say it, he said, but please make it simple and clear. I have a friend waiting for me to go back. Although Marx does not sense any magic power fluctuations in the other with the body, in terms of his performance, there is no lack of knowledge. When Marx showed up with a small hand, he could find that the guy's eyes were immediately a little more astonished. HMPH. It seems that the level of Hogwarts has not only not lowered, but is it higher than in the past? He curled one's lip, but he looked much more cautious than before. Well, I know what you want to ask. Because the Dark Lord had persecuted my grandfather, it made my father have to flee the magic circle with the young and fell to this damnable world. Is Death Eater trying to kill you? Marx wondered. For what? HMPH. Those crazy guys want to kill. Do you need a reason? The man sneered. Of course, maybe there are some incentives that people don't know, but at least I don't know. How old was that? Do you think my father will tell me? Oh, okay. Marx nodded. So, just because you are in your generation, you are still hiding your name in order to avoid the Death Eater? Have you even thought about the magic circle? Is this shameful? Hearing Marx said, the other person was confident. Do you want me to risk exposure? From time to time, I went to the magic circle to inquire about the news. Well, just rely on my damn squib. Marx hearing this, I have to blink with a subtle smile. This bastard is quite reasonable. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 608. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 608. At the time Voldemort. That is, Tom Riddle first started, the wizard who had suffered a series of persecutions was quite a lot. Marx can meet the descendants of a victim in this situation. It is accidental, but it is not something to be surprised. Anyway, the Britain Magic Circle is just a little bigger, isn't it? After that, Marx and the other party talked about some past events about his family. Even if the process of chat is definitely not pleasant, he can at least understand it. Of course, it is not important to mention those things that are not much different from other victim families. For Marx, the purpose of his appearance in front of the other party is finally achieved. Not surprisingly, the black-hair male child named Inns will officially receive an admission notice in the next school year, enter the Hogwarts Magic School to study, and return to the Magic Circle with the name Don. But, I don't really have the impression of the name of Ton, returned to Marx, who was next door to Fisher's house, to Charlotte. Not a pure blood family, that's for sure, otherwise they were at home. There won't be a Death Eater. But in the Half-Blood Wizard, probably not too much fame. At this point, the two were sitting in the kitchen dining table of Fisher's house, talking casually about the past events about the Tower Weng family. As for Sarah and Delphi, they are still in the living room. I haven't heard of it yet, Charlotte said. Nodded, and he said with emotion, there were a lot of ordinary wizard families that were involved in the catastrophe at that time. In addition to the Ministry of Magic, there may be some records. Who will remember them? As Charlotte said, no matter how big things have happened, the last big city is gradually forgotten as time goes by, and only a very small part of it will be precipitated because of certain opportunities. In the same year, the victims like the Tower Weng family, more than 10-8, the last thing that can be remembered, that is, the character who's all at the last moment, like pulling against a crazy tide like Harry Potter. Well, don't say this first. Marx leaned back on the sofa, recalling, senior sister, remember what I said when I invited you out for a walk? What about my family? Charlotte looked all over. You say it. It doesn't have to be so serious. Marx waved. It doesn't have much to do with senior sister. Maybe it's not related to me or Hogwarts. I just thought, since I last went, after passing your manor, there are also many days. I don't know if you still remember one thing. What? Charlotte looked a little confused. Nature is about it. How did I get you out of it at the time? Marx laughed at her. Remember? At that time, I can almost say that at the expense of Philosopher's Stone, I will change you. From. Ah. Charlotte suddenly stunned. Now Voldemort has been defeated by you, so the family will think that Philosopher's Stone has arrived in your hands. Yeah? Marx lightly said with a smile. However, most of your family now thinks that I want to be swallowed up. As long as my identity of the Dychel family descendants is not recognized, how can they? I don't think that. In fact, Philosopher's Stone has long since ceased to exist. Then you. Isn't there any trouble? Charlotte couldn't help but worry about authenticity. But Marx is only moving towards her. As far as the news I have received, they are still worried about me for the time being. He said, whether it is the name of the disher that I left in front of them, or my own strength, let them not act blindly without thinking. So, if there is any trouble, I am afraid that it will fall to senior sister first. Can you understand what I am talking about? You mean? Charlotte licked his lips and felt that his throat was a little dry. The family will find ways to contact me and force me to do something that is not good for you. Well, even if it isn't, it's almost the same in nature. Marx's expression was clear and serious. And? The most difficult thing to get caught in the middle, may be your father. As a reminder of Marx, Charlotte is not a fool at all, and soon she understood the key. When I think of my father, I am very likely to find myself under the pressure of the family, and force myself to deal with Marx in turn, which really makes her feel scared. If she is not obedient, is father dangerous? She couldn't help but trembling in fear when she thought about the style of her family. Even if the family hasn't contacted her yet, Even if Marx analyzes these possibilities for her first time, she still doesn't know what she should do, and what will happen in the end. It's very embarrassing. Marx suddenly laughed at the same time as Charlotte's face tangled. Hey, it's not too difficult. It doesn't matter if you want to do it at home. You just do what they want. Enough. No, how can this be done? Charlotte's voice became high, but the expression became more and more struggling. Why not? Marx looked at her. Do you still believe me? Well, maybe it's easier for you to accept it. I'm doing it because I don't want you to do it. The family noticed too early that I already knew their plans. Understand? Really? Charlotte hesitated. Marx didn't continue to answer her questions because he knew that Charlotte was just tangled in, that's all. If he is too deliberate to explain it over and over again, it will make the senior sister think about it himself. Senior sister, talk to me about the magic book, dear. He thought. This time, we might have to face the book that was passed down from generation to generation by your Werther family. The ancient magic book. Is it really going to that way? As soon as the magic book was mentioned, Charlotte's look became more and more tense. The book is. No, if it's because of Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. That's really possible, she said, slightly nodded, looking at Marx. To be honest, I don't know much about the magic book. Remember, I took the black market that day. I mentioned Chamber of Secrets. After that, Charlotte said something that she knew, without much detail. Marx listened carefully and remembered it in his own heart. For Marx, the Werther family is more important, but it is not a very urgent matter. He might find some information about Charlotte. At best, he can only say that he is planning ahead. Some things seem to be irrelevant compared to this, but once they happen as a sudden situation, it is easy to become a matter of urgency. For example, when Marx and Charlotte returned to Hogwarts in the evening, they saw an amazing scene. What are all that stuff? What happened? Marx looked at the distant whimpering willow from afar, and looking at it from here, it was a white piece. The big tree that had already grown in the spring, and gradually became a vibrant tree, has now almost become a huge marshmallow. Charlotte was also surprised to see the other side. The color of doubt revealed. Go, look at the past. Marx saw that the tall silhouette of Hagrid was wandering there, just beside the trunk of Homping Willow, and beside him, it seemed to be standing alone, looking like Professor Sprout. As Marx and Charlotte stepped forward, until they were close, the two talents gradually understood what happened to Homping Willow. At this time, on the dense branches that hang down, a pure white object like a dragon egg is closely arranged, and they are tied together and firmly cling to each branch. What they saw before was exactly the spectacular scene of the Homping Willow being completely covered by the eggs of these big ones. As for the Homping Willow, who was occupied by that many eggs, except for the slight tremor, he was completely tempered. If it was put in the past, it would have been smashed with the branches of the whole body. What happened today, Hagrid? Professor Sprout. Marx looked at the horrible Homping Willow with his head, wondering, what exactly are these? How do you look like that? Even the guys who have read a lot of ancient and modern books like Marx have never seen such scenes. Although he is somewhat suspicious and guessing, it is better to ask questions faster than to think about it. However, just in front of Marx, Hagrid is staring at the eggs full of trees. He seems to be only surprised. Even Marx has not found it yet. It was a pair of Professor Sprout who immediately returned after hearing the sound. Marx, you are coming. She nodded to Marx first, and she said hello, but then she looked at Homping Willow again and again. In fact, I don't know too well, but Rubus said these are all flobberworm knots. Can flobberworm be cruel? Flobberworm? Scar? After listening to Sprout's explanation, Marx scratched his scalp inexplicably. From the previous Hagrid, he found that the flobberworm he raised had several strange behaviors, and he also guessed whether it was mutated. But even if it is really mutated, it is impossible to suddenly become scarred. This is a variation, it is like a complete change of a species. even Marx cannot understand. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 609. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 609. Flobberworm's collective climb of the Homping Willow Crusade was spread long before Marx returned. When those crises that are in a hurry to calm down over time, such anecdotes that seem to be dispensable, have become an indispensable spice in the busy learning life of young wizards. If you are in a normal time, like Luna, who are curious about some strange biological phenomena, I am afraid that I will leave the homework and watch it. However, this time Luna did not go to appreciate the wonders in the first time, but went to the school library immediately after class. Hermione, if you want to find someone in the huge Hogwarts castle, it is actually not easy. Even if everyone has a similar schedule every day, when will it be? Basically it depends on the curriculum, but it is not too easy to find. If you want to find Hermione Miss Granger, go to the library. This idea is definitely wrong. Even if she might not be there at the time, but as long as you wait patiently for a little while, she will probably cross her big bag as usual and lift her chin slightly in your sight. When Luna took a brisk pace and came to the library door with rhythm, she only caught a glimpse of Hermione, who was sitting at the reading table and writing a variety of textbooks and materials. That is her best friend in recent times. Since she had this friend, Luna's mood has become more and more cheerful. Well, although she doesn't know why Hermione took the initiative to make a good deal with her on that day, what does it matter? She only needs to understand that Hermione is not malicious enough. Oh. Luna in Hermione's hand paused. She looked up and smiled at the Luna who was coming to her side and nodded. Hermione, it's time for dinner after a while. Is it going to go today? Luna pulled out the chair next to her and sat down gently. I hope today's dessert is a peach bottom. Is it? Hermione wrote down a few more pens and echoed it. That sounds good. Whether it is Hermione or Luna, everyone is growing up year after year. Even though these two little girls who could only be described as cute in the past have now become slim young girls, the change can be said to be quite huge, but their characters seem to remain as clear as they used to be. In particular, Luna, with some ethereal voices, still has the purity of being able to penetrate the hearts of the people. For example, the morning dew drops into the clear pool, crisp and clear. The more time I spend with Luna, the more Hermione can feel that there is always an indescribable silence with this female child. She believes that even if Hogwarts is still stalking under Voldemort's threat, as long as they are with Luna, they can wash away their uneasiness with no difficulty. Just as Hermione looked at Luna's pale golden hair and thought it inadvertently, Luna looked at her like a quiet grey voice. Hermione, when we went to Mark's today, why didn't you say what you want to say? On the upstairs of the Three Broomsticks Inn bar that day, the two of them actually talked a lot. As the topic progressed, Hermione finally told Luna some ideas. These ideas are very different, pointing to all aspects, but in the end they are basically related to Marx. In fact, the problem of job selection mentioned by them today is one of those series of ideas. However, some decisions, if not adequately prepared, it is difficult to say. Especially Hermione, a virgin female child like her, is more likely to be stubborn because of some minor problems. Let's wait. Wait a minute. She licked her lips slightly and shook her head. I'm not ready yet, and you know, it's really hard. Hermione, Luna suddenly reached out and gently covered Hermione's hand holding the quill. You have always been smart, it's yours, you can do it, you can ask others, everyone will tell you this. Oh, thank you. But I will stay with you, we can work together. Luna took her hand. Let's say we still have Marx. He is so powerful that it will help us solve many problems. As long as your ideas are completed, everyone can really live without worry. Well, Hermione hesitated, and finally nodded. Yes, you are right. This time I was too careful. Although caution is always necessary, but courage is also indispensable. When you try, you must start every second as soon as possible. Wisdom, courage, savvy and hardworking, everyone is Hogwarts. Luna still held Hermione's hand and conveyed her with a warm encouragement. but the eyes were stunned. It's gone elsewhere. Hermione's academic performance is of course enough for her to occasionally leave homework and chat with others. For Harry and Ron, the most important thing at hand is homework and exercises. At the moment, they are in the common room facing a pile of books and parchment volumes, and they are working hard for the exam. As for what Fred and George just said, Humping Willow is full of white insects. Where the head is actually flobberworm, they have no time to think. Soon after, it was the last holiday of the school year, the Easter holiday. By that time, there will be only a short 6 weeks left from the end of the period. The OWL's exam can be said to be imminent. However, they found at this time that the 2A history of magic can still be between the passing and failing, and it is impossible to face the miserable reality of hanging, retesting and even repeating. In normal times, Hogwarts's study life is actually quite loose, and it can be exceptionally harsh when it comes to exams. Each failed subject has one and only one chance to retake the exam. If it is not passed, it will inevitably lead to repetition. I believe that no matter which student, I don't want to be regarded as a junior sister by the student who entered the school in the same year. It would be too bad to be like that. It's a pity that they both put too much effort into the Battle of Voldemort before, so that in the past, the net was hard to improve their dual strength, and gradually fell. Many purely written courses. Even worse, those things are all about reciting. Harry, I think I'm done. Ron in a low, muffled voice. I didn't think there was any problem before, but now I saw a thick book, A History of Magic, and I realized that I was finished. Don't talk nonsense. Harry didn't even raise his head. He just stared at the book with a weak voice. Don't worry about what face again, let's go to Hermione together. If you just take notes, maybe we both still have to save. What is the face? The staple food for dinner today? Ron flipped through the pages of the book and mutter incantations in his mouth. Add some sweet sauce. The taste may not be good. Let you not talk about these nonsense. Harry didn't feel good. Ron curled one's lip, and quickly turned over a few pages. Sweat has been oozing on the forehead. If I really test it, Mother has to have my life. He screamed. Merlin is on. Gryffindor's prefect needs to make up the exam. What do people think when they listen? Maybe they will stay level. Oh. Don't worry. There are too many things happening this semester. You haven't done much what prefect should do. As long as you don't mention it, few people still remember that you are actually a prefect. Harry waved his hand. Just like me, I still remember what you said. Oh. Ron heard this and couldn't help but mourn. Don't say so. It's too cruel. At the moment everyone has gone to the auditorium, and few people in the common room are still there. That is to say, Harry and Ron, the brothers and sisters, are worried about their test scores, and there are some meanings of loss of appetite. Of course, they didn't go to the auditorium together with everyone for this reason. After all, how worried? There are still more than 2 months. The time to fill the stomach is still drawn. Hey, so Hermione, why haven't you come back yet? Ron closed the book in his handpa and stood up to look at the doorway, apparently waiting for some urgency. Sit down. Didn't she say that she would go back to the common room first? If she said so, she will definitely come back. We just have to wait. Harry wrote a few more words on the parchment in front of him, which took Quill into the ink bottle and picked up the parchment to blow. It was the moment when the voice did not fall, and the portrait of Mrs. Fat gently opened. Are you in a hurry? Sorry, I just had a little delay. It was Hermione who came in, only to see her passing by in a hurry, and went straight to the stairs leading to the girls' bedroom. Since I have waited until now, you will wait a second time. She walked quickly and casually. I put down my bag and it will come down very quickly. In the eyes of Ron and Harry, she blew through the common room like a gust of wind, and disappeared into the stairway in the blink of an eye, leaving only two people to dry up in the same place. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 610. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 610. Luna. When Harry and Ron glanced at each other in amazement, they heard what seemed to be moving outside the door. When they both turned their heads and went to see it, they found out that it was Luna. To be honest, even Harry and Ron are very puzzled by the recent relationship between Hermione and Luna. After all, these two seemingly opposite female children can live in harmony so much that it is so many people can't figure it out. Just now, Luna and Hermione apparently got together again. Harry, Ron, Luna stood outside, revealing a leisurely smile at them. Good evening. Have you heard that? The flobberworms raised by Professor Hagrid have climbed on Homping Willow. This sounds really interesting. Let's take a look at it. How about? I don't know when it started. Probably because there are more contacts, and they basically use the name to call each other. This is obviously not a big deal for Harry and Ron, but for Luna, it seems to be another proof of making friends, which is quite important. Oh, hey. Let's talk about it later. In the previous class, Hermione asked Harry and Ron to stay in the common room after school and wait for her, and said something very important to tell them. So, is Luna, which is surprisingly better than Hermione recently, one of them. Before getting to know from Hermione's mouth, Harry still pressed the plan to ask the other person directly. Everything was waiting for Hermione to come back from the bedroom, and it was not too late. With Hermione's reason, since she has already said major event, then she wants to tell herself and Ron this time it will not be small. Luna, don't stand outside, come on. No need. The phrase that invited Luna to enter the common room was what Ron said. He could reject the one he proposed but not Luna. But Hermione, who returned to the bedroom from the bedroom. Let's go to the room of responsibility, she said. Some things I have to discuss with you. Can't you just say it here? Ron said bitterly. Look, there is no one else here, and more importantly, I am really hungry. No, of course not. Hermione is unquestionable. This is very important. It must not be heard by other students. I thought about it several times. I finally decided to tell you a few more. Other people's words can only be said later. Is it important? Harry said, nodded. Okay. Then let's go. Although it is not clear what both Harry and Ron want to say to Hermione, it does not affect the trust they have built with Hermione for many years. In the state of ignorance, they followed Luna with Hermione and went in the direction of the responsive room. The training of the Ra has always been there, and several people there are familiar with it. Soon, a few of them came to the blank wall where the door of the responsive room was located, but Hermione stopped Harry in time to get used to calling out the training room. Harry, wait a minute. She suddenly said, we are not going to train the venue this time, but another special room. Hermione, after she stopped Harry, she meditated on the room she was going to, and walked back and forth 3 times along the wall. When the familiar is opened, a threshold that is the same as the normal training room is highlighted. After entering, I will see a lot of werewolf stone statues. No, I don't know if they are statues, but they don't move. That's for sure. That's it. So don't be scared. Hermione's hand was placed on the doorknob and first turned back to Harry and the others to remind him in advance, which slammed the door of the responsive room. As the threshold opened, there was a glimmer of light in the room. Although it was not very bright, it was more than enough to use the lighting. When they entered the room with Hermione, who first walked in, it wasn't enough that a whole set of stone statues of Messi appeared in everyone's eyes. Those stone statues are vivid, and if there is no Hermione reminding them first, they are afraid that they will all think that the statues are all real creatures. Under the faint flames of the burning air over the room, the shadows of the statues swayed and twisted, making them look even more awkward. Dotters really werewolf, Ron said, still a little scared. Even the hair on the body can be seen clearly, as if they were still moving at the moment. This is really. It's like feeling that time has stopped, Harry said, nodding. I understand why you are not sure if they are stone statues. No matter how you look, it's exactly the same as true werewolf. is petrified? Harry and Ron paused. Both looked subconsciously to Hermione. In the second school year, Hermione was once basilisk petrified from the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. At that time, Hermione's appearance was no different from these werewolf statues. The texture that looks like a hard stone, and the expression that has completely solidified, tells us that there used to be each and every one living werewolf. Well, perhaps only Luna will be close to them in the first place, and will be closely observed with full curiosity. Here. What is it? Why are there so many werewolf stone statues? Harry was shocked. Which bad dark wizard is studying the dark magic's laboratory? Not a dark wizard. Hermione shook her head and whispered. It used to be a room used by Marx when he was still at school. It seemed to be here for various studies and research. But since, from after going through that many things, he seems to have not been here for a long time. Marx? Harry and Ron suddenly glimpsed. Looking at the messy desk in the depths of the room, I can guess it. Marx is mostly right here, and has done a lot of magic research. What's more, there are many potion cabinets around the room, including some of the potion name tags they have seen in Marx. No matter how you look at it, it always makes people feel that there may have been a lot of research about dark magic here. If you count the dark environment, it is said that the Dark Lord's laboratory may be believed to be true. Yes, it's Marx. Hermione nodded, locking the door lock of the responsive room. However, about what he has studied here, I have actually been here many times. The manuscripts left on the desk have been turned over several times, but in addition to the things that Potion learned, that is, the ancient runes that Marx taught in class during this time, can make me understand a little. Hey. Hermione, Ron suddenly interrupted. Is Marx agreeing to come in? I didn't ask him directly. Hermione hesitated. However, this place was originally told by him. He said that he used it here and felt that it is suitable for use as a training place for us. Although several people present did not feel that Marx would be angry because they ran here, really, they have never seen Marx angry. But, is this really good? I know, at least I should say something to him. Hermione snorted. But when I found a magic book here, I began to hesitate. What book? Harry and Ron asked almost at the same time, and even Luna, who only looked at the werewolf stone statues, turned around. It's on the shelf here. Hermione waved at them and led them through the werewolf statue and walked to the corner of the room. There are several solid wood bookshelves that look heavy, and the two bookshelves are almost filled with a variety of magic books. As for the rest of the bookshelves, it seems to have been filled up, but then they have taken away most of them, leaving only a few books left in a slanting way. Hermione took out her own wand, moved toward the top of the left-hand side of the bookshelf, and a black-skinned magic book with a purple pattern immediately leapt from the top and fell into her hands. She shook the wand again, and the tip immediately lit up a soft magic light, shining around. No voice. Harry suddenly blinked. When did you practice it? It's just a few weeks ago. Don't fight, Hermione replied subconsciously, but immediately glanced at him. I found something worthy of our attention in this book. Just as she spoke, she flipped through the pages of the page. It can be seen that this book seems to be somewhat sinister, but there is no hidden power of dark magic, just an ordinary theoretical book. Well, it's from this page. You can take a look, Hermione said, using wand to lightly. The magic book turned to Harry and they floated in front of them. Although I don't know what it is. Isn't it? But if that's the case, then Marx may already know the secret of Voldemort's resurrection. On the other side, Harry, Ron, and Luna all joined together and stared at the pages of the book in a word-by-word manner. Soon, Harry, who first looked at the point, immediately took a sigh of relief. Horcrux. He stared wide-eyed, and he was terrified. If it's this magic, then it's too terrifying. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 611. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 611. Secrets of the Darkest Art. This is a book detailing a variety of terrifying dark magic. To talk about the research and analysis of dark magic, this book is still the best in the field. However, It is probably because its content is too detailed and accurate. As a result, it was not long before the release, it was directly stopped, which made the book a relatively small amount of existence. That is, the wizard cradle like Hogwarts will survive this book, of course. Even here, it is also very carefully stored in the restricted section that is not accessible to the average student. Later, it is directly Dumbledore received the headmaster room's study. But it was this black magic book that made many dark wizards marvel at it. The author, Ole Brock, was a rather famous anti-dark magic scholar at the time. The reason why he wrote this book was to popularize the terrifying of dark magic and to make some of the dark magic sculpting styles public. Unfortunately, Brock is nothing more than an ideal researcher, that's all. He has underestimated the dark side of people's hearts from the beginning. If the original Wizard Council prevented his splendid publishing behavior in a timely manner, the number of dark wizards today may not even be known. It's enough for a Voldemort, isn't it? Hermione, you said Marx should have studied the dark magic in this book for countless times. In the responsive room, Harry carefully looked at some of the crispy yellow pages, and his tone of speech clearly evoked the trembling in fear. That's for sure. Hermione nodded, and the eyes on the side of the bookshelf were a little bit complicated. He likes to do research, no matter what magic will make him curious. He started from first year, has never changed. And more importantly, he always likes to do it alone. While chanting these words, her face gradually showed a trace of memories. But very quickly, when she inadvertently moved towards Luna's direction, she couldn't say anything behind. At this point, Harry was still cautiously looking at the big book, and naturally couldn't notice the little details of Hermione. Ron, who could have seen the original solution, immediately found Hermione's fault. He looked at Hermione, who suddenly closed his mouth, and sneaked a sneak peek at Luna, who was looking at the bookshelf. It seemed to be what it meant, and the eyes turned suddenly. Hermione, could you say that you are skeptical about Marx? How can it be? Hermione, hearing this, suddenly like the Crookshanks stepped on the tail, suddenly turned over. Marx has always done things for us, for Hogwarts. I don't remember. Voldemort can be defeated so quickly, it's all his credit. Who knows, who might suspect him? She shouted authentic. I just want to say that he always takes things on his own, and everything is done by himself. Even the big discovery of Horcrux is buried in his heart and he has not disclosed it to others. On her side, Ron said that he was always on the verge of pointing his head, as if he was just listening to Hermione's explanation. But from time to time, he looked at Luna's side of the line, but it meant that his mind was not placed on what Hermione said. As far as Ron's position is concerned, between Marx, Hermione and Luna, he is undoubtedly supporting Hermione. His initiative to give up, more because of Marx. If Marx can accept Hermione, the end may be the biggest salvation for him. So, compared to Hermione's scruples because of Luna's existence, Ron would like to see a Hermione Granger who is still as firm and stubborn as it used to be, even if more of it is just Ron's personal wish, that's all. Perhaps it was because the impulse that Ron provoked at first was slowly receding over time, or perhaps because Luna was also attracted by her words. In short, after hearing a lot about Marx, Hermione finally noticed what he was saying. Well, all in all, Hermione took a sigh of relief and temporarily pressed the distracting thoughts. I found this book here, and the detailed description of Horcrux's production method. Maybe Voldemort is able to the reason for the resurrection. Although Marx did not mention it with us, but since we found it ourselves, why not try it? Having said that, she was slightly stopped, and this continued. It can be seen from the description in the book. This is obviously a very powerful, very evil dark magic. It is for this reason that Marx is always I have never told us. However, I don't want to be protected by him all the time. It is impossible for Voldemort to come back now. If we don't work hard now, then when should we work harder? You're right. Harry, who was burying himself in the reading of the book, suddenly raised his head. I saw this in the section on Horcrux. I split my soul and inject it into the object. It is possible to create Horcrux. After Horcrux is made, if the maker itself dies, it can retain the soul of the body and wait for the rebirth. And just try to destroy Horcrux, you can get rid of this evil dark magic. Hermione answered, yes, I didn't think of it at first, and even the cracking method was written in this book. So, is it the biggest problem to find Horcrux? Ron said, no, the difficulty is not just to find it. Hermione reached over and flipped the book in front of her eyes a few pages, pointing to one of the lines. Here, written, to make Horcrux difficult to destroy, the Dark Wizard usually cast the spell as strong as possible on it. If it's Voldemort, the magic on the top is absolutely very powerful. That is, even if you find it, you won't be able to successfully destroy it. Harry frowned and thought. Suddenly his spirit shook. No, we can have a Gryffindor sword. Want to ruin it? It must not be a problem. Oh, good idea. Hermione nodded, said. So, the key is how to find it. Just as Hermione wanted to talk about some of her conjectures, Harry suddenly reached out and motioned her to wait. Hermione, have you ever thought about asking Marks directly? He wondered. Since Marks already knew it, he must have investigated the Horcrux investigation too. I thought about it. Hermione interrupted his words, but his expression looked a bit tangled. But, do we really have to rely on Marks to go forward? Is this really good? I believe you also feel it. Before, when dealing with Voldemort, Marks was forced to run around world. He had to do it alone. He was too hard. When she got here, she and Luna looked at each other and said, so, after discovering this book, I found time to discuss with Luna. I and she both felt that we should help as much as possible. Marks, can't let him fight alone. With Hermione, Luna followed the nodded and seemed to agree with Hermione. Voldemort failed again. No time is safer than it is now. Oh, that sounds good. Ron scratched his scalp. We should work harder. Of course, we must do it after the OWL's exam. Looking at them quickly reached a consensus, but Harry still felt that it was not appropriate. Marks's ability was there, and even if he could not find Horcrux, could he find it first? Perhaps it is because the understanding of the actual situation is still too one-sided, even if it is somewhat hesitant. Harry has never thought about whether Marks will conceal some other things. After all, as far as the description in the book Secrets of the Darkest Art is concerned, almost anything can be considered raw material for making Horcrux. Just finding it is a big problem. How can they know that there is an unknown in the mountains behind it? Well, let's talk about it first. Hermione put the book back on the bookshelf, and then turned and said, we should go to the auditorium. If we don't go, dinner will be gone. Hey, just wait for you to say this. Ron clapped. My stomach is hungry. Not long after, Harry took a little doubt and left the room with the other three. Before going out of the door, he went back a little and looked at the deepest bookshelf in the distance. This research room filled with werewolf stone statues, as faint as you first saw it, squatted at the door, only to see a faint grey. Harry, what are you doing? Come over soon. He held the doorknob slightly and slammed it. After hearing the call of the good buddy Ron, it slammed the door and closed the door tightly. As he left the bronze doorknob, the threshold of the responsive room was immediately integrated into the wall and disappeared quickly. Coming. Harry turned and took a moment, then opened his legs and chased Hermione and the others, who took the first step, to the auditorium. From the window through which he passed, you can see that the setting sun has set, and there is only a layer of slightly flushed red on the horizon, which is being swallowed up by the coming night. No, maybe it's because it's too hard to find. Or, it's a very dangerous place hidden by Voldemort. It's possible, he thought as he ran. I haven't found it before I went. This is not what I should do. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 612. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 612. The so-called peace means that the teachers are desperately arranging the homework, as if to bury the students. The so-called peace, that is, the news of Daily Prophet, is full of trivial matter, making it the most recent publication of the Quibbler, The so-called peace means that even if the humping willow is covered with flobberworm, it will only be curious. In general, peace is reassuring, but it is often boring for a long time. Today, on the first day of the Easter holiday, Harry and Ron, who had been dragged to the common room by Hermione, were yawning and watched her use wand to keep tapping on the parchment. According to the practice of previous years, every time I return to the Easter holiday, Hermione will give them a timetable for review. Since we have done this every year in the past, the OWL's exam at the end of this year is naturally more necessary to plan well. As Ron said before, even though the reason for Voldemort's resurrection may have been discovered today, it seems to be worse than the exam related to the future of life. Okay, you're almost like this. Hermione took a timeline marked with various points to Ron's front, and then pulled another blank parchment. Follow the above, if you are serious enough, and the performance on the exam will definitely not be too bad. Oh, thank you. Ron frowned and looked down, and it was a timetable. Most of the table boxes are almost full of red highlights that represent important, which means that if he has completely followed this form, this year's Easter holiday will be completely farewell to rest. Hey? He looked at him and suddenly browed. Hermione, why is there an evening time on the last day of each week? If you count them, this timetable will not be a little loose. Is it a little? That's left for us to train together. Hermione didn't lift his head. Don't tell me, you want to use this ability to help Marks reduce the burden. Be careful. I will keep increasing. Train strength. Remember to keep up. So, other members of the RA, would you like to call them together? Harry asked as he watched Ron's timetable mammoth. Hermione, hearing this, the wand in his hand, paused a bit. In fact, I have been thinking about it, and I should tell the few people about it, she said. First of all, Fred and George and Ginny are definitely okay. Neville should be okay. Luna and I said that Hannah Abbott of Hufflepuff House can also trust. As she thought, she reported the names of several people, but the more hesitated, the more he went. Logically speaking, most of the members of the RA should be believed, but since the last time she suffered a loss in Helenscon, her heart still has some bad influences. At the end, Hermione simply shook her head and put the problem aside again. Waiting for her wand tip to continue on the parchment for a while, Harry's review schedule was completed. Your timetable is a little looser than Ron. I remember that I practiced when I have more time. I don't want to be lazy. She was serious about Harry, and she was so strict at this time. Professor McGonagall. Harry shook his own schedule and confessed to nodded. I will do that. He honestly said, Mrs. Granger, dear. While Harry and Ron are about to spend an Easter holiday that is destined for a dark day, Marks is sitting in front of the bar at Three Broomsticks Inn's bar with Hagrid and Slughorn. I ran over to drink early in the morning, fearing that it was the idea that Slughorn could only come up with this bald old man. Hagrid doesn't matter, just like his cascading giant half-blood physique. It's a blessing to have no habit of drinking, but Marks doesn't have the habit of drinking so early. Right now, he only had a glass of juice in front of him, and he was bored and watched the two guys next to him start drinking early in the morning. In fact, this wine is a bit of a cause. According to Slughorn himself, this year's Easter happened to be his birthday. According to the habits of previous years, he always held a private party on the birthday day to find a lot of old friends to celebrate his birthday. But this year is different, because he has now changed back to the professor of Hogwarts, and it is not so convenient to have a party at school. I have mentioned it with Minerva several times before, but she has never agreed to lend me a small hall to hold a birthday party. Slughorn poured a mead into his mouth and immediately licked it. Hey, it's a lot of age, and you can't have a good time. You guys said, is it easy for me? As for the weight of Slughorn in Hogwarts, if it is usually in peacetime, this little thing can still be passed by Professor McGonagall. However, in the current period, in order to maintain a good image of the school before the alchemy contest, it is difficult for Slughorn's birthday party to pass. In this regard, Marks is of course well informed, but he did not tell the truth. After all, The alchemy tournament is still a secret matter that is not in the air. The people who know it are naturally clear, but there are still many people who don't know. As for the Friends of Slughorn, the big mouth that can be multinational is still told him, "Slughorn, I think you should still make more friends who really can make friends." Marx leaned on his elbow, leaned on the bar, sucked the freshly squeezed juice with a straw, and casually advised, "If someone can be with you, it's a beautiful thing to take the initiative to hold a birthday party for you on your birthday." Marx is right. Hadrid on the other side carried a large iron hoop wooden cup and poured a few mouthfuls. Then I continued, "I also think there are more friends, not as good as one." "Good to you, Yes. Hey." Slughorn opened his mouth and laughed. "So, do you have a birthday for you every year?" "No." Hey, real friends are hard to find. Hard to find. Isn't it better to have a birthday party in a small shop every year? Just like Mr. Slughorn today. Madame Rosmeter in the bar smiled charmingly. "As long as you remember to pay for the money, people can guarantee that you can accompany you every year." Birthday. As she spoke, she picked up wand and went all the way around, and suddenly there were a lot of balloons and ribbons in the bar, flying freely in the air. "Today is the birthday of Mr. Slughorn. Everyone is coming to accompany him for a drink. Perhaps, every holiday of each and every one or group of people. The atmosphere is not born only when people consciously create. The taste of the festival will become rich and fragrant." Looking around the hustle and bustle, the drunkenness on his face gradually merged into the smiling Slughorn, and Marx couldn't help but smile. But at this moment, as the wooden door of the bar screamed, it seemed that there were any more guests coming. However, it is doubtful that this outdoor sun did not enter the bar while the door was opened. Everyone's eyes still had only dim lights swaying. Like other guests, Marx glanced back and glanced at it, but in the next moment he found out why the sun didn't come in. "I don't think that I was accidentally pulled over to accompany me today, but I just happened to meet two acquaintances." As he thought about it, he picked up the cup with the juice and stood up, slowly swaying toward the door. "The two really came to Hogwarts. Welcome." Marx smiled. "Why didn't you inform me before I came here? I have to do some preparations in advance." When the people heard Marx's voice, they walked a few steps inside, and the light outside the door finally had a chance to penetrate. Unfortunately, the next second door will automatically close, and the bar will only be lit up for a moment. It turned out that the reason why the sun did not run in was simply because it was blocked by people. "Ah, it's you, McLawn." When the other party saw Marx, he immediately took a few steps and grabbed Marx's shoulder. "I can see you when I arrive. It's a fate. You are there. What else to meet? You really haven't changed at all." Marx rubbed his head under his arm and blinked at another guest in front of him. He said hello. "Oh, Ms. Hornheim, how are you?" Hello there. Hello to Marx. This little guest is obviously not so interested. She made a difficult nod to Marx, but she quickly moved to another place and stopped looking at him. Yes, this pair of raretas is exactly what Marx knows about the Hornheim siblings in Buttons, France. Fatty big brother Noah Hornheim. The enthusiasm for Marx is as good as ever. The younger sister Sarah Hornheim, who happens to be the same as the mole woman who cares for Delphi, is not as willing as in France. Take care of Marx. However, she is not interested in Marx, but Marx is very interested in her. "Come on, come with me, let me introduce you to the two professors of Hogwarts." Marx drilled out from the fat of the big fatty and walked with them. "Today is just Professor Slughorn's birthday. Oh, I think you probably know him too. His fame is not small." Under the leadership of Marx, the delightful fat young master and the little Sarah, who is not so high, moved toward the bar and walked over. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 613. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 613. This Easter, Madame Rosmeter adds a new wine to the wine list at 3 broomsticks in. Its goblet is made of chocolate eggshells, which are painted with colorful sugar to create a variety of beautiful patterns. According to Madame Rosmeter, this egg goblet was specially ordered by honeydukes, and it took her a lot of time to design the pattern. Right now, the fat young master of the Hohenheim family is holding the eggshell with keen interest pleasure. It seems that Madame Rosmeter's new idea is very suitable for him. However, compared to this big fatty big brother, little Sarah seems to be a bit boring. Although Marx also gave her a chocolate egg filled with juice, she didn't even touch it. She just stared at the window full of water vapor and looked at the window outside. Oh, hey. Don't worry, fat young master saw Marx as if he was concerned about his younger sister. He couldn't help but whisper in his ear, "She can take care of herself, nothing." Marx, hearing this, smiling, shrugged. Of course, he knew that the little girl at the Hohenheim family was obviously an unusual child, and he learned a little more through the contacts in France. On the contrary, he has not only never worried about this clever little girl, but has always placed her in the same position as herself. What he wants is to try to communicate with the other side to see if he can win such a potential genius for Hogwarts. It is a pity that since the first two meetings, the little girl has been wary of him, and until now, she has released a sense of rejection whenever and wherever. But in any case, this pair of siblings is coming, and naturally it will not be anxious to go. The catch-up time left for him is still very abundant, and there is no need to rush for a while. However, when Marx intends to take this care and put it aside, and enjoy a relaxing and busy holiday, the Slughorn sitting on the other side suddenly came together. "Oh, Professor Slughorn." Marx quickly pushed the drunken old man away so that his old face could be farther away from himself. "Even if there is nothing to do today, you should control the drinking. Do you want to go back? If you go back and meet with Professor McGonagall, she has to deduct your salary." "Oh, I'm happy today." Slughorn swayed his head, and he had a cellar, and it seemed to have entered a certain drunken mode. "McLawn, you know, I came back to Hogwarts this time." "A professor, it's not a salary to pay for it." Hey, really? I like those children, watching their energetic appearance. I seem to be younger." "Yes, and you prefer a good child, isn't it?" Marx casually dealt with him, pushing his face that he was trying to get back a little further. "Oh, Madame Rosmeter, trouble him. Add some lemon slices, I think this can help him go to the wine." "Oh, no problem, wait a moment." Rosmeter in the bar skillfully waved wand, cut a few chilled lemons into a sheet of each and every one in the air, and then gently threw the eggs in front of the Slughorn, in the shell goblet. "Yes, Mr. Slughorn did drink a little bit today," she smiled and said. Marx shook his head with helplessness. Wasn't it because she greeted other guests to come to toast? Among the people present, she is the least qualified to say this. "But I have to say that this woman is really going to do business." Going to Harrogid in a seat next to it is obviously much better than Slughorn. Although he has never said anything, the drinkable wine is several times more than others, but now it is only a little flushed red on the cheek. On his dark and rough skin, the little redness can be said to be almost invisible. So, after a little while, the sound of Slughorn in the ear finally disappeared. Marx turned his head and found that the bald old man had fallen asleep on the bar. However, it is not only Slughorn that is drunk here today. Marx is still looking at the chunky old man on the right-hand side, but unexpectedly there is a dull plop sound on the left. The fat young master of the Hohenheim family actually squats without saying anything. "Hey, what's the matter?" Marx said strangely. "How do I remember? He seems to haven't had much to drink yet." "This new wine is actually quite strong," explains Madame Rosmeter inside. "Mr. Lawn, do you want to try it too?" "Miss, still spare me." Marx, even if he waved his hand, "I will have something to do in the afternoon. If I drink now, I will spend the afternoon in bed." Madame Rosmeter didn't care about spreading her hands. Her actions were as full of the charm of mature women. Didn't she see the eyes of several guests looking straight? But she is obviously already used to the focus of this kind of gaze. Still wiping the glass goblet in her hand, not too slow or calm. "This little girl, is my recommended mixed juice not suitable for taste? I don't think you have any drink?" Her eyes swept in front of the bar, and then she naturally looked at the little Sarah on the left side of the fat dot. As she spoke to Xiao Sarah, Marx sent her sights together. Since this little girl has always been vigilant in the face of him, the woman who is extremely affinited by Madame Rosmeter may have a much better effect. But this time, Marx seems to be guessing wrong. Or, he guessed it was true. The problem is is the effect a bit too good? Miss, this juice is delicious, thank you for your recommendation. If there is a chance next time, Sarah and Big Brother will definitely come here again. After hearing Rosmeter's question, she turned her head and politely greeted Rosmeter with a few words. As for the lovely smile that appeared on her face, compared with the love that faced Marx, it was a difference between heaven and earth. Miss Hornheim, is your attitude towards Madame Rosmeter a bit too good? Marx spread his hand at little Sarah and sneered casually. I want to talk about the time I can compare with her. To be longer. How can you not be so enthusiastic when you talk to me? But Sarah did not answer this question, but Madame Rosmeter spoke first. Mr. McLawn, are you eating vinegar? She leaned on the bar and sighed with a smile to Marx. Don't blame people for not reminding you, this lady is still young. Small. Wait a few more years to come. Marx, hearing this, suddenly waved his hand and gave her a big white eye to her. Dear Madame Rosmeter, since you still know that she is young, she should put a little more light on this. He curled one's lip. Hey, she can see my eyes now a bit. People. In fact, as far as Rosmeter's words are concerned, this is the joke of the mind. Little Sarah looks like a 10-year-old. At this age, the elders will open some innocuous little jokes, which is more common in the bar. But Marx knows that it's just that Sarah is far more intelligent than her peers. It's probably not quite appropriate to play what a joke. Hornheim, young master? He thought about it, and then he reached out and patted the big fatty around him. Hey, it's time to get up. No more beds, no food for lunch. The difficulty of waking up the fat young master is very big. On this point, the ghost who was always there is already mentioned. It is quite necessary to call this big fat in the slightly embarrassing atmosphere at the moment. However, I did not expect that Marx had not had enough time to call it, but Sarah on the other side of Fatty suddenly took the initiative. Mr. Lawn, I want Sarah to be better at you, isn't it not? She turned her head and crossed her fat big brother like a mountainous back, looking at Marx. Sarah likes to listen. Story. If Mr. can tell Sarah an interesting story. When she said this, her face still had a sweet smile, but Marx took out a little crafty in that smile. Although she still didn't know what she had come up with, but since she can take the initiative to talk to herself, it means that she probably already wants to understand why she is close to her intentionally or unintentionally. Story. Marx didn't care about the location, of course. No problem. I think about it, then tell a story. Please wait. Sarah shook her head gently. The pure smile on her face was not changed, but the eyes were flashing with shrewd brilliance. I heard father say that Mr. McLawn is very knowledgeable and often in the paper. Quote a lot of illusions that others don't know. Sarah is still small, can't read all the papers that are all words. But what about father? Sarah thinks that Mr. must know a lot of stories that others don't know. She first gave Marx a big hat, and then stopped, and then she said with the big eyes, there is a story Sarah wants to listen for a long time, but everyone can't say clearly. Mr. McLawn, I think you must know. Can you tell Sarah? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 614. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 614. The origin of Easter. Marx didn't care much about this little girl's behavior of wearing a high hat. He is now a frequent visitor to the Three Broomsticks Inn bar, where most of them know his local wizard. What's more, if a little girl who is at least a dozen years old speaks, how many more will it be true? But to be honest, the question asked by Sarah is really not the answer that ordinary wizard can answer. In the magic circle of Europe, Easter is always a since ancient time, and the history of this festival is even much longer than Christmas. If you just ask a wizard who has studied the ancient history of magic a little bit, you might still hear the answer druid, which originally originated from the ancient European magic circle. But ask him Easter, the specific origin, the other party will basically be on the spot. In fact, the origin of the Easter that the wizards lived was quite inconspicuous. However, the story is full of love and hope. It is a very positive past, and it has been continually passed down from generation to generation. Yeah? The origin of Easter. Sarah took the chocolate eggshell in front of her, looked at the swaying juice inside, and gently said, Mr. Lawn, can you tell Sarah? Well, it can be. I just know something about it. But if the story is detailed, can it be a bit long? Marx doesn't care about laugh when he was still at school. He liked the A History of Magic class, which was entirely because he was really interested in the history of the wizard. No matter what you study, you can hardly live without the wisdom of your predecessors, because the power of one person is always limited. This story begins with an ancient wizard called Barley. It is said that he has a younger sister named Yazita. Although Marx intends to have a good relationship with Sarah and can tell the story, he is so good. It was true that the story was a bit long at first, but he didn't really plan to talk about it. However, even if he had already prepared a simplified version of the story of the origin of Easter, he did not expect that he could not finish it. Because, just as he said the story of the heroine Yazita made an important decision, he suddenly felt that Sarah within the body had an inexplicable force that shook silently. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to be covered with a layer of dense white mist, and everything around him changed. The rule of the soul? No. It seems a bit different. Marx looked around and looked at the white piece, and suddenly there was a wonderful familiarity in his heart. Wasn't that mysterious space that Dumbledore took him to see? But in the next moment, the white mist that he saw in his eyes quickly condensed. As the fog gathers rapidly, a leafy tree, a bush of green grass, and a patch of grassy grass are gradually turning from blurry to clear. At the foot of his foot, a dirt road disappears, and as the sky above the head becomes clearer, a forest path that is quite different from the scene in the Three Broomsticks Inn bar is laid around him. If you have to say it, this is actually quite similar to the preparation process of watching memory with a meditation basin, but there are some different places. Is this alchemy? Marx looked down at his palm and subconsciously grasped the fist and felt the clear sense of power. Yes, this feeling can be more detailed than the meditation basin, and even the touch can be reproduced simultaneously. Remember that some of alchemy's ancient book mentioned the spiritual refining corresponding to material refining. Is this supposed to be? He thoughtfully said, it is really bad. What is the little girl? What is it? If someone finds out that they are suddenly in a different place, I am afraid that people who are determined to be more determined will have some confusion. This is the instinct of biological self-warning, and in general, it cannot be avoided. Needless to say, Marx is of course the same. However, the reason why he was not moving at this moment was because he found himself still able to feel his body clearly and everything in the Three Broomsticks Inn bar. For Marx, anything, including all of its own senses, can be deceived under the influence of certain special methods. The magic power fluctuation alone, but it is the embodiment of the physical material rules, the existence of the spirit cannot interfere. It's really interesting. But what is this based on? What principle can it be done? Sarah's sudden sneak attack caused Marx to think of a lot of things in an instant. The short-lived meeting, including Dumbledore, included the previous study at Nicholas Flamel's alchemy laboratory entrance, and even the past speculations about material and spiritual under Ravenclaw's guidance. There are some ambiguous connections. Unfortunately, it seems that there is still a lack of a key, so that those contacts are faintly discernible after the threshold, and it is not true. Sarah Hornheim, let me take a look. What the hell are you going to do? Marx secretly nodded, no longer immersed in his own thoughts, but looked forward. Just in front of the path under his feet, the two silhouettes are slowly coming towards him, and the eyes are getting closer. Marx may be a bit of a mystery, but it is actually equivalent to a spell that affects the spirit, that's all. At the moment, he can still clearly sense all the magic power fluctuations around his body. Even if he is willing, he can always get rid of it with the power of the soul rules. But Sarah's face is a bit too bad. How is this going? She still holds the chocolate eggshell in her hand, and her eyes pass over Mark's again and again. It can be seen that Mark's look is awkward and apparently has been pulled into a state of spiritual resonance. However, the only thing she can feel from the soul of Mark's is that there is only one word: heavy. Is there really someone's soul can heavy to this point? Sarah squinted slightly. Her thoughts that were inconsistent with her appearance were constantly working. I knew that I should stick to the idea at the beginning. Isn't it good to get rid of this guy? As Marx has speculated in the past, the spiritual refinement in alchemy has a considerable degree of interlacing with the rules of the soul. The so-called soul. This is a manifestation of spirit in this world, so the research on the two actually has a lot in common. For example, there is a view in both studies: the spirit is ubiquitous in this world, and the consciousness of all creatures is produced in the movement of the spirit. The spiritual refinement in alchemy is to use a specific refinement to influence the movement of the spirit to achieve the purpose of alchemist itself. However, to use the spirit to refine the consciousness of others, this is often a great test for alchemist's own willpower. If the object of the object being interfered is too powerful, it is easy for alchemist to appear. If you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. Spiritual resonance can't stop without stopping. Sarah licked her mouth and simply closed her eyes and focused all her attention on the spirit of Marx. She has only one intention left now: let her consciousness immerse herself in the world she created to ensure that the worst ending does not happen. Not to mention Sarah's estimate that even the intestines are green. At least Marx seems to be quite leisurely. Soon after he followed the two figures, he was already aware of what scene he was getting. In fact, these two are the two siblings named Bali and Yashtarod in the story he told before. In the story of the legend, Bal is an ordinary ancient wizard. His magic innate talent is not strong, and even can be said to be somewhat weak. Compared with his big brother, the 2-year-old younger sister Yazhitarod is different. Yashtarod has a natural animagus innate talent. While other children trying to embark on the magic path still follow the real wizard as an early apprentice, she has been able to do the transformation autonomously. Yes, just like the chocolate rabbits that later generations will make in Easter, her animagus form is a white hare without a trace of hair. And her character, also in the form of her animagus, is pure and full of vitality and vitality. Since she was a child, she is the kind of child that everyone likes: well-informed, smart, and not only peers are willing to be her friends, even adults are very fond of her. Under the brilliance of her excitement, Bal as the big brother is quite inconspicuous. Fortunately, Bal is not the kind person. For his excellent and compelling younger sister, what he has in his heart is just joy, and there is no other feeling. For this reason, the childhood of the siblings was very smooth, and the two people got along very well. They almost always think that the siblings will go so safely in this life. However, just in the year when the big brother Bal 20 was young and the younger sister was 18, a terrifying disaster actually came without warning. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 615. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 615. As we all know, in the early days of the history of the development of the wizard, the war is almost the main tone. Not mentioning all kinds of magical creatures has caused war. Even between the wizard and the wizard, there has never been a lack of fighting. The specific ages of the Babeling and Yastarods that lived in the siblings are now unrecognizable, and even Marx has no way of knowing about this. However, in an ancient book, I really mentioned a wizard war that happened in that story. Yashtarod and Bal, immediately follow your teacher to Valkid's castle, ask the Veil Lord for refuge. Understand? Protect your mother along the way. Honestly waiting for the father there! No matter how solemn the reason for the war is, the war will always be cruel. The father of Bal and Yashtarod is the local lord, but it is for this reason that he understands better that he and his territory may be destroyed by the enemy in this war. Perhaps in the eyes of his servants, His Sir Lord has both knight and archers, and even 3 great wizards. However, he is very clear in his heart that even if the power of his own territory is doubled, there is no possibility of winning the slightest. Therefore, even if many people do not know, in fact, he can barely count as a wizard, but he still prefers to let the wizard who is teaching his own child to evacuate with his family. In fact, he did not want to follow his own retreat, but he could not ignore the territory and the people, nor could he let the enemy follow his own ass. No way. When the scouts of the patrol found the enemy's situation, the distance between the two sides was too close. He didn't dare to leave the place until he was afraid that the cavalry of the other side would bypass him and catch up with him. Wife and child. Father. Father. Yasterode and Bal almost shouted in unison, but they saw their father just shook his head gently, shaking slowly and firm. Obvious, their father said seriously. Children, you have grown up. You should understand when to do something. Go. Soon. Right now. At that time, the wizards were surprisingly powerful. Even if the magic innate talent of Yasterode is so strong, it can't be played without years of study. Unlike the magic of modern wizards, the difficulty of getting started with magic at that time is far from being a genius that can easily be crossed. So in ancient times, the wizards were often older and higher, with few exceptions. Yasterode and Bal, the siblings, finally took the mother and left the land that grew up from a small age, sitting on the carriage and swaying to the life under the fence. The lords of Valkeha accepted them without any accident, certainly not because their father had had too much friendship with the lord, and the lord of Vale would agree that they would stay in their territory, simply because of the Yates. Roden Bal's teacher. Yes, in that era, any wizard who was willing to reside in the territory was precious. Compared with a powerful wizard that can make one's own territory, what more can you eat with a few mouths? However, just a few days later, the bad news came. In Valkeha, no one was surprised at the destruction of the hometown of Bal and Yassita, because there is a balance in the hearts of all the insiders, and their father is destined to be lifted high. One end. When this terrible news came into the ears of siblings, they and mother held each other, leaving tears of grief. They don't even know how their father died, and who is actually dead. Strong, time will smooth the pain. This sentence does make a lot of sense, and I don't know if anyone like this to comfort the siblings that are immersed in sorrow. It's a pity that even if someone is willing to say this, God has not given them enough time to slowly wash the scars in their hearts. On the second day of the death, the scout team in Valkeha took back a more terrifying message. The terrifying enemy legion chose to go deeper and arrive in Valkeha fort. Still have to escape? No, they are behind an open plain. Even if they run now, they will be caught up sooner or later. The mind must have been unable to escape, Yasterode, and had a conversation with her teacher. No one knows what the two said, even her big brother Barley is not clear. On the night of the same day, Yasterode disappeared from the sight of everyone. Sarah, this is what you want to show me? It was that night that Marx stood on the hillside on the outskirts of Valkeha fort and glanced back at him. In fact, he had already noticed Sarah's spiritual power before the last scene switch. The voice did not fall, just in the middle of the open space, a petite silhouette as the initial environmental changes gradually become clear from the blur. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Sarah licked her mouth and looked at the front, reluctantly. Her heart at the moment is far less calm than can be seen on the surface, because she did not intend to interpret the story so accurately. If the soul of Marx is so heavy that it is difficult for her to check and balance, she may have dragged Marx into the story all the time and toss him in various ways. It's a pity that now she can not only let this story in her heart develop step by step, but even if she can't do it, she can only wait for this spiritually constructed world to come to an end and return to the pure white nothingness. This kind of tolerance to people can be a little uncomfortable. After hearing it, Marx shook his head and smiled. The depression hidden in this little girl's tone, he can't hear it. Having said that, this kind of cold and cold means of dragging people into the spirit of world is really not to be underestimated. Fortunately, This little girl at the Hohenheim family is not the kind of malicious person. Otherwise, the harm that her means can cause is really not too small. The power of alchemy is really amazing. I am looking forward to the legacy of Mr. Nicholas Flamel for this world. Marx looked into the distance and sighed. Sarah, interested in attending the next international alchemy contest, not interested in. Behind Marx, the little girl sneaked a white glance at him, then immediately turned his face to the side. What about Hogwarts? I heard that you were going to study at Buxbottom's, but I would rather recommend you to our Hogwarts, Marx said casually. Can you make a lot of good friends here, don't you? This time, Sarah did not turn to see him, and directly gave the answer. Marx shrugged, indifferently nodded. Well, Buxbottom's, to a young girl child is a little more than here. I am familiar with Madame Maxime, and turning back can make her more. He spoke and suddenly picked up his brow and the words in his mouth were interrupted. After a while, he turned around in a sudden, his face was a little surprised. How did you know that? As he asked. He reached out and moved towards the position he had just seen. However, Sarah did not answer his question this time, just staring at Marx's face for a moment, and soon moved his eyes away. The direction that Marx refers to is actually a road. This road is the route that Bal and Yasterode took when they fled to Valkidaba. They went forward and reached the land that raised them. Of course, at this moment, this road has become a road to hell. Waiting in front is not the homeland and memories, but the mighty enemy army and the home that has long since become a ruin. But at this moment, there is a young girl standing on the road. She was pretty and moving. Her skin was white and her hair was fluttering. Under the bright moonlight of this night, there was a strong radiance on her face. The name of this young girl is called Yasterode. Marx certainly remembers that he read in the book that Yasterode used a special magic to protect most of the people in Warkiha, including her family. In order to be able to do this, she paid the price of her own life. This is a beautiful story that is quite unbearable and is used to make children fall asleep just fine. Even so, the book has never specifically described what kind of special magic it is. However, just at the moment, Marx saw the unusual scene. The young girl lit up in the moonlight with a sparkling spot, and the tiny spot of light swirled around her body, a little bit falling to the ground. Whenever a spot of light is integrated into the earth, a sapling will emerge from the ground and grow at an extremely fast rate. And as the number of spots increases, the silhouette of the young girl becomes more and more embarrassing, as if she has turned into the thousands of light spots and spread them. Just as most of the Valkai castle was flooded by the whole sea of trees, the shape of the young girl finally disappeared completely, and there was no trace. And that was the moment the trees and the sea suddenly burst into numerous colorful flowers. Each and every one, only the baby's fist-sized fairy was born. After that, it was natural for the little fairies to block the enemy army and protect the entire Warkiha fort. But such a miraculous result is not the final outcome of this story. Of course, Marx is more curious than the end that I knew long ago. Where did Sarah know this magic? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 616. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 616. Muggles' attitude toward history is obviously much more serious than the wizards, who are not always interested in legendary stories, although they are often difficult to see the truth behind the so-called legends because of their natural imitations. It is one of their strengths to record them faithfully. In the description of Mul, Baal is a god of paganism in West Asia, and the younger sister Yazitarode, which was born on the first Sunday after the spring equinox, was changed from a rabbit hatched from the egg. Yes, even the Muls are just using their pair of ordinary eyes, witnessing each and everyone's legendary from the long history. But in any case, they are indeed seeing. In the spring of the 32nd year after the disappearance of Yasterode, Baal, who was in his 50s, was the alchemist and asked his country to remember his name. The motivation that made him such an achievement was the sacrifice of his younger sister Yazitarode. Why is Easter named in the name of resurrection? Because on that day, a young girl who died for 32 years is really resurrected. On a day after the spring equinox, Baal drew an alchemy map in the forest surrounded by the castle of Valkida, and surrounded by a large number of alchemy symbols, a dragon egg-sized 4-color egg. A fine crack appeared on it. As the cracks grew larger, a pure white hair jumped out of the eggshell and turned into a beautiful young girl in front of Bal. Big brother. Oh, my Yazita Road, my dear younger sister, you are finally back. Marx is not a fan of this kind of drama like the Mel. When Bal and Yazita Road, who regained the new student, were weeping, he walked a few steps and stared at the alchemy map on the ground. This time, the doubts in his heart are naturally deeper. It's so hard to think of such a meticulous refinement. Marx whispered as he looked back and looked at Sarah. Are you saying? But the little girl just glanced at him with a kind of who cares you, and there is no other indication. Marx helpless laughed and said, okay. Since you don't want to say, then I won't force you. But don't forget, I am really curious about this. If you want to say it, remember first tell me. He said this on his mouth, and his gaze fell again on the ground. Although he did not quite understand alchemy, the ancient alchemy symbol could not understand it, but it did not prevent him from watching it with great interest. The more you look at it, the more curious you are in Marx's heart. After all, the word longevity is enough to make people want to be fascinated. Isn't resurrection more attractive? You know, even the original Nicholas Flamel, who suffered serious injuries, will die. Immortality medicine can only continue his vitality, that's all. Cannot stop the unnatural death suddenly. But, is there really a way to make people resurrect in this world? Marx suddenly groaned as he thought about it. His words seemed to be talking to himself, but they are not without inquiry. In the knowledge of alchemy that he does not know well, although he has never heard of the resurrection theory of resurrection, he does not know or does not mean that it does not exist. Not far behind him, isn't he standing a little alchemy genius? However, Marx is somewhat clear. She has not asked her twice before, and she is not smart enough to be lustful. However, this time, he guessed wrong. The resurrection does not exist. Sarah was in the shade of the trees behind, faintly authentic. Her words seem to be a full stop for the whole story. As the whole world reopens and turns into the endless white mist, Marx feels that his body is getting closer and closer to himself. Just when he suddenly noticed that it was dark, after a few seconds, he found that everything in the field of vision was constantly swaying. Hey, Marx, what are you thinking about? So focused. In front of the bar at the Three Broomsticks Inn, Hagrid was reaching over the head of the Slughorn and pushing the shoulders of Marx. Although he can see that he is cautious enough, Marx is still connected to the high stool under the buttocks, and he is pushed for a while. Oh, don't shake it, Hagrid. Marx suddenly returned to the previous state, and he came back and quickly let Hagrid live. Otherwise, he should be directly swayed after a while. In fact, when he was in the spiritual world built by Sarah, he realized the magic power of Hagrid. Although he did not feel the shaking of his body in that state at the time, he could know this kind of thing at random. Marx, I thought you were cursed. Hagrid looked puzzled. Hey, there is no motion. What the hell is it? Nothing. Marx smiled and glanced at Sarah intentionally or unintentionally. It's just playing a small game with others. The little girl immediately noticed Marx's eyes, which undoubtedly made her heart less happy. What? With whom? On the other side, Hagrid asked wonderingly. I have nothing to say. You don't ask. Marx waved his hand and patted the back of Slughorn. Get up. Wake up, we should be school. Sarah, you also hurry up. Call your big brother. You call yourself. Probably already accustomed to this dialogue mode with Marx, Sarah's sentence is unusually natural, almost blurted out. While Marx was still trying to wake up the fat young master, Harry had a review in the library. Hermione's timeline for him and Ron started today, and there is almost no gap in the densely packed. As for the other students, some submitted the application for returning home in advance and left last night. And the rest of those who chose to go to Hogwarts. In short, it's all busy. Neville and Hannah went together to review A History of Magic, and the pair of brothers and sisters. The learning efficiency is mostly low and horrible. Luna is looking at Hermione with the curse that Marks sent to everyone. The two of them seem to be trying to make their spells even further. It is worth mentioning that Ginny just happened to come in from the library door. She glanced around and then walked straight to Harry. Harry? Harry. I am talking to you, Harry. Are you listening? Well, Harry, who was buried in the piles of books and the parchment volume, seemed to hear something. He turned his head and stunned and found that Ginny had sat down on the seat next to him. Oh, sorry, he said. These test points made my head faint. I didn't hear it. Did you tell me something? Harry said, twisting his neck again, and the cervical vertebrae slammed. Well, actually nothing. Ginny shook his head and smiled at him. Learning is very important. Can you pay attention to rest? Harry helpless curls one's lip horn, draws out the timeline that was pressed under the book, and gently put it in front of Ginny. Hey, Hermione gave us a vacation review schedule, and I had a copy of each of Ron, he said, and suddenly looked at Ginny's head and couldn't help but laugh. You girls are now popular. Hairstyle? Somehow, Ginny's red hair was a mess, as if he had been rubbed by a pair of hands, making her look like an angry lion. Ah! Ginny paused, and then quickly combed his hair with his hands. The mouth kept explaining, we just prepared a few team members to practice at Quidditch. Just finished. Oh. Hey, Harry said, nodded, and then bitterly said, this sounds good. Oh, I want to fly outside for 2 laps. Really, just 2 laps. Fast. Tell me about it. What have you done? It's just some basic tactical action, Ginny said. The only accident was Jack Slapper. Finally, everyone sent him to the school hospital. It was because of this that I forgot to organize my hair. Is he injured? Harry was surprised. Oh, actually, we don't know much, but I think, is he probably stunned by his own bat? She sighed softly. His technique is not very good. I think he should be difficult to promote to official team member. Having said that, she seems to have suddenly thought of something and made a wait-a-minute gesture toward Harry. Immediately afterwards, she reached out and picked up a box wrapped in craft paper from the chair next to it and placed it in front of Harry. Mother sent it. There are Easter eggs inside, Ginny said. I just counted. We all have. Marks over there seems to be another one. Come, you pick one. Harry looked at the box and blinked, then carefully pushed his hand in and took out a beautiful chocolate egg from it. The eggshell is coated with brightly colored syrup, and some golden snitch made of icing. Looks refined and shiny. He held the egg around his hand and licked it. He suddenly found his throat as if it had been blocked by something. A sour and dull feeling came from the bottom of his heart. Harry? Ginny looked at his expression a little bit wrong and called him with concern. I'm fine. Harry's voice was a little hoarse, and his throat was sore. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 617. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 617. Eat chocolate in the library. Go out. Go out. Even if it's Easter, the library is just a library, not a common room for you to do. Go out. When Marks was walking through the library door with the 2 siblings of Hohenheim heading for his office, a scream suddenly sounded in the library. You don't have to look at it. It must be that Madame Pince is starting to catch up again. If you want to get any information, going to the library is actually a good choice. Basically, Hogwarts collection is still very rich. Marks took the road ahead and leaned toward Sarah behind him. Of course, try not to eat snacks inside. Tea is only limited to the reading table. As you can see, our librarian, Madame Pince, has a bad temper. When she eats something that she has found. He hadn't finished talking about this, but he heard a sudden sound from the far and near footsteps in the library. And in the next moment, 2 figures rushed out of the library like the wind, followed by items such as textbooks, school bags, quills, and ink bottles. They danced in midair, and they struggled. I knocked on the heads of the 2 men. Harry, Ginny. Marks heard the movement and looked back, and soon found that the 2 were still acquaintances. He recruited by the way, keeping the books and learning tools of the bearing fangs and brandishing claws in their hands. Oh, Marks, thank you. Harry gasped as he held his knees. and Ginny also nodded at the side of the moving towards Marks. Hey, what's wrong with this? Sarah, who is behind Marks, doesn't have to say much. Although she is still young, her deceptive sweet smile can always attract everyone's attention. However, the most eye-catching thing at the moment is not the cute little Sarah, but her fat big brother Noah Hornheim. Previously at the Three Broomsticks Inn bar, Sarah, who allegedly could easily wake up the fat young master, clearly stated that it did not work. After Marks worked hard, he finally woke up the giant fat sleeping insect. However, it turns out that in the face of those real sleepers, it is far from enough for them to wake up fat young master this way back. The whole person is groggy, as if he will fall asleep at any time. Just watching his huge body full of fat meat swaying there, anyone would involuntarily worry about him, for fear that he would fall down accidentally. Oh, this is the Skonheim siblings from Switzerland, Marks introduced for Harry and Ginny. This is big brother Noah, then this is the younger sister Sarah. I invited them to come to our Hogwarts to visit at Buttons. I should stay here for a while, you can get to know it first. Having said that, he was slightly stopped and then reached for the fat young master's arm. I just met them at Three Broomsticks Inn and I brought them directly. Marks said, this guy has had a little more alcohol. It's always so stupid on the way back. You don't have to care too much. Sarah, this is Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley, both are good people. Ah, Miss Hornheim, hello. Harry glanced at Fatty first, and thought that talking to him was mostly white, so he simply put his eyes on little Sarah. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, Miss Weasley. I am very happy to meet you. When greeting someone who doesn't know, this little girl always uses her age advantage to maintain a certain distance from the person, giving the place a good impression of knowing and scoring. Even so, her treatment for Marks is naturally a lot worse, but the more she communicates, the more she can develop a simple but true sense of trust. Okay, I have a chance to talk back, but now I am. Marks waved his hand. I have to go back to the office first, then take them to the headmaster room and say hello to Professor McGonagall. See you later. Let's go, he said, looking back and forth between Harry and Ginny, and finally smiled. It's good, very good. You continue. I won't bother you. After returning school supplies such as Harry's textbooks to him, Marks took Sarah and the fat young master Noah to the depths of the corridor. After turning a corner, he left from the perspective of Harry and Ginny. My office is a bit crowded, so I bother you and your big brother are waiting here. I will take it out immediately, Marks said to Sarah at the door. And then he opened the door of his office and walked in. He didn't close the door. Sarah couldn't help but glance at the inside with a curiosity, but she quickly retracted her head. Is this just a slightly crowded degree? Sarah couldn't help but grin. When Marks came to the headmaster room with Sarah and the fat young master, Sarah seemed to feel that she had to use her stupid state to see the headmaster of Hogwarts with a rude state. And finally she would give him the initiative. Woke up completely. What makes Marks feel inexplicable is that Sarah just stretched out her right foot against her Noah big brother and kicked it on the face of the other's calf. In the next second, the fat young master immediately squatted on his leg and slammed out. Good morning, Noah big brother. Sarah smiled at the fatty in front of her eyes and looked at her relatives. We should see Minerva Middle. Miss McGonagall. Oh. Of course. Oh, I know, of course I know. Fatty gasped as he bitterly said, good younger sister, can't you light it? Hee, I think this bone must have been cracked. Is it? Sarah was concerned. No, big brother. Do you need Sarah to fix it for you? The fat young master listened, and even when he suddenly got up, he swayed his calf. No, I mean. Hey. It must have been wrong for me. It's okay. Nothing at all. Marks looked at the fatty that woke up and started to play treasure, and shook his head with a chuckle. Don't be too formal. This time you just have to play at my invitation, and have no relationship with your Hohenheim family. You just need to talk casually in a while. He reached out and knocked on the door. Casually? Just as my friend. Hey, that's great. Fatty snapped his hand happily. As Marks rang the door of the headmaster room, the serious response from Professor McGonagall was heard as usual, and soon the door was clicked and opened from the inside. This time, it wasn't Charlotte who was an assistant at Hogwarts. After all, it was during the holiday. She estimated that she ran to Hogshead to earn some pocket money. But this time it was not the door opened by McGonagall, because when the door fan slowly opened, a familiar silhouette appeared from the door. Professor Snape. Marks was a glimpse first, and even pleasantly said, "Since you served as a professor at Defense Against the Dark Arts, we seem to have fewer visits outside the auditorium. The little guys are lacking in tempering. If you want them to keep up with my progress, it will naturally waste more time." Snape curled one's lip. His expression with his usual impatient color, coming. He said that is to say, but Marks can hear it a little, and the words hidden in his words are different from the enthusiasm of ordinary people. For the current position, he has been looking forward to it for many years. Nowadays, he is motivated to get what he wants. It's just that his character is like this. It's never easy to reveal his inner joy, but he has to wear a look that is indifferent or even annoying. If you have to say it, Snape, this person is not good at expressing your emotions, nothing more. Oh. This is Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts, Mr. Severus Snape. Marks gave a brief introduction to Sarah and the fat young Master Noah. "Professor, these two are the Hornheim Holmes. The siblings of both, Sarah Hornheim and Noah Hornheim, N." Snape, hearing this in front, but turned back slightly surprised, deliberately looked at the two siblings. Hornheim Home is the head of the Egyptian Alchemy Research Center. Alice and the children of Mr. Hornheim? Yes. Marks smiled and nodded. "Hello, Mr. Snape. Sarah von Hornheim asks you." Sarah gave a gentle gift. "Mr. Snape is a famous potions grandmaster. The achievements in potion are extraordinary. My father is also very often tell you about it." Marks on the side listened to this little girl and complimented Snape, and secretly snickered. To be honest, Snape has always been very loque, and the level of potion is naturally not to be said, but to say that the achievements can all be squatting under his own hands. There are not many publicly available in the academic world. But who is not willing to listen to flattery? What's more, it's still more comfortable from a little girl's mouth. Snape is quite useful for her words. After all, Hornheim's family is more famous than him. Of course, this big and small two have no time to talk. A few more. From the door to the headmaster desk, there were a few steps. Soon, Snape led them to Professor McGonagall. "Professor, Happy Easter." When several people stopped at their desks, Marks suddenly took the opportunity to take a beautiful chocolate egg from his waist and put a small basket together at McGonagall's office. On the table. By the way, this is actually brought directly from the Three Broomsticks Inn, bar, which can still be filled with wine. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 618. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 618. Meeting with Professor McGonagall is actually just for etiquette. Just like the last time Marks went to Buttons to see Madame Maxime, it was Hogwarts face that disappeared from the place. So even if the siblings of the Hornheim family are playing in the name of a Marks friend, the trip to this headmaster room is inevitable. Of course, after all, this is just a good question to say that's all. As long as the attitude is up, the task is completed. It wasn't long before Sarah and fat young Master Noah, who had greeted a few words with Professor McGonagall, left the headmaster room under the leadership of Marks and arbitrarily visited the Hogwarts castle. But just after they left the headmaster room, something interesting happened. As Marks had expected, today Charlotte went to Hogshead early in the morning as her unscrupulous waiter, creating wealth for Aberforth and herself. To be honest, like Hogshead, the guests on Easter Day are actually not much, especially during the day. In this festival full of vitality, everyone is gathering with their relatives and friends, and the day after the gossip is almost gone. Therefore, the guests who ran to the bar during the day are usually sporadic people who have been lonely. Coupled with this, after all, is Hogshead, past regulars are mysterious wizards that cover their faces. Since the arrival of Charlotte's arrival and the increase in passenger traffic, those old customers have suddenly lost a lot. Only when there are few people, will they come over and sit down occasionally, as if they used to have a glass of wine to sip in silence. Today is a day of sun shone brightly. Even the Hogsmeade village, which is covered with snow all year round, seems to be slightly warmer. Charlotte stepped on the snow in the morning sun and walked over to Hogshead, chatting with Aberforth, who was waving the wand to clear the entrance. In Charlotte's eyes, Aberforth is a very strange old man, and some of his ideas are actually contradictory. For example, he gets up early every morning to clean up the snow in front of the door, but the dirty doors and windows and floors that have been in the past few decades are always ignored. For example, his attitude towards each guest is almost love. If you don't care, you can remember the image, voice, and name of those alcoholic people in your mind. Even the first time you visit a bar, you can say it without thinking. After explaining his intentions to Aberforth, Charlotte stepped straight into the dim bar store and gave a detailed scrub to Aberforth's only bar that needed cleaning. As mentioned before, there are very few guests in the morning. There were also a few young wizards who had just passed the bar door. After discovering that Charlotte was on duty, they temporarily called up some friends to make the bar look a little more lively. Well, maybe afternoon. The guests who come here to enjoy life will be more. Unfortunately, Charlotte has to return to Hogwarts this afternoon to help Professor McGonagall sort out some information letters. It is impossible to stay in Hogshead to continue to entertain guests. So this morning, she spent most of her time behind the bar, and spent her chin on the chin. Without enough turnover, she naturally lost a lot of gold galleon credits. To be honest, this year's Easter Charlotte is actually not very happy. At noon, she was there to eat something and fill it up alone, and then she returned to the Hogwarts gate with Aberforth's half-day reward for her dissipation. Obviously, compared with the past in the morning, she can basically say that there is nothing to hang around. Oh, Professor McGonagall, who is this Easter egg? As soon as he entered the headmaster room, Charlotte immediately saw the egg in the basket. Needless to say, it must have been sent by someone else, because Professor McGonagall has not had the mind to get this stuff recently. Thanks to Marx's active presence in France, Hogwarts got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and McGonagall, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, was certainly busy with his work. It's McLawn. Professor McGonagall raised his head and glanced at the chocolate egg first. He replied with a smile. The child always puts these little things in my heart. Is Marx? Charlotte, who was walking to the desk next to him, couldn't help but look back, his face flashing a little bit of unspeakable meaning. Although she just looked at it again, McGonagall, who is a female but experienced, can't notice the inconsistency in her expression. I saw her slightly smiling behind Charlotte, and the corners of the wrinkles covered with a little wrinkles past a little thoughtful. Charlotte, I remember you like chocolate very much. You take this egg and eat it. McGonagall continued to look through a document while bowing his head, in a casual tone. I know, I can't cope with chocolate. Staying with me can be a waste of McLawn's heart. Oh, no. How can this be? Charlotte, who had just taken a few reports from the file folder at the desk, heard it, even if it was a pause, put it on the table after a while. That is Ma. McLawn gave it to you. How can I? She said that she could see it from the back that she had not turned around. Her heart was hesitant about it. It's yours now. Professor McGonagall waved his hand in disappointment and didn't even lift his head. That's the way it is. Well, first filter the class records of the professors of the previous week, and sort them out. Show it to me. Oh. Okay, I will start screening. Charlotte knows that with the style of Professor McGonagall's acting, this is fixed. So after she opened her mouth, she finally gave up and shirked her mind and put her mind back into her work. Speaking of it, in the years when Charlotte was still a student, she was not easy. At the time, she was given the opportunity to go to school at Hogwarts, but she was always in the shackles of the surname Werther. She is like a bird that has been winged, and can only look at the sky silently on this seemingly free land. It is foreseeable that always those destined for a dark future. Therefore, even if her innate talent does not lose to other outstanding students, she has not been outstanding in terms of academic performance. Only Quidditch can let her temporarily forget the annoyance in her heart and let her fly in the air. But now, Marx's help has finally freed her from the heavy shackles of the past, allowing her to enjoy this hard-won freedom. Although at Hogwarts, an assistant didn't have much salary, and life became more and more poor, she was still satisfied with each day she spent today. She is really happy that she cannot use the money that father gave her at the beginning, but only rely on her own efforts to live in an ordinary but fulfilling way. In order to give herself a better future, she will now pick up her books in her spare time, and she will study and test herself with several Newt's tests. She believes that as long as she is willing, then nothing is impossible. Today, after busy with the work that Professor McGonagall arranged for her, Charlotte, who had used dinner, turned over the textbooks and materials again, and had been quietly learning late. When she felt that she was starting to get sleepy, she silently put together the books and put together a lot of information. Professor McGonagall has long since returned, but Charlotte knows that the new headmaster of Hogwarts is still not resting yet. The light that passed through the gap under the door was quietly spread out on the ground and extended to her feet. Charlotte greeted the closed door with a good night, and walked to the door of the headmaster room with a few books. But when she passed the headmaster's desk, her pace stopped. The lights in the headmaster room have been extinguished by her. At this moment, only the moonlight outside the window slanted down the corner of the desk, but it just illuminates the colorful Easter egg. The chocolate egg is bathed in a cool moonlight with a hint of coolness, and the color tone becomes a lot simpler. On the contrary, it has more unique one-point beauty than the daytime. After a little hesitation for a moment, Charlotte was still slightly sighed, reached out and lifted the small basket with only one egg, and then slowly left the headmaster room and went to his room. At Hogwarts, Marx lived in the office. Most of the professors' offices in the school are designed like this. Outside is the office space, inside is the living room. Although not all of them are professors, at least Marx is one of the mainstream. Today, as usual, he did not go to bed to sleep, but also wrote and painted behind his desk, busy with his own research topics. Maybe you will get a good night's sleep, but most of them will choose to do it directly here. To some extent, the body of the wizard is fragile, and even more so than the magical creatures that are thick and fleshy. It can be said that there are some weak winds, the wizards that rarely get sick. In some sense, it's quite skinny, and it's not a good idea to have a night out for research. But tonight, when he buried some of the more complicated and boring theoretical research, he was surprised to realize that there seems to be an active magic power source that is not Filch moving a little bit to him. It's all so late, who else will touch the black to my side? He said suspiciously. Is it the fat young master of the Hohenheim family? In addition to him, there will be who is so busy. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 619. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 619. Hey! On this quiet spring night, the 3 knocks on the door are as light as if they were scared. Marx knows that most of the people outside the door are not the fatty of the Hohenheim family. After all, the guy who treats a door is not as gentle as the one outside. He just seems to have guessed wrong. Please come in. Just as he stood up and waved, the office door opened silently. The weather in the past few days is getting better and better, but the location of Hogwarts is also at a higher altitude, and it is still very cold at night. So today, he is still lit by the fireplace. When the fire is swaying, the door is not really looking really good. He looked over here, basically only to see a silhouette of the shadow. It seems that the other side is still slightly in the corridor outside. What's wrong? Don't you come in? It is difficult to tell who is coming from the fluctuation of magic power. Although everyone's fluctuations are not the same, it is still somewhat reluctant to remember its characteristics. Of course, if you want squid like Filch, the magic power is quite active, so it's easier to distinguish. After Marks opened the inquiry, it was about another 10 seconds of silence. The other party finally decided to go into the office. When the light of the fire was covered with a soft orange red, Marks finally saw who it was. "Senior sister?" he wondered. "How come you?" "What's the matter?" The comer is Charlotte, a rare guest that Marks absolutely didn't expect. "Don't look at this big beauty and get along with him very easily. Even in normally there are some carefree, but in some basic principles it is quite conservative. It's a bit strange to be able to run a boy's residence so late today." What's more worth mentioning is that she is still wearing a plain cotton pajamas, and her thick long hair is so loosely tied to her shoulders, making her look like a lazy temperament. In front of the neck where the button was deducted, the slender neck was half covered by the hair, but the other half seemed to be more delicate and fair. Marks looked at her inexplicably and blinked. She suddenly noticed that her eyes were faintly blurred, her cheeks were slightly fluent and flushed, and the fire in the fireplace was in vain. "Hey, Marks, you are still so crowded here. I think you should apply to Professor McGonagall for a bigger office." Charlotte carried his hands and walked lightly through the piles of books, step by step. In the mouth, the words are somewhat ambiguous. "And why do you still call me senior sister?" "Don't say anything before you see it. The shelf life of this title has already passed." "Oh, okay." Marks still looked at her in a somewhat inexplicable way. For a moment, she was really not sure what she was thinking about. "So, Charlotte, what's wrong with you?" "I just rounded up to the desk." Charlotte slightly closed her eyes, and unconsciously swayed her feet, waiting for her eyes to be opened again and looking at Marks. The pair of scorpions were faintly filled with a layer of sly look. "I am coming to you," she said quietly. "Do you know, I can't sleep a bit today." I was lying in bed. I always thought about one thing. Having said that, she and Marks's line of sight passed by and turned to the window behind Marks. Through the window, I can clearly see a round of Xian hanging high, but it is not as round as a few days ago. While looking at the bright moon, Charlotte whispered and continued, "I should thank you very much. If you didn't leave me to leave the dark home, I am afraid I have been used as a chip by the family. I sent the other family to marry a man I have never seen in a few times. I should thank you." "You don't have to care so much," Marks persuaded. "I just accidentally lifted my head and saw that you's all in that car. Even if I decided to help you escape, how much is some other, the purpose of there?" His words are really not evasive or modest. Although the decision to help Charlotte is basically a friendship between some friends, it is necessary to say that the purpose is to explore the intelligence that is the side that occupies the big head. But Charlotte, after hearing it, just shook his head slightly. "No matter what, you saved me from that abyss, this is a fact," she said in a graceful way, "but the more I am grateful to you, the more difficult it is to express my gratitude to you. Oh, I don't know how to describe it. It's like, what I want to say to you is just a thank you, but something else. What is more important?" As she spoke, the voice was more and more subtle, and the line of sight became more blurred with the moonlight. At the end of the day, she suddenly glared at God, and suddenly she squatted around the desk and walked toward Marks step by step. "Senior sister?" Marks subconsciously called her again, and it seemed to be a little soft under her feet, and she quickly reached out and held her shoulders, lest she would slap the books at her feet if she didn't pay attention. Just as there were only 2 feet less than the distance between the two, the Marks's nose fluttered slightly. He often relied on the sense of smell to judge the refining of potion, and immediately smelled a slightly familiar smell. It was the fragrance of a rum with some chocolate. "You drink," he said half of his words, and finally seemed to remember what the key point was like. "Ah, is that Easter egg?" At the time in the headmaster room, when he saw McGonagall, he suddenly remembered that he didn't prepare an Easter gift for the other party, so he took the egg from the 3 broomsticks in. Because he remembers very clearly, the amount of Professor McGonagall's drink is actually good. After several banquets, the other party has drank a few cups, but it is only a little bit sloppy. However, He did not expect that the egg eventually unexpectedly fell into the hands of Charlotte. I said, senior sister. Marks didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Come here, be careful and stand firm. You are now the signature waiter at Hogshead. How to drink a few mouthfuls, this virtue is. As he smiled, he opened the window beside him, and the cool air outside was filled into the house with the night wind. The spring vestibule garden has already produced countless flowers, and the night is still aroma, mixed in the cool air and dispersed in the office. Charlotte, who was supported by Marks with his hands, sniffed softly, and a light sweet scent ran between the nose and mouth, with a few nights of air. Are you drunk? Still not drunk at all? She is also unclear about herself. Marks, senior sister has a question to ask you. Charlotte raised his head a little, and he was slightly surprised to find out that the little male child who had just entered school had grown taller than himself. It was this moment that the two men's eyes finally overlapped silently. One is clear and translucent, but the one is as deep as a fog. Do you think that senior sister is beautiful? In fact, she wanted to ask this question by the slightest remaining drunkenness. Since she was in her room tonight, she had a small mouthful of Earth Grade to finish the wine in the chocolate eggshell, and the problem that lingered in her heart had been swirling around her lips. She stepped out of the room step by step and swayed to Marks. Didn't she just want to say this? But when she opened her slightly dull mouth, the words in her mouth were about to blurt out, but the corner of her eye was not too late to see a photo frame. Behind the glass of the photo frame, a blonde young girl is facing her back and looking up at the distant moon. The moonlight slid quietly between her long hair, and between silencio, she took out a layer of pale golden glow. This was the first night that Marks borrowed at Lovegood's house. Luna, who was seen on the hillside outside the house after dinner, the Luna standing under the stars. Even though the young girl in the magic photo always stared at the sky, she didn't look back at once. But Charlotte still knew who it was. Immediately, her throat seemed to be blocked by something, and her lips gradually smashed. At this moment, she slammed over Marks's shoulder. Pa! A loud slap in the night reverberated in the quiet room at night, and the slightly sweet air seemed to be sweeping away. Ha! Let it go. Charlotte put Marks's body upright and giggled. Little guy, elder sister. My charm is good. Hey! Dare to stare at the elder sister. Be careful not to pull out the eyes. She laughed and slammed it again on Marks's shoulder. It took a step back lightly and stood back with her hands again. Don't think that being a professor is amazing. Elder sister, I am learning every day. Maybe we are colleagues. After a little pause, Charlotte dropped the last sentence and no longer had the opportunity to speak to Marks. As soon as he turned around, he took a brisk walk around the pile of books. Just in a blink of an eye, with the light sound coming from the front, the office door closed. Marks stood by the window and felt the numbness of the illusion on his back, burning his nerves hot. After standing there for a while, he closed the window with his own hands, but quietly looked at the moon in the air. Happy Easter, senior sister. In the dimly lit corridor outside the office, Charlotte was wearing a pajamas against the wall at the door and silently sighed. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 620. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 620. In the minds of most of the 5th year and 7th year students, this year's Easter holiday is like sitting in the mall movie theater to watch an unrecognized old movie. While feeling that it is stinky and long, you have to sit in the seat and read it, because you are not willing to waste money. After all, the holiday is a holiday, and it will be slightly more relaxed than the usual days of class. Even if Harry and Ron were both tortured by one of Hermione's schedules, they had plenty of time to sleep well. But in any case, people who have something to do will always feel that time passes quickly. When the Easter holiday arrived on the last day, everyone looked back and found that the whole holiday had come to an end. The next morning, when everyone settled in the auditorium and prepared to welcome the last part of the school year with a new look, a voice full of joy suddenly came from the side of the gallery. Harry, who was applying jam on his bread, heard the familiar voice and immediately looked back. Oh, Ginny? He put down his knife and waved at the shadow that was running towards him. "Good morning, I was so happy in the early morning. What good things happened?" "Harry, I have good news. I don't know where her lady's gestures are going." When she ran, she rushed to the ground. "A bad news." "Good news?" Harry wondered. "I think I should congratulate you first." "But what good news?" Ginny sat down beside him, first and foremost, and then carefully approached him. Her little cautious look made Harry more curious. "Harry," Angelina said, "I will welcome my debut in the upcoming finals." After she said this, she smiled happily again. "This is great. I think I will remember it all my life." "Hey, is this true?" "It's so cool." Harry even put on a surprise expression even if he clapped his hands, but in a blink of an eye he was puzzled. "So, who are you replacing?" "Why didn't I listen to Angelina? She said it should be kept secret," Ginny whispered. "No wonder that after training for your regular players, the training for our replacement team members has not been broken. Angelina is always ready to adjust the team." She just said, "I am the secret weapon selected from the 3 substitutes." "So?" Harry nodded, gestured. "It's Andrew. Angelina thinks he's afraid he can't cope with the finals, because he's been worried about whether he will lose the Quidditch Cup because of his mistakes." Ginny quietly explained, "But no one would think of it I would actually replace Andrew's team member." As soon as Harry heard it, he suddenly shook his head in surprise. "Yeah? Who can guess?" He stared blankly at Ginny, and then lowered his voice. "You will become the keeper of the Gryffindor team." Even I was shocked. "What shocked you were?" Ron, who chewed the sausage on the opposite side, vaguely asked, "What are you talking about?" Ginny saw Ron talking, and the smile on his face disappeared immediately. After glanced at Ron, she quickly turned away from her head and put on a look that she didn't want to pay attention to. Ginny always felt Ron's problem for the farce that was tossed by Lavender and Neville that day. Although she didn't like Ron and Lavender together, when Ron asked Neville to lie to Lavender once, she turned back and blamed Ron. The female child's mind is always difficult to guess, and if it is a younger sister, it is easier for people to understand. Opposite the dining table, Ron looked at Ginny in a foggy way. After a while, he swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Harry wonderingly. When, Germany. Harry made a few mouth cuts for Ron, and then he couldn't help shrugged. After seeing it, Ron glanced at his eyes first, then raised his hand and scratched his scalp. He finally picked up the fork and picked up the last sausage in the plate and stuffed it into his mouth. "Well, I have to admit, that's true. Oh. It's my fault." He was vague again. "But even if I want to apologize, the object will be Neville, not Lavender." When Ron and Ginny once again made a small contradiction, Hermione was still looking at her new issue of Daily Prophet. "No matter who Ron will apologize to, this is not her concern. What I care about most at the moment is a less eye-catching article published in the newspaper." Yes, the name of Marx is once again in the newspaper. Since Voldemort was defeated again, over time, things about Marx have no longer been made a fuss about nothing. Even when it was the hottest before, every day you open the newspaper, you can see at least 2 large reports about Marx. From the business to the gossip, everything is indispensable, and the real and fake are mixed together, so that these little friends who know Marx are looking at the side and want to laugh and tear off the newspaper in their hands. Until recently, even though the fire was finally a little retreat, Marx's name is still very common in newspapers. However, the essence of this small text that Hermione is reading at this time is very different from the blinking reports that are extremely exaggerated. If you want to pick the biggest difference, let's say this is a small article using the letter from the Daily Prophet reader. In that paragraph, I was very keen to point out a question that many people ignored. After the end of Marx's transfer period, will he end his communication task and return to the Durmstrang Magic School? This can be said to be a very real problem, because, by convention, professors from other schools usually return to their school after the expiration of their dispatch. because they are affiliated with the dispatcher. Only the special case of Marx will be transferred directly to Hogwarts with just a name in Durmstrang. At the end of that little article, the writer who wrote the letter specifically added that he was actually a student at Durmstrang and was very much looking forward to Marx being able to go back to class. The information contained in this short text is undoubtedly quite eye-catching and rare topic. The newspaper Daily Prophet, after all, is Britain Magic Circle, although the newspaper editor is extremely reluctant to such an extremely attractive article, but still has to put it in an inconspicuous position. Again, Hogwarts is also the pride of the Britain Magic Circle, and Marx, the hero who wipes out the Dark Lord, is better to stay in Britain, isn't it? After reading this little text over and over again, Hermione folded the newspaper and threw it aside, taking a swig of milk. Although Marx is determined not to leave Hogwarts, it is related to the decision of the International Wizard Federation Education Department. In theory, it is not Marx who can do what he wants. Hermione, what happened to you? Probably found her decent look, Ginny suddenly asked. Hermione stunned for a moment, and it was laughed. No, nothing. I was just thinking about a topic that might be tested. She arbitrarily coped with one sentence, and she shook her head in secret. Yes, no problem. Marx can find a way to get himself to Hogwarts to be a professor, then there is no way to let himself stay. But although her heart comforted herself so much, her eyes couldn't help but look at the newspaper again. The letter from the reader was really written by a student at Durmstrang. There is no evidence to answer her question. The exam is only less than 2 months away. With Hermione's inertia pre-test anxiety, even if her grades are good, she can't get rid of it. Now, in the constant review, this inexplicable and worrying worry is interspersed, which makes her feel that she is not in the state all day. So, bad luck is Ron and Harry. Next Saturday is Hufflepuff's Quidditch match against Slytherin, which is the last second match of this Quidditch Cup. If Slytherin loses to Hufflepuff by then, the Gryffindor's winning face will increase, so the pressure on Ginny will be smaller. Unfortunately, Harry had no time to cheer for Ginny, because Hermione's urging made him tired, and all his spare time was spent in the textbook. As soon as he thinks he must play in the finals, he can't help but feel that his pressure may be bigger than Ginny's debut. In the past few days, he has been doing several nightmares about the exam and Quidditch. You know, since he practiced at Clumency with small accomplishment, he almost never dreamed at night. Seriously, he really appreciates Marx about this, because after that, no matter how busy during the day, he can restore his spirit with a good dreamlessness. But recently, the huge sense of exhaustion seems to have made it difficult for him to maintain a Clumency during sleep. And just in the early hours of the morning, Harry slammed his eyes and sat up, and in the cold sweat, he touched his forehead with a look of confusion. There, a lightning-shaped scar screamed for a long time, silently stimulating his nerves. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 621. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 621. It was darkness, a darkness with a glimmer of light. Except for the faintness of the bloody, it seems that nothing can be seen. This feeling is like being in a radiance, but it is close to the eyes, only the rays of light penetrate the eyelids. Harry didn't know where he was, and he couldn't tell if everything he saw was a dream or a reality, real or illusory. He seems to open his eyelids and see where he is. But the eyes are like the heavy plums, the stagnation and the powerlessness, even if the one point is half. Where is this? Warm or cold? Day or night? He didn't know that nothing was known. He just felt that his whole child seemed to be shrouded in a majestic force, and some kind of pain from the heart continued to steam around him, as if he was burning in the hell. It was an irresistible pain, so that he could only sustain the huddled body and endure it silently, in the hope that this endless torture would usher in its last period at some point. In the endless pain, time is like a concept that is meaningless. I don't know how long it took, maybe a few seconds, a few minutes, a few hours, or a few years. In short, at a certain moment, he seems to hear a slight footstep from far and near, step by step, calm, relaxed, not slow, and lightly reached in front of himself. "Who is it? Who is there? Help me!" Harry whispered silently in his heart, but he couldn't even move his mouth, and how could he try to communicate with others? However, he could feel it much, and the other person seemed to be squatting down before him, and a solid gaze was watching himself. "Who is that? Who is it?" He endured pain and anxiety, and secretly said in his heart, "No, you are good, just help me. Save me." "I don't think you need someone to save." Just as Harry almost gave up and shouted, the other person seemed to finally hear his voice and responded, like he, "Save yourself." "Sometimes, it can only be yourself." The voice echoed in Harry's ear, sometimes far and sometimes seemed to be very close, and in the erratic, it made him feel a subtle familiarity. What? Who are you? You, who am I? Is it important to you?" The other party interrupted his words gently, and his tone was calm and calm. "I am just an insignificant passerby to you. I have more important things, etc. Let me do it, and you, child, of course you are the same." While talking about these irrelevant words, the other party slowly stood up again, as if this was going to take a step forward. Harry had a hunch that if he missed it with the other party at the moment, "I am afraid that I will never see each other again in the future." "Wait!" he shouted in his heart. "Please tell me, what should I do? How can I leave this place?" Under Harry's shouting, the man seemed to be paused. He didn't know if the other person had looked back for a moment, and he didn't know if the other party would say anything more. After a moment, in Harry's silent wait, the voice rang again. "Life is like an exam. The answer is always in the book, isn't it?" The other party only left such a sentence, and then continued to step out of his next step by step without hesitation, and gradually moved away from him. "Exam? What?" Harry screamed violently, but after a few shouts, he suddenly found out that he had already sat up. As for the last words of the sentence just now, "I" actually ran out of his mouth. Under the shock, he opened his eyes. Awkward credits, dimly lit rooms, and soft mattresses sitting under the buttocks. "Isn't this your own bedroom?" Just across from his bed, Ron was fascinated to pull his face out of the pillow, looking at his face with a dull look, and even a glimmer of water on his lips. "Harry," Ron muttered inconspicuously, "I asked you to answer the question just now, but why don't you ignore me?" If the next seat is still close enough, remember to answer." "Let me see." "Oh, I know, I will give it to you." Harry pulled the collar of his nightgown and found himself covered in blisters. Every inch of skin was sticky and sweaty. After hearing Ron's sleepy nightmare, he didn't even have the interest to go to the more care, just a perfunctory sentence. "Well, thank you. I have advanced examinations." Ron squinted his eyes and said, and then he retracted into the bed, and licked his mouth and continued to sleep. It seems that he still intends to go back to his dreams and then test his OWL's simulation test. Harry naturally didn't manage Ron anymore. He just reached for his forehead and started to stay. The lightning-shaped scar that grew up with him since he was a child is still in pain. The unspeakable tingling is somewhat similar to the pain in the dream. It is like reminding him at the moment. It was not an ordinary nightmare without a reason. Does it say that this is related to Voldemort? Harry stroked the scar on the forehead, and the touch from his fingertips was as slippery and disgusting as he felt in childhood, without any change. After thinking for a moment, he used a Glumency again to isolate his consciousness, until the tingling sensation faded away with isolation. He was slightly sighed in relief. At least, in addition to the heart, the magic that Marx gave to himself is still useful. After a certain amount of calming, Harry put down Scar's hand and frowned, recalling the conversation that Professor Dumbledore had discussed with him about such nightmares. Although time has passed for a long time, he can still remember Dumbledore once told him that everything in the dream is likely to be true. Perhaps, while he dreams of those scenes, that scene is also being played somewhere in this world. And the protagonist of that event is most likely Voldemort himself. Nowadays, Voldemort has been defeated by Marx. The body of the Hogwarts vestibule lake was in the newspaper, which is obviously not a fake. According to Marx's speculation in Street Mungo's ward after that, Voldemort did not really die. This point is stunned by the nightmare that I just had. So, where is Voldemort now? Of course, there was the unidentified person who later appeared to be a passer. The man left again after he said something to himself. Or to Voldemort, something that he could not understand. Who is that person? Is it an enemy or a friend? He really didn't have a clue. After a good guess, Harry was deeply took a deep breath, then dialed the bill on the bed and touched his glasses on the bedside table. It was not until dawn, but he really didn't have the heart to continue to sleep. After a casual change of clothes, Harry gently walked out of the bedroom and sat down in the common room outside. The temperature before dawn was still a bit low, but he didn't want to ignite the fireplace at all. The cool air can make his brain more awake. Even if you think about it, you won't get any reliable answers, but it's better than nothing. The moon fell and the night's darkness was dispelled by the eastern sun. Harry sat there all the time, waiting quietly for the beginning of the day. Harry? Unsurprisingly, Hermione was still the first to get up after him. Good morning, Hermione. Harry turned his head back and whispered, I remember you said that your mother is a dentist. Are you a doctor who cares about good living habits? What are you talking about? Hermione looked at him suspiciously. After a while, he asked, if you wake up so early, why not take time to review it? You know, your A history of magic can still be on the pass line. Oh, let me spare me now. Harry shook his head with a wry smile, only to find Hermione's everyday words, but it made him feel a lot more. Well, actually, I want something. I should discuss it with you. Hermione sat down on the chair in front of him while carrying her bag, and waved her hand indifferently. If it is to reduce the amount of review, there is no discussion. She said, I am good for you. If you do not want to fail in the OWL's exam, then honestly follow my arrangements. No, it's not this. Harry squinted and helplessly said, can you put aside the exams first? I really have a very important thing. Remember, I used to do a nightmare about Voldemort. What? Hermione, hearing this, the action of taking out the book suddenly slammed. You have a nightmare again? You're a clumency. What have you seen in your dreams? Logically speaking, Harry's ability to peek at Voldemort in a dream can make a big difference in finding where Voldemort is. But for Harry himself, there is a high probability that there are some unknown hazards. As a good friend of Harry, Hermione certainly preferred Harry to close his consciousness to block his connection with Voldemort. But this time he has started the dream again, and in his worries, Hermione naturally has a subconscious mind to find out what he thinks. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 622. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 622. Hey, here is the defense against the dark arts class in our school. Yes, it's a little arc in the vertical. Is it funny? Near noon, accompanied by the two siblings of the Hohenheim home, Marx, who had a morning of natural scenery near Hogwarts, was walking with them in the corridor on the 4th floor of the main fort. To be honest, today his guide is also a due diligence, leading the pair of siblings from the inside out. Of course, shopping is endless, even if it takes a few weeks to finish, because even if you have lived in this castle for several years, Marx can't say that he has been to every place. But after all, he is leading the guests to visit Hogwarts and appreciate the environment here, so I still have to do my best. From here, I'm going all the way. Turning a corner is the classroom of charms. Marx walked in front of him and pointed to the depths of the corridor. But, well, it's almost a lunch later. Time is up. Wait until we go to the aisle on the left-hand side and take a look. Just go downstairs. Yeah? The fat young master is following Marx's curious look around, and he hears a loud noise. Followed by him, he found that in the picture on the right wall, a guy with a big tongue suddenly screamed at it. McLawn, last time you promised to ask us to drink. When will it be cashed? After hearing Marx in front, he shook his head helplessly and turned around. Yana Cultivator, I am accompanying guests to visit Hogwarts. He waved his hand at the portrait. "Wait, I will give you some good wine next time." We are not in a hurry." The cultivator in the portrait was drunk. "Since the last lady and her friend Violet ran around and drank all our wine, we can hardly get this day. Very embarrassing." His words have not been finished yet, and several other cultivators have also been added. "Okay." Marx looked at him silently. "You are hard to beat, and others are not good." I remember that after the fat lady returned, she immediately changed the password into the Gryfind or common room and changed it to alcoholism. Several juniors blew the cold wind in the middle of the night. After all, he no longer talked nonsense, and immediately greeted Fatty and Sarah and went on. "What happened to them?" Fatty asked, and he continued to return several times in a row. "I don't feel bad when I don't drink for a day." Marx then smiled and spread his hands. "What do you think?" He explained. "The name of the painting is called Drunk Cultivator. The inside are all the drunks of the 100%. Those in other paintings want to drink, they will come here to sit. So, not how much wine is not enough for them to drink?" "Oh. Understandable. Understandable." Fatty he laughed, but Sarah, who had never been open, was snorted gently, but it shocked him with cold sweat on his forehead. When Marx saw it, he couldn't help but smile. "Look again here." Hogwarts Castle's famous armor corridor. He turned the two to the left and then reached out and gestured. "The armor here is attached to the ancient magic, especially in their hands. The two-handed swords are wielded with enough power to chop the giants. In the previous Hogwarts defense, they also had a lot of strength." In this gallery with a row of vertical windows, the light slanted down the window through the window, and the knight armor that stood upright against the wall seemed even more powerful. The two people of the Hohenheim siblings followed Marx and felt a bit of a solemn atmosphere. "The end of this corridor is the prized display room," Marx said at the end, "although I want to invite you to visit." Unfortunately, since the students ran in the middle of the night and turned around, Administrator Filch put it's locked. "But it doesn't matter. Today I will show you a little secret of Hogwarts." He greeted the two and continued to walk a few steps, then pointed to another Tomatai portrait on the wall. "In our school, there are various special places hidden, this is one of them." Having said that, he was slightly paused, and this was the opposite of the painting of a male wizard who said, "Forget me never." "Don't forget who?" The voice did not fall, and the sorcerer in the portrait replied in a confused way, and the portrait Zizi turned to the side. This time, Sarah, who has not always given Marx's face, finally raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at her head to the dark passage that appeared behind the portrait. "Secret passage?" She blinked. Mr. Lorne, you are doing this. I am not afraid that Miss McGonagall is asking you trouble." "No, it doesn't matter," Marx said with a smile. "Hogwarts has a lot of secret passages, and many of them need to be kept secret, but they don't include this one. Come with me." After explaining it casually, he took the siblings and walked directly into this still secret passage. Fortunately, the width and height of this sloping channel are sufficient, otherwise the fat young master of the Hohenheim family may not be able to go inside. Not long after, when they came out from the other end of the passage, they came to another familiar hallway. "Remember, I brought you here before." Marx gestured to the exit door. "This is Professor Slughorn's office." "Yes, this is a shortcut to the 3rd floor, opposite. It is the ladder going downstairs, so we can take a lot less." Speaking of this morning, except for the unspoken lecture hours, the rest of the leisure time was basically used by him and the siblings. Although it sounds like a bit of a waste of life, but in fact, you can understand it carefully. Whether it is public or private, this is very necessary. In terms of scenes, the background of the Hohenheim home has always been small. Especially in the upcoming alchemy contest, it is not important to have a good relationship with the family of the judges. And if you look at it from a personal point of view, the mysterious genius young girl of the Hohenheim family is even more worthy of Marx's more energy to try. And now it seems that at least Sarah is somewhat interested in these little secrets. But at this moment, there were 3 acquaintances in the opposite stairway, and they seemed to have something to do with their hurried appearance. Harry, Ron so rushed. Is there anything? Marks first discovered them, so I didn't wait for a few of them to notice myself. Oh, Marks, finally found you. Hermione heard this and immediately turned around. Harry, last night. Ah, are you taking the guests to visit the school? Yeah? Marks nodded, and he was keenly aware that their three looks were not quite right. Noah, Sarah, do you remember to go to the auditorium? Waiting at the stairs on the right, turn around, then walk down to the foyer. Time is just right. I have something to do here. Don't worry, Sarah remembers the road. The little girl looked at Hermione and the other three, and then politely said, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, everyone good afternoon. I think you are in a hurry to find Mr. McLawn. Sarah and the big brother will not bother you. After the words, she took the fatty sleeve and went straight to the stairs. Oh, it's a sensible child. Hermione walked over to Marks and looked at Sarah's back and said, and it looks so cute. Yeah, it's extraordinarily sensible. Marks agreed with a sentence, and then continued with the words, just now, you were looking for me. What happened to Harry last night? He could see that Harry had so many feelings in his expression, and Ron's face was not good enough. As for Hermione, although she is still as calm as ever, when she just said something, she also took a lot of seriousness in her tone. All this conveyed him a message. I was afraid that something happened that was not so good last night. Sure enough, when Hermione whispered Harry's dream, Marks's brows shook slightly. Originally is this way. Since occlumency is still valid, the problem is not too big. It should be that your pressure during this time is a bit too big, he said, slightly indulging, then turned to the road. Harry, you still remember. What is the voice of the person you heard in your dreams? Sound? Harry recalled carefully. No, I am not sure. The sound is too far and near. It's hard to tell what the other person is saying. Is it? Marks thought, and asked again. Do you think? Would it be like Dumbledore's voice, Professor Dumbledore? Harry heard, suddenly stunned. This. I don't know, but the voice really makes me feel familiar. Now listen to you say this. Marks pondered again and couldn't help but confirm some guesses. Well, I already know about this, he warned repeatedly. Don't worry, what to do next, how to continue, pay attention to the state of occlumency before going to bed. Then, Harry, remember that Professor Dumbledore left it for you. That book. Go back and read it carefully. I believe it will come in handy in the future. What about us? Ron asked quickly. You guys? Marks smiled, shrugged and said easily, get ready for the next OWL's exam. Is there anything more important than this? After all, he turned and walked slowly to the side of the stairs. He could face his three-faced expression, but he was slightly dignified. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 623. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 623. No guessing is meaningless. Let's assume that the person Harry met in his dreams is indeed Dumbledore. If that's the case, it definitely means that Voldemort actually met Dumbledore. Well, really in the space. When Voldemort met Dumbledore, he was in a state of extreme powerlessness. Yes, at present he should be just a very stubborn soul fragment, but even so, he can't do it with a single shot. In the Albanian forest, he continued to wander for a whole decade. In addition, when Voldemort was almost sucked away by the ancient mirror, I did take him out of the range. So, he couldn't go through the mirror. In the office of the ancient runes, Marks sat with his left hand on his cheek and sat behind his desk, silently asking himself and answering himself. This is a small habit he has to organize his thoughts for himself. In the right hand he vacated, a ring with a black gemstone was being played casually by him. If you look closely, you will find that the quaint and delicate ring of the enamel is also wrapped with a slender silver chain, and the chain is faintly shimmering with a series of strange blue symbols. In front of Marks, in the middle of a desk full of paper and books, a black-covered diary, an old locket, a magnificent gold cup, and a magnificent crown, all in one row. Open. These 5 items are all Horcrux made by Voldemort. As Marx planned to officially open his first Death Voldemort plan, he had already got these Horcrux in his hands, and even the ring in his hand was found by Dumbledore in Gaunt's old house. It stands to reason that Voldemort's Horcrux has a total of 6 pieces. If you even have Harry's pseudo-Horcrux, then there are 7 pieces in total. That is to say, if you remove Voldemort's own copy, there are already 6 of the soul fragments under Marx's control. After a calm thought, he put the ring in his hand back on the table and rearranged it with the other 4 pieces of Horcrux. So, if the initial hypothesis is not wrong, there are only 2 possibilities left. Marx reached out and changed the ring at an angle, slightly correcting it. Or the last one has not been seen so far. Horcrux, the big snake Nagini is dead, or I am afraid that Voldemort's own remnant soul was given. So secretly speculated in his heart. His expression is more and more troublesome. The split soul fragment is not incapable of being destroyed, but because the other fragments remain, the Horcrux maker will not die completely. So where is the destroyed soul fragment going? In a sense, this world is fair, because everything in this world will not really destroy. Just like the person who took the Xianyin potion, it didn't really lose its existence, but others couldn't find it. After studying the theory of matter rules, Marx became more convinced of this. So, if one of Voldemort's soul fragments is destroyed by something, its biggest possibility is to go somewhere, quietly waiting for other pieces to be destroyed one by one, until all the pieces are reunited there. Voldemort's soul will once again go to the unknown form where the other dead will go. As for where it is and what it looks like, it is impossible to know. Of course, Marx is not concerned about this now. He just wants to know, is the big snake Nagini dead? Or was Voldemort's own fragment destroyed? If it is the latter, then things can be big. Because, that's very likely to represent, Voldemort is not eroded by the monument of temptation, and is completely conscious in the state of only the soul fragment. If it is true, then the power of the enchanting monument will be fully awakened, leading everything to the worst development. In short, let's confirm it first. He took all the Horcrux on the table and got up and walked to the office door. On that day, Voldemort's remnant soul was hand-carried by Marx using Bortk, and he certainly knew where the bottle containing the Voldemort soul fragment was sent. Soon, there was a space in the bush outside the school that was distorted, and he had already left Hogwarts. On the secret island of Rowena, there is still a lot of greenery. There are no other new changes here except for a giant plant with a slight bulge somewhere on the island. No, new changes are still there. When Marx appeared under the tower, he discovered the woods outside the open space at a glance, which was quite different from the past. In a nutshell, you can condense into one sentence: the jungle on the island becomes more vibrant. In that forest, the trees have become more tall, the grass has become more and more lush, and even the various magical creatures living here seem to have become more and more. Needless to say, besides the large fairy who claims to be a Tree of Life descendant, who else will turn this uninhabited island into this look? Okay. If you have to say that, the big fairy can actually be regarded as one of the magical creatures on this island. For these new changes, Marx has no time to pay attention. What's more, how to see such changes is a benign ecological development. Even if it goes with nature, there is nothing wrong with it. He slammed around, and pushed the tower door open and went straight inside. Waiting for him to keep pace, along the spiral staircase all the way up. Not long after he came to the door of a room on the second floor. On the wooden door, the magic left by him personally was not destroyed. This discovery made his heart a must. As Marx picked up the magic power, he reached out and slammed it in front of the door. The door slammed even though it was quietly opened. This is actually the study in the tower. When Marx came here for the first time, he came here to check the situation. As I saw at the time, this is a relatively large room. Except for a large number of empty bookshelves, there is only one reading desk in the center. In fact, this study has not been moved in general, only the middle table has been removed. At this time, A map with the Soul Rule rune as the main body was directly imprinted on the floor, silently emitting a faint blue fluorescence. And just in the middle of the rune map, a small potion bottle is regularly floating under the warning symbol. There is no such thing as the slightest. It can be seen that there seems to be a faint thing in the translucent bottle flowing slowly. So, is it that the snake named Nagini was killed? Seeing Voldemort's remnant soul still safe and sound here, Marx couldn't help but sighed in relief. Although he was in the Grindelwald incident, he took the time to try to seal up Voldemort's soul fragment, but to be honest, it is not necessarily an absolute insurance thing to look at the soul rune mastery of his half-hanger. Therefore, he did not even dare to seal it up, but chose a storage method of the same half. As long as Voldemort recovers a little bit of power, he can free himself from the rune map, which looks like a straightforward, but loose, and escapes to another place to try again. Even so, Marx is afraid that Voldemort will be indifferent, and really death is here, or just give you a chance to resurrect. Knowing that most of the big snake had an accident, Marx was finally settled a lot, and even had a heart to make a little joke and entertain himself. Of course, even Nagini will never be easily killed. And let's not say that the big snake is the creature that Voldemort created after the ancient method of basilisk's cultivation. The Horcrux nature, it is easy to resist many conventional injuries. It is worthy of Marx to investigate and find out who killed the big snake and what the other party is doing. In the case that many factors are related to each other, perhaps only a sloppy Neanderthal is enough to cause some unknowable big troubles, which makes him have to be careful. In the Tower study, Marx, who confirmed the Voldemort remnant soul situation, looked at the bottle in the rune map for a while before turning around and exiting the room. When Marx was returning to Hogwarts from the warm, uninhabited island, a pair of father and son were walking in a seemingly boundless world of ice and snow. "What do you bring me here?" he spoke to a little male child. Although he was wrapped in a thick Muggle-cold suit, the violent blizzard was still taking his body temperature constantly, which made him feel as if he had no consciousness. In front of him, another man who is also wearing thick clothes is constantly moving forward, leaving only a child aback. "You don't want to go to magic school?" the man said coldly. "If you really want to go, then go with Losey." "You little bastard, if you dare to talk nonsense, magic school? Hey, this don't think about it forever." Damn old fogey. After the male child heard it, he couldn't help but mutter a little, but did not continue to ask. He just shrank his neck and buckled the hat with his ear protection on his head. Around this big two-figure, the wind is cold and the blizzard is continuous. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 624. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 624. In this world, there are many areas that the Mulls don't know. They are scattered around the world, silently maintaining thousands of years of scenery. Of course, the reason why these regions are not known to the Mull is because of the various types of natural or artificial dangers that exist in them. Dragon farms such as Romania, the Ghost Swamp deep in the Manchac Swamp, and the world's largest fire crab sanctuary in the Keel Desert in Dana, Ethiopia, are some of the more famous places in these areas. The former Marx had a side of the Fisher home next to the Tower of the Father and Son, at this moment in Animan's land completely isolated from the Mull world, with a violent storm slowly marching. Here is Iceland, a land of islands close to the north of world. Sit down and rest. Walking in the constant wind and snow is quite exhausting. Even ordinary wizards will be discouraged by this glacial area that has been sweeping through blizzards, not to mention the eccentric combination of squib and children. Under the direction of father, ends from the curl one's lip, sat down in the leeward behind a huge ice. Although he was almost frozen, the reluctance in his heart still made him reluctant to reveal a hay point. The old Taunin naturally saw the expression of his own son, but this time he did not say anything more, but took off his backpack and pulled out a parcel. It is almost impossible to make a fire in such a storm, but he is not a real Mull after all. Soon, when he untied the parcel and placed a cauldron in the snow in front of him, He saw him and then took out a small brown paper bag. When his son Ins saw it, he was a little curious and glanced at this side. Just because he hated his father since he was a child, so he just looked at that's all and didn't ask a word. Old Torn unnaturally ignored his son. He just opened the craft paper bag and used his 3 fingers to carefully pinch a small red powder and blocked the wind under the cauldron. As soon as those powders came into contact with the thick cauldron, they suddenly slammed a lot of flames and burned in the snow. Until then, the old Tornja poured the dry food and water from the package into the cauldron and cooked it silently. In fact, starting today early in the morning, the pair of father and son have already set off for the raging Neman's land. By now, Ins's stomach is of course already hungry. But in this strong wind, the smell of cooking food is definitely not smelling. Therefore, Ins, who has not yet been eaten to evoke appetite, just stared at the orange-red flame under the cauldron, as if to look at it and gaze at it. In his eyes, he has never touched the magic circle since he was a child. This magical and strange scene has already attracted him. Once again, when I was at home, Marx showed the magic of the ghosts, which would inevitably give him a lot of help for the wizard and magic. Of course, he will never ask for this father of his own, even if he doesn't want it. In this regard, perhaps it is the similarity between the father and the child. Since the previous old Torn threatened a sentence, the big and the young have never said anything unnecessary nonsense, and it is still the case. After they had filled in a half full, they took a short break and then stepped on the road where they didn't know where to go. No, the old Torn is known, but he has not explained the meaning of it from beginning to end. The environment is still bad, and the storm snow seems to never stop, and it is not smothered. The warm food that I had just eaten didn't keep the body warm for a long time. Just a few minutes. Xiaoins felt the cold at the beginning and continued to extend to his torso. As for the limbs, I haven't been much sensation since I was frozen. The legs move forward mechanically, and the unstoppable wheezing represents the gradual consumption of physical strength, but it also means the loss of heat. It was a long time later, when Xiaoensi discovered that the faint sky was darkening, his young but savvy heart flashed through the head of single thought: is it going to be late? However, just as his little guess was flashing, the surrounding snow suddenly became much smaller. Without the dense snowflake to block the view, he discovered that he had already come to an amazingly large cave. In front of that, the entire field of vision is darker and darker with blue and white, and behind it is the wild snow outside the cave. This one after the other, it is like as different as heaven and earth. Rest. After continuing to walk a short distance, probably because there have been a lot of roads, but perhaps because the depth is too dark, always the old Torn chose to rest in this moment. After he had a fire as before, he followed him without taking out the cauldron, but took an unlit torch from the backpack and placed it next to him. Sit down, little bastard. He pulled a half-aced scarf and slid the snow off his body, then sat down against the ice wall on the side of the cave. Xiao Enzhen curled one's lip horn, then reluctantly sat next to the fire. He was of course tired, but he was not willing to listen to father, so he sat very well. It is awkward. After all, he is still just a child, that's all, just entering the rebellious period. Kid paused a little, and the old Torn continued. You didn't always want to know about your mother. I told you today. Now you are leaving the road to your mother's ancestral home. Zudi. Xiaoensi also unconsciously opened a thick scarf and repeated this somewhat strange word. As for the embarrassment between him and father, the word mother has long been washed out by disappear without a trace. It's the place where the ancestors lived. Old Torn patiently explained with a patience. Actually, this trip is the custom of your mother family. Before your mother died, Lozi promised her, if you follow her, the bloodline is on the road to the wizard, and Lozi will take you over and let your kid follow the rules of her family to the end of the cave. The end? What is that place? Ins asked with some doubts. However, the old Torn immediately shook his head. I haven't been in. He seemed to have fallen into a memory. He paused for a while and then continued. I followed your mother, and the farthest was almost here. I didn't go any further. Oh. Little Inston was a little surprised. So, the next way we are going for the first time? Not we. Old Torn faintly glanced at his son. After the road, you will go alone. I will not go in with you. Xiao En seeing this, cannot help but glance at the torch that was thrown on the ground. Until then he realized that the torch was just something for himself. In this way, even if he was daring from an early age, he could not help but give birth to a chill that was colder than the surrounding temperature. How deep is this cave, and whether there is an unknown danger inside? He has no way of knowing it here. Old Fogey, are you serious? It is not too much to call your own father Old Fogey, because when the old Tom gave birth to this son, it seems that the age is not small. Of course, Enz has barely called father a few times since he knew it. This Old Fogey is certainly appropriate, and some of them are somewhat disgusting and repulsive. But at this moment, his heart was only stunned, and the fear that could not be suppressed. Oh, scared. Old Tong sneered disdainfully. If you are afraid of death, then just say, I can take you home anytime, then you will honestly grow great accomplishment year. When one does not will magic the ordinary person. How? If you decide, tell me. After all, he shrank his neck and turned his head to look at the fire, and then ignored his son. Although it is now in a snow cave, the outside blizzard has almost no effect, but the cold cooling is still there. Among the world of ice and snow, the numb hands and feet and the frozen cheeks kept warning twins, and they continued to exacerbate his inner fear. Looking at the depths of the snow cave, it was like a bottomless deep darkness. The little Inns tightened his body and sat on the warm fire with his knees. He only felt that everything around him was shouting to himself, give up. Go home. What is wrong with an ordinary person? Yes, this father, who is always fierce and rude, and even faces his own fists, is not qualified at all, but at least he has raised himself so big. Except for those barbaric treatments that often make him unbearable, there is no such thing as eating or drinking. What can't be humiliated compared to the unknown fear? When you have enough capacity to move out of your life, will all the bad things end? Single-parent children like Xiaoins, plus father always snoring, tend to be much more mature than their peers. Even with his short life, there are still many things that I don't understand, but the minimum independent thinking has been sneaked up. It was only under his uncomplicated thinking that the word mother was always swirling in his mind, and he could not linger for a long time. I will go. In the end, he was cold and fluent, dead old fogey. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 625. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 625. Bulleyes Frost Cave. This is a large and deep ice cave in the heart of the Vatna Glacier in Iceland. According to some documents, many years ago, this place was one of the few places in the world where frost giants lived. The name Bulleye is said to belong to the frost giant tribal leader who led the clansmen to move here. Of course, the so-called frost giant is not much different from other giants, just because they live in different areas, and there is only one more word in the title. However, only a few people know that there has actually been a group of wizards living in peace with the giants. At this moment, Little Inns is holding a burning torch and slowly marching in this spacious and amazing cave. Except for the whereabouts of the fire, there is only endless darkness left in his vision. If he still understands that he should follow the rock wall on one side of the cave, now he is afraid that he can't even figure out the direction. It turns out that if the cave is too dark, it is no different from walking in a wilderness. Inns, while suppressing his uneasiness in his heart, could not help but sigh. If you can see the stars and the moon, then more like. As he thought about it, he carefully walked forward. The ear can hear the wind that I don't know from which direction, such as the wounded wild beast, sobbing. The inner chill is even worse, because there is almost no reference. So whether it is how long or how far, the concept of time and distance gradually becomes more and more blurred in Enz's mind. And with one of the same blurs, there is his inner fear. A constant environment will always create a sense of paralysis, and sometimes even make people forget the fear. At least, nothing has been encountered so far, and nothing happened. In the darkness, Xiaoens gently talked to himself with a torch, and the voice kept echoing in the cave. Go with. I don't know how long it took, and when Ens felt that his pace had become heavier and heavier, he almost stopped moving. He suddenly stopped moving forward. Before. Is there something? The range in which the torch can be illuminated is quite limited. Since he can already detect the obstacle ahead, it means that he is close to the obstacle. Sure enough, when he took a few more steps forward, the original black paint was suddenly exposed to a rock wall with a hint of blue. On the nearly vertical rock wall, a path of flat masonry is obvious. This is undoubtedly a rocky high wall with artificial debris. No, this may be a very huge building. Just after Xiaoens moved a certain distance along the wall, he suddenly saw an astonishing rock pillar. The surface of the rock near the ice blue is decorated with simple and rough vertical stripes. Even if he lifts the torch higher, he can only see this part of the bottom. But the size of this part is enough to make people feel good. Delusion. Where is this? Is it a house? Is this really the place where Mother's ancestors lived? Ins continued along the wall in a panic, passing through a similar rock pillar, and the undulating frozen soil under his feet became a flat stone brick floor. Finally, unconsciously there were also unexpected changes on the wall. On the vertical wall of the large rock bricks, I don't know when there were some nicks from the beginning. It's like a child's paintings that are generally messy and poor. There may be some murals, but because the format is too big, just looking at the corner does not have any meaning at all. But when Xiaoensi went on for a while, he finally found something wrong. Is the wall has it slanted? In fact, in the absence of a reference object before and after, it is impossible for him to detect the change in the angle of the wall in the middle. But now there are more and more scratches on the wall at the root, which clearly gives him a message. The wall has been moved inward by a certain angle. And when he walked a certain distance, when a topaz-wide longitudinal gap appeared in front, he realized that this wall might be a big scary stone door. In fact, there is no shortage of explorers since ancient times in this world. Such places are naturally seen by people. When the magic circle gradually became peaceful under the historical development, the highly effective inspection team with an official nature has not reduced the exploration and discovery of many ancient mysterious areas. Ancient relics like this frost giant tribe have of course been explored many times by groups of wizards in various countries. However, the so-called magic, this is a wonderful opportunity in the wonderful. Since ancient times, many stories full of legendary colors have proved this. Just as Ins explored the torch and gently moved one of his feet into the darkness behind the gap, the flames of the two groups of ice blue in the air suddenly awakened by some kind of power. Then, it's about 2 or 3 seconds. More blue flames are lit up successively, sorted around in the sky, and continue to extend deeper into the past. In a blink of an eye, the space behind the crack suddenly shines. It was only then that Hans discovered that this turned out to be a huge palace that would only appear in some fairy tale books. In this palace, the stone bricks larger than his people are laid out in a firm ground according to certain rules. The large number of vertical pillars that have been seen before have been neatly stood on both sides, and suddenly brightened before. The blue flames are actually the each and every one's brazier hanging from those pillars. In the deepest part of the palace, the thrones of 1 or 2 small and 3, like a knife and a chisel, are standing quietly, exuding a barbaric and cold ancient atmosphere. No, if you look closely, you can see that there are not only 3 seats in the throne. On the 2 sides of the largest stone seat in the center, there are 2 stone chairs with backrests, one on the ground and one on the ground. Just because they are so disparate with the other 3 large stone houses that are as big as a house, even when Ins looked at the first sight, he did not pay attention. As he continued to walk deep into the great hall, the 5 kings with huge differences in size were getting closer and closer to him, and he was able to confirm that the 2 smaller stone chairs should be the size of the human seat. What the hell is this? After walking for a while in this spacious and inexplicably huge palace, he couldn't help but swear. Probably because the oversized space contrast made him inadvertently so that his mutter was surprisingly whispered, just like worrying about what terrifying things would come from his voice. To be honest, such a towering and large seat has long exceeded the cognitive scope of Xiaoen's. Even the giants I saw in an old book at home when I was young are not expected to be on the threshold of the king, but not to mention the creatures that can sit on the top. After all, is there really a big guy in the world who can use these chairs? After a long time, when the shock and awe of Inz's heart slowly retreated, his innate curiosity once again occupied the upper limit. While subconsciously guessing whether the two smaller stone chairs were related to Mother's ancestors, he took another stagnant step and dragged the tired little body to the left-hand side. If you have to say it, it is also because there is nothing to see in this rough rock palace. Although the huge volume difference can give people the shock of the first time, it can be seen for a long time that the palace has neither beautiful decoration nor many specific traces left behind. Apart from grandeur and monotony, there are basically no other words to describe. It is worth seeing. In fact, it is the two small stone seats with relatively fine carvings. Closer to see, the stone chair on the left is engraved with a lot of strange symbols. From the stone seat under the chair to the front and back of the backrest of the chair, the surface is covered by the symbol densely packed with. Light is a boring symbol, Xiaoen's naturally cannot understand. He quickly lost interest in this stone chair. But he didn't know that this stone chair once had a very rich academic discussion in the magic circle, because all of them were different in ancient times like Nirvana. After a detailed chronology of the ancient runes, scientists at the time, they also jointly published a paper on the origins of ancient languages such as Nivan. Of course, the paper was eventually forgotten by the world because of insufficient evidence. Little Inz didn't pay any attention to the stone seat that was so prone to intensive phobia. After bypassing the giant throne in the middle, he came to another stone chair. Compared with the stone seat just now, this one will obviously attract children's attention. The base of this stone chair is two wolves of different shapes. They leaned on each other, kneeling under the stone chair, lying on one side of the head, one looking up and calling on the sky, and the back carrying the stone seat on it. On the armrests on both sides of the stone seat, there are engraved flying horses with wings, imposing palaces, and various lightning bolts. As for the tallest chair with the largest surface area, it is surprisingly simple, with only two birds flying. Xiaoenzi looked at these many reliefs depicting the fine and vivid expressions. He looked very carefully. While looking at it, he wondered if there were such strange and fascinating creatures in this world. Until he came to the back of the stone seat, he found that the back of the chair was still engraved with the strange eye, which seemed somewhat embarrassing. However, when he wanted to go back to the front of the stone seat, the eye suddenly flashed. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 626. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 626. Cough 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 cough. As the eye-shaped engraving behind the stone chair suddenly flashed through the ice-blue brilliance for a moment, a few sudden coughs rang from the front of the stone chair, breaking the silence of this huge palace. Although the sudden sound was slight, it was real, and suddenly Xiaoenz was shocked and shocked. Who is there? In the midst of a terrible horror, he couldn't help but question the trembling tone. While pursuing the answer to the question, perhaps more is a subconscious act of courage for yourself. However, the other party did not respond to his trembling question, but instead coughed several times. The coughing sound that accompanied the wheezing sounded a bit old, and with a little bit of powerlessness. It seemed to be some kind of shackles before death, which made the scalp numb. Although the voice was clearly coming out from the front of the stone seat, even listening to the distance, it is very likely to sit on the stone seat. However, Corns can only force himself to hold his breath, and he does not dare to move. He is afraid that the other party will find himself. But just as he stood in the dark for a moment, the voice suddenly stopped coughing. Since you inspired this imprint that I left, it means that you are in the body is flowing my bloodline. Child, maybe you don't have the patience to listen to the old man, but for the sake of the bloodline between you and me, friendship, please listen to me. I will finish this story slowly. The voice of the vicissitudes of life was slowly described in front, using a language that little Ins had never heard before. But even if he can't understand a word, the continuous words still reverberate in his ear, and the meaning of the sentence is poured into his mind without any stagnation. To be honest, this feeling is quite weird. But the content of the story told by the voice has a special charm. So Xiao NC quickly ignored the awkward feeling and listened carefully. This story begins with the travel of a young man. One day, when the young man spent the adult ceremony with many clansmen in the tribe, he followed the rules of the tribe and embarked on a journey of his own journey. According to the origin of each clansman, their respective adult journeys have a difference in distance. The more they are the sons of their fathers, the longer and more dangerous their adult journey is. This is a major obligation and responsibility entrusted to them by their natural rights. The goal of this young man was set by his father, the patriarch, in the extremely cold north of the world that needed to cross the vast ocean. There are a lot of younger brothers and sisters, and the few brothers who have traveled adultly in one step have not yet returned, and the oldest one has left the tribe for nearly 10 years. It can be seen that this family rule represents not only the ultimate glory after the return, but also the ultimate danger of being dead. Fortunately, this young man has been placed in high hopes since he was sensible, and is an amazing tribal descendant of innate talent. With his extraordinary wisdom and amazing talent, he mastered the lightning rule rune of only the ancestors of the tribe a few years ago. In the eyes of clansmen, he is the future and hope of the entire tribe, and the only person to inherit the patriarch. However, this young man never wanted to gain any prestige. What he longs for is to fight all the life in this world. It is to explore the mystery of everything in this world. It is the boundary between life and death like an ancestor, and the physical journey of the flesh is another new journey. If this is the case, start with the cold north of the north. In fact, the power he possessed in his youth was indeed rare in the world. Before crossing the ocean, he encountered many strange creatures and met many human beings like himself. He never lost once when he needed to fight. But when he finally flew over the endless ocean and reached an enormous island, he finally found a group of terrifying rivals, the Frost Giant. In the glaciers where the blizzards were perennial, he fought a long-lasting battle with the giants. The energy of those giants seems to be endless. The heroic bloodthirsty character is more like a soldier born for slaughter. Even if one enemy is not young, they can attack the group without any scruples, but make this innate talent super youthful. People are also tired of coping. Finally, he could not afford the double exhaustion of spirit and physical strength and chose to retreat. The young man who had evacuated the land flew over the ocean and landed on a small island for rest, and he treated his injuries all over the body. After a long time after that, he completely recovered. The young man who returned to Peak did not immediately go back and challenge the group of giants, because his wisdom told himself that even the results would be the same. Therefore, he concentrated on magic on the island, and it was not until a few years before he set off again. This time the battle was more intense than the first one, and the time lasted longer. After further mastering the strength of rule, he went all the way and marched into a huge cave in the center of the giant tribe. Under the block of a large number of giants in the cave, his progress cannot help but slow down a lot. The strength of rule is amazing. The ordinary giant did not defeat his hopes, until he stepped into the deepest palace. He finally stopped. This is not because he wants to stop there, but because two big men who are nearly twice as big as other giants have blocked him steadily. Even the horrible destructive power of the regular light column condensed by the rules of lightning can only cause the two giant powerhouses to be slightly injured, and they will be paralyzed for a little while. But he has only one person, but the other has two. When he was in a tense battle, he found that there was a king of a giant body with a larger body on the throne in the depths of the palace. The young man finally gave birth to a retreat. But at this moment, the king of the giants spoke up. "Human, you have good strength and the same excellent combat instinct. If you are willing to join allegiance to me, I will give you the status of a new king, and challenge my giant Wang Bulai." The voice of the king of the giant trembling, in the ears of young people like the roar of mountains bursting and ground splitting. While speaking, even the ground is constantly shaking. What is even more shocking to young people is that the giant still seems to have a wonderful strength of rule, which is more mysterious than his lightning rule. He can't even read one or a half of it. At this moment, the young man suddenly realized that the king of the giant and everything he saw along the way, including himself, was a completely different existence. And his so-called exploring all the mysteries of the world is simply a kind of arrogance from ignorance, that's all. But this kind of almost desperate understanding, did not make him eager to explore. He stopped. "I know that I am definitely not your opponent now," he said. "But if I defeat you one day, everything that you have will belong to me." Unsurprisingly, the giant king even promised a young man, and the giant human race palace, which originally had only 3 thrones, added a small and brand new throne on this day. Since that day, the battle of young people has not stopped. Giants' desire for battle is unparalleled in the world, and neither life nor death will hinder the giants' battle. In addition to Bri, the king of the eternal giant, fighting is taking place all the time on this huge island. Blood and death threaten the ice and snow over and over again. 10 years have passed, and the young people are approaching middle age. The 2 giant race powerhouses that have fought with him have long been his opponents, but the battle between him and the giant king has never happened. Because the strength grows more obviously, the more he can understand the gap between the two is like a gap. It is not at the moment that he can easily cross. He thought that his life would be spent in this giant country full of fighting and blood. But on one day, a human being with a symbol on his skin, as he did in the past, climbed into this extremely cold place, and did something very similar to his time, fighting. The opposite of his own is that the fighting style of that person is particularly brutal and rude. It is not so much a human being, but rather a giant human race warrior with a miniature version. After 3 years of passing through dozens of attempts, this person finally broke through the duel with the giant race in a purely melee manner, and went deep into the palace where he was foreseeable. This person was also blocked by the 2 giant human race powerhouses. The same action, the same development, and the almost constant words of the giant king left the man here. The only difference, I am afraid, is the order of challenges. Before the battle giant Wang Bulai, the man needs to challenge not only the 2 giant race powerhouses, but also the same middle-aged clansman class. However, the so-called impermanence, the 2 human genius, after all, did not wait until the opportunity to challenge the giant Wang Bulai. When the 2 men are getting older and the power is reaching the height of the king, Wang Bulai, an unbelievable massacre has happened. Giants' death and wounds are not to be said. The 2 men who have spent their entire lives seemingly inaccessible giant Wang Bulai are actually falling in the anger. And the root cause of all this is only one person and one sword of unknown origin. When the 2 men were seriously injured and succumbed to the ground, the slaughter maker, who was reddish in the eyes, suddenly faded the blood in his eyes and calmly looked at the 2 sides. "It's all about you. I came here just to find the giant human race," the man slowly said. "Weird, you must first touch me." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 627. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 627. The sword. I can feel that the power of that person is mostly derived from the sword. It is a terrifying power. Child, I never thought that you should avenge us. That is for you. In my case, it doesn't make any sense. I only hope that if possible, remember to find a way to find the sword, and ruin it. That power should never exist in this world. After saying these words, the other party quickly disappeared. But when Little Ins left the palace and went back, his mind was still rethinking about the story he had just heard. And, at the last moment, he took the courage to go around the stone seat and see the silhouette. To be honest, he didn't even think that the powerhouse that had had such a legendary and bloody battle experience turned out to be a very kind-hearted old woman. That is Mother's ancestors. In the dark, Xiao Ens stopped and walked, groping for a string from his neckline. and a small silver ring on the rope. He looked at the light of the torch and glanced at it with a small mouth, and the lines on the ring were still clearly visible in the light that had become less bright. On the surface of the ring, there are two birds staring at the side, and in the middle is an eye-shaped pattern. This is no different from the engravings he saw on the back of the stone seat, and according to his father, the old tower, the two birds seem to be called ravens. No matter what is found every day under the day, Hogwarts life has not changed much. Until the middle and late May, the daily routines of young wizards are still learning, eating, and sleeping. There are occasional entertainments interspersed during the occasion, but most of them are not related to the candidates of 5th year and 7th year. Of course, in this short period of time, a Quidditch match that Hufflepuff lost to Slytherin's hand, puts a lot of pressure on the hearts of Gryffindor young lions. You know, Gryffindor's game against Ravenclaw is about to be held on the last weekend of the month, which is the last game of the season. In terms of the current overall total score, in this game, Gryffindor will not be able to win the victory. They must get enough points to win the final crown with the total score. The total score of the glue. So Gryffindor's captain Angelina has been very violent recently, and her state has not changed much until the morning of the game. Harry, relax, don't think about that dream again. Opposite the dining table, Hermione whispered comfortably, these days, your occlumency is not very effective. Marks also said, no big deal. After all, Voldemort also living, this is a fact, we didn't know it long ago. On the other hand, Harry poked the food in the plate with a fork, and the mental head didn't look too good. Yeah, I know. He ordered nodded. Nothing, I am just reviewing the head. Some tired. You have to pay attention to rest. If you are tired before the arrival of OWLs, isn't that long-term review meaningless? Ginny is talking, she is in good shape, not at all like a Quidditch player who will debut in the finals of this season. You're right, Ginny. Harry tried this, even if she was laughed at her. You too. I heard that in the past few days you often train a person after training, be careful not to get hurt. Oh, nothing. Ginny squeezed his eyes cutely and mysteriously. For this game, I have spent a lot of time preparing for it, and I will marry me for a while. After a while, when Harry and Ginny were separated from their friends and headed for the Quidditch Stadium's player preparation room, Marks also happened to take the Hohenheim's siblings to the stadium. Quidditch is currently the most popular sport in the Magic Circle, and the wizard that likes it is really a lot. For example, the fat young master of the Hohenheim family is also a small fan. Even if he lives so big, there are not many opportunities to watch the ball on the spot. With the three of them going to the stadium, there is Slughorn, the bald fat old man. These days, he is quite familiar with Fatty, and often invites siblings to go to him for a while. Of course, in Marks's opinion, the old man is mostly staring at the talented little Sarah. As for this old man, let's not say anything about it. It is quite old to find the talents. The seats of these four people are naturally in the teaching staff. Compared with the position of the young wizards, the performance of the teaching staff can be said to be quite good. As the game approached the opening, the Quidditch Stadium quickly became lively. This is the last Quidditch game of the school year. It not only determines the ownership of the Quidditch Silver Cup, but also affects the level of the house. Everyone is very concerned. Not long after, when Luna was seated in the stands opposite Ravenclaw, Marks found her at a glance. No way, this little girl changed a living eagle on her head. When she went there, she was fighting for her wings, which led her students to avoid sideways and avoid people. It is difficult to notice her. The eagle is the hallmark of Ravenclaw. The reason why she made such a strange move is actually supporting her house in her own way. Although everyone has felt her enthusiasm, her eccentric reputation is afraid to be branded again in everyone's heart. Looking at Ravenclaw's high-profile turmoil, Marks, who was chatting with Slughorn casually, couldn't help but smile and gently shook his head. Today is a good day. Or, probably, I won't find a better weather than today. The sunshine in May is not strong, so even on a cloudless sunny day, players don't have to worry about whether the game will be hot or not. The narrator is still Lee Jordan, a good buddy of Fred and George, and his interest today is particularly high because as a commentator who got the list of the first step, he has already discovered Ginny Weasley, who appeared on the list. To be honest, Gryffindor's Captain Angelina is a pretty good-looking woman, but it's completely better than Ravenclaw's Seeker. Of course, the most crucial thing in a game is the outcome. In addition, the player's face value will become the primary condition for leading the game. A seductive player is active on the broomstick. Who doesn't like watching this scene? Therefore, the Ravenclaw team with Kujang has always been a high supporter among students, and is tied with the Hufflepuff team with the big guy Cedric. In comparison, the two teams, Gryffindor and Slytherin, who have a high winning percentage in the Quidditch Cup, have a much smaller number of support. Ravenclaw team took the lead in the game. It can be seen that even in the finals, their looks are still calm. Lee Jordan said aloud the introduction of the team's admission routine, and then began to report the name of each player. Chambers, Bradley Davis, Wright, and Ravenclaw's Seeker, Kujang, the female child that everyone loves. As a qualified commentator, it is of course necessary to treat both teams equally on the court, not to mention the gentle Oriental girl who is really attractive. Then, don't be busy screaming. Yes, then. Jordan continued to scream. Gryffindor team is also on the way. Hey, we are squatting. The first thing that still comes out is the red-haired Weasley brother. They are still so beautiful. Followed by Angelina Johnson Captain, and Katie Bell and Arya Spinpin. Oh, R.A.'s Seeker Harry Potter also came out. He is beckoning me. Merlin's beard, who is behind Potter, who I saw. Exclamation is always the best choice to attract everyone's attention. Even if Jordan has already seen the list beforehand, he still exaggeratedly yelled. As he got up and shouted, the pair of eyes on the high platform also moved to the exit passage, and then everyone's line of sight passed a flame-like redness. I'm not mistaken. That's Ginny Weasley, Gryffindor's backup team member. Jordan yelled and screamed, dancing, and it was all about the play. Wait, let me list. Hey, she turned out to be the keeper of the Gryffindor team. Cheers everyone. There is another little girl on the court today. In the teaching staff, Marks couldn't help but be surprised to see more in the air. To be honest, Ginny's shiny red hair and Gryffindor gold and red uniforms are really good. If the keeper must wear protective gear, the little girl must fly more beautifully. Over the field, Harry, who was flying in front of Ginny, slowed down slightly, and she gently slammed the palm, seemingly congratulating Ginny for his debut. On the Marks side, Ginny looks at the autumn again, and the two female children are somewhat involved with Harry. Harry, who was first attracted by the fall, is now flying with Ginny. I think of some memories of the past, and I have some emotions in Marks. Not long after, when the players were in place, in a clear whistle, a short silver short hair, Madam Hooch, unveiled the finals of the Quidditch Cup final. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 628. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 628. From the start of the game, it has been nearly 20 points clock. I have to say that this game is really worth seeing. The Gryffindor team and the Ravenclaw team chasing players are coming and going. They have made various skilled technical moves and carried out a series of offense and defense in the midfield. Yes, it is the midfield. I don't know why. Today both sides are particularly passionate about steals, and the ball is constantly changing back and forth. However, unfortunately, both sides are often trying to break through the second half of the opponent. The ball is suddenly intercepted. It is this time and time that you come to me. The key to victory in this game seems to have quietly fell to the two teams of Seeker. In fact, when neither side can fit the quaffle into the opponent's knocker, is the only score item left with only golden snitch. At this moment, the commentator Lee Jordan's words, for the young wizards in the stands that were stunned, unraveled the doubts. I think Gryffindor's team members should give the lovely Miss Weasley a little more trust. Lee said it was really good. The reason why the game was in a situation where both sides were battling for the ball was the result of the debut of Gryffindor's new keeper, Ginny Weasley. The speed at which she promoted the official player from the preparation of the team member was so fast that both the enemy felt that her strength might be lacking. As a result, Ravenclaw naturally chose to let go of the attack, trying to put the score of the lock victory on the quaffle. Just like the tactics Marks developed, Gryffindor's team members tried their best to take care of Ginny and try not to let the other person break through to their doorstep to reduce Ginny's pressure in front of the door knocker. Of course, perhaps it's just plain worry that she won't hold the ball. So, when the chasers were on the court like a whirlwind, when the beaters chased the bludger and strolled around but couldn't find the opportunity to shoot, Harry and Autumn kept chasing each other at low altitude. Neither of them has found the golden snitch, but it does not prevent the two excellent seekers from making effective interference, and the rhythm of the flight is constantly changing between them. Sometimes, Harry with Firebolt deliberately climbs and dives in the air or on the ground, which is the natural initiative that comes with the faster seeker. Even if he didn't really find the location of the snitch, but in front of him, he could use the fake action to confuse the opponent and let the other party mistakenly think that he had seen the fast-growing golden. Of course, it is because his opponent is Autumn, so that he has never done Wronski feint once. Because the technical movement, although it is possible for him to sneak his opponent into the ground while diving down, can make it difficult for him to see a female child injured. However, as the official seeker of Ravenclaw, the eye-catching play of Autumn did not make Harry easy to go. This beautiful female child who also loves the Quidditch movement knows very well that her broom is not an opponent of Firebolt, and it is difficult to conduct fair confrontation in terms of speed. So, whenever she found out that she was being pulled too far by Harry, she would deliberately make a palanque ball handling maneuver, forcing Harry to turn around and chase her. Because the speed of Golden Snitch is too fast, the most important thing about Seeker's confrontation is to seize the fleeting moment. Every neglect of the opponent is likely to allow the opponent to grab the snitch first and then end the game. It is worth mentioning that the eyes of the audience are now attracted by Harry and Autumn, because the flight curves of the two of them are really touching and exciting. Even now the shadow of Golden Snitch has not been seen yet, but the two-ball confrontation of the two sides is equally stunning and dazzling, and people can't help but want to applaud them, as it should be by rights. The quiet Ginny in front of the goal, also paying attention to Harry and the fall of the eye with the corner of the eye. At this time, she even had some small regrets, secretly complaining that when she was in the separate house, why didn't she ask Sorting Hat to go to Ravenclaw? If she was assigned to Ravenclaw House, then it might be Ginny Weasley in the air with Harry's spin. But when she was secretly thinking about it, Lee Jordan's commentary changed again. Davis of Ravenclaw once again took the ball from Johnson. He took the ball to the side. Did he want a high-speed breakthrough? Yes. He chose this time. Wu Langong flying? Can Gryffindor's bell once again let him return? No, Lee suddenly screamed. The short arc of bell that he swayed this time blocked. Ginny had to concentrate on the Ravenclaw team's renewed offense. When Davis had lost her own Katie Bell, she began to play a double 8-point flying action in front of the 3 door knockers. Is this the first time I have done this preparatory action in this game? God knows. Davis is rushing. He is continually rushing. Lee's voice is still echoing in the field, and the new game attracts the attention of young wizards. In their captain's offensive time, Chambers of Ravenclaw also passed through the defense of the bludger. Are they going to launch a combination attack? Miss Weasley, be careful. Without the exaggeration reminder of Lee over there, Ginny had already noticed the position of the other side in the first place. Not only that, but she immediately found that Chambers, who was behind, made a small angle of dive. Alia, be careful. It is Bokoff Slughorn. Ginny's reminder came quite timely, because at this moment, the vision of Alice Spinnet, who is facing Davis, has become quite narrow. It was this moment that Chambers arrived at the back of Davis, and Davis, who was rapidly advancing, actually missed the ball in a very hidden way. Ginny's warning caused Spinen to subconsciously hold down the broom handle and sink. The long-term training allowed her to accurately stop in front of Chambers, forcing the other party to return the quaffle to Captain Davis, who reduced the speed. The opponent's offensive has been slowed down. Hey! Wonderful defense. Poke off. The enemy is cracked by Spin It. Lee yelled again. This time Johnson's defense is in place. Although the quaffle is still in the hands of Ravenclaw, they must re-choose an offensive plan. Oh, no. Davis didn't give up. He moved again. Generally speaking, when the speed of the chasing player is reduced to a certain extent, the success rate of the attack will be greatly reduced. Because acceleration takes time, and in the Quidditch race, which moves very fast, once it is slowed down, it is extremely easy to be blocked, even directly hit by the bludger. Therefore, in terms of normal tactical thinking, Davis is bound to choose to pass the quaffle and then reorganize the offense. But this time, Davis actually took a dive from the ball that Chambers handed back to him and raised the speed. What do Davis want to do? Commentator Lee was surprised. Does he want to score a goal to be crazy? There is a spinner after Johnson, plus a bell to go back. What can he do? Lee couldn't go on, because he suddenly saw that Davis had unexpectedly made a maneuver climb when the dive acceleration had not been completed, and Johnson, who had blocked the line straight, shook it off in a thrilling way. Ginny, who is in front of the door, knows that Davis has played very often. This kind of situation is not uncommon on the court, especially in some intuition players. It is a kind of ability. Davis, who got rid of Johnson, had no obstacles and the speed got up again. And with regard to his small range of steering ability, Ginny had to stop the wide-ranging goalkeeping strategy and focus more on the middle door and the right door closer to Davis. Will he choose to cast a quaffle towards that knocker? Ginny's hands clenched the Nimbus 2000's broom handle. This was when Marks dominated the modern broom at Hogwarts. She believes that this broom can bring her strength and luck, both in the chasing position and in the keeper position. Davis is approaching, faster, and it's hard to believe that he can change direction at these speeds. So, will he attack himself against his middle door? Ginny has a hunch that she feels that Davis, who is in good shape, will change direction. Although the possibility is very small, she still has a small amount of attention. Let me pay attention to the direction of the right hand. Near. Getting closer. The audience inside the stadium and the players who chased back could not help but hold their breath. Is the right ring. Just as Davis made an action, Lee Dashing, the narrator with the best vision, came out. Yes, Davis has really changed direction. It is not the right door. It is not a completely impossible left door, but a right door knocker with a somewhat difficult angle. Ginny put the broom handle to the right in a very timely manner, showing an excellent reaction speed, and in the eyes of everyone, looking forward to, or surprised, straight ahead to the right door. At this moment, Davis's hand holding the ball has already been lifted in half, and he is almost ready to pitch. However, no, how is it possible? Lee's voice, which was shocked and shivering, spread throughout the venue. In the three door knockers of the Quidditch race, the left and right rings are flush and the middle door knocker is significantly higher. It is extremely difficult to fold to the middle door knocker at a high speed in the vicinity of the side ring. These scenes can only be seen in professional competitions. Today, Ravenclaw's Captain Davis has made an amazing move in the high-speed mid-swing in front of the right ring with the slightest hesitation. This arc is very small. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 629. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 629. There are no student players who have made professional-level moves in an in-school competition, such as Hogwarts' Magical Seeker, Harry's father James Potter, and Durmstrang's outstanding students, and the Bulgarian national team's current seeker Wickle. Morecrum, for example, the one who has no nostalgia for Quidditch Stadium, but whose name is still in the Hogwarts for major colleges and universities, crazed devil Marks McLawn. However, at least in the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup this season, everyone did not expect that players will be surprised. Even if Harry Potter, whose technical level is always above the average. No one thinks he is the Quidditch rookie who can make a relationship with professional players. However, as the captain and veteran of Ravenclaw, and the chasing player Bradley Davis, who is about to face graduation, he broke out in the final of such an brain-slashing mud pit. At this moment, with Davis's repeated breakthrough and forced speeding, the situation in front of the Gryffindor team has reached the most critical moment. A good newcomer, Keeper Ginny, was in front of his right door knocker, and Davis, who was rushing to 2 feet in front of her, pitching and fighting almost became the set. But at such an imperative time, Davis was like a real eagle, slamming the broomstick and starting to spin up, flipping a ribbon, flying backwards to the middle door to draw a short the arc. To know, it is his second turning action to count the change from the middle door to the right door ring. It is a great test for the player's body and skill, and even the performance and material of the broom. It's the Caroline Doublefold Central. The commentator Lee was the first to react. He snorted very quickly and showed his professional potential as a commentator. Even if Ginny is enough to pay attention, plus her sense of smell is good enough, Davis's surprise attack also made her feel completely unprepared. When she suddenly noticed that she was in front of her eyes, Davis had already turned over her head and flew to the left front in the direction of the roundabout. She immediately noticed that Davis had completely lost the pitching angle of the right knocker. He changed the scoring target to a higher position in the middle. It can be seen that it does not mean that it can be handled. The previous change of Davis caused Ginny to rush at the bottom right. If she wants to learn Davis twice, she needs to change the angle. Davis is still big. In the high-speed movement of Quidditch, the steering speed is measured by the angle of the flight arc, and at the moment, Davis has clearly seized the opportunity. Now it's still time to turn back and stay in the middle line. In such an imperative situation, thinking itself has become an option to waste time, which may be a bit more confusing, but actually only in the blink of an eye. Ginny's mind only had time to flash the single thought head, and the body she had repeatedly exercised in training was in the next moment. Yes, when she was having breakfast in the auditorium this morning, she had mentioned with Harry that she had taken a lot of effort for the debut of the show. But even she did not think that in the actual battle that suddenly became fierce, some trick that was originally intended to be deliberately used was eventually used in a subconscious situation. It was at that second that Ginny collapsed in the sight of everyone, just like falling off the broom, hanging in the air with only the strength of the leg and the grip. And then, when she used her own weight to force Nimbus 2000 to pull back and take a 180-degree turn with a smaller arc than Davis, she went back to the middle door ring after the first move. Sighed. In the eyes of the audience, the scene in front of the door knocker is quite interesting at this moment. Davis is hanging upside down on his broom, the quaffle flies straight to the middle door knocker, and the Ginny that comes over the oblique thorn is half hung in the air, stretching the posture with a palm and dangerously sealed the door knocker. She caught it. As Ginny's gloved hand held the quaffle, the commentator Lee Teng stood up. She caught it. Ginny Weasley. She caught up with a miraculous turn. Davis's shot. The ball didn't come in. Ravenclaw's Davis flew over Ginny's side, and as he passed by Ginny, he glanced at Ginny with a stunned look. In the second half of the Gryffindor team, Peter, Fred and George looked at each other and they all saw the smile in the other's eyes. Marx's steering skills. George shrugged. It became Ginny's craft. Fred debuted. After all, the two he laughed and slammed their palms as if they were the ones they had defended. As for Harry, who was still entangled in the low altitude and autumn, he naturally saw the wonderful moment. Although his duties did not allow him to fly over and congratulate Ginny, he still excitedly waved his arms to the other side. Congratulations to your team for another excellent team member. Autumn smiled and smiled. Oh, yes. Harry nodded again and again. I didn't expect Ginny to use this technique in the game. After all, it's hard, really hard. On the other side of the teacher's desk, Marx also smirked and smirked with everyone. That's right, this is the action that he personally taught Ginny in the orchard behind the Weasley family. Think of Ginny's ability to make this steering skill appear in the official game so quickly, And of course he is very happy with Ginny. "It's really good," he said as he slaps his slap. It can be used in a subconscious situation to prove that she has practiced many times. However, just as Marx's rare earth grade tasted the fresh experience of educational gains, a small, well-behaved mix of cheers and applause snapped into his ear. "The little elder sister is very powerful. But what does this have to do with you? Why do you seem to be your credit?" Marx smirked over and squinted at the other side of the fat young master's huge body that occupied 2 seats. But seeing little Sarah holding her little satchel and looking at the stadium without squinting, it seems that the tune-up is just not her. "Miss Hornheim, are you talking about it?" Marx asked, raising his eyebrows and pretending. On the other side, Sarah did not care what he meant, and did not move his neck with his mouth. But when Marx smiled at the fat young master, who was a little embarrassed, when the back came back to the chair, the crisp voice rang again. "Some people like to be passionate about themselves. Maybe someone is talking about others?" Since the last sneak attack on Marx, but to make himself deadlocked. The Horn family's genius young girl's attitude towards Marx is even more cold. However, it is really the first time to say that it is almost as arrogant as it is today. The female child's mind is always difficult to guess, and the genius young girl like little Sarah is even more confusing. Although Marx didn't care about her entanglement, she couldn't help but wonder why she suddenly came to this trick. Of course, no matter how talented the child is, he is still a child. It is a girl who is too depressed by him. Is it purely his nature, want to find a place to go back? Just this time, it was Marx who guessed it wrong. Sarah saw Marx and didn't take her own words. When the surroundings were quiet and the Quidditch players on the field started to attack again and again, she squinted thoughtfully. "No, a big brother," she thought, suddenly twitching the fatty sleeves. Seemingly casual, after lunch, accompany Sarah to the lake to take a walk. "Okay." The fat young master suddenly seems to be nodded like a conditioned reflex. "Walk? Oh, dear younger sister, of course it's okay. And don't mention these little moves on the stand, the game is still going on." Ginny's extraordinary performance blocked Gryffindor's almost good goal, but it was not enough to have a big impact on the outcome of the final. However, her excellent skills directly dispelled her teammates' concerns about their abilities. The Gryffindor team, which has unlocked the bondage, is undoubtedly excellent. Ravenclaw is a little worse than they are in terms of overall strength. When the 3 chasers, headed by Captain Angelina, abandoned the previous blocking strategy and let go of a more aggressive attack, Ravenclaw's backcourt defensive shortcomings gradually emerged. Unlike the Hufflepuff, which is better at defending the defensive, the Kitties' offense is not worse than Gryffindor and Slytherin, but the radicality will inevitably lead to the emptiness of defense. After several offensive and defensive exchanges, Ginny held the knocker twice, but Ravenclaw had already scored 3 goals in the Angelina. The score began to gradually expand. Hey, wait, what happened there? Just as Angelina once again organized a new round of offense, the Lee's exclamation pulled the attention of the young wizards. "It's Potter." He made a climb again. This time he didn't use the swing tactics, it was a straight line. Did he already find Golden Snitch? As Lee said, Harry, who was flying in the first half of the fall, slammed up and left the low-altitude area and began to climb to the high-altitude. Firebolt's excellent acceleration made him once again put aside his position in the fall, but everyone could not find the golden light that represented Snitch. In the stands, everyone looked at Harry's back or looked forward or hesitantly. Only Marx frowned slightly. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 630. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 630. Harry's back is shaking. Although his silhouette seemed so vague because of the climb against the light, it was only Marx who really found out that something was wrong at the first time, but Harry's trembling was real. At this moment, only Harry himself vaguely understood, he did not want to climb, but because the tingling of the forehead suddenly caused his hands to involuntarily grip the firebolt's handle and unconsciously raised it. How? What's going on? Why is Scar hurting? At the moment he thought so, he flashed a picture in his mind. It was still the faintness of the previous dream, and it was still the kind of bloody shackles that looked like the eyes closed with the eyes closed, as if. It seems that he is doing it in general. Yes, this seemingly acquainted vision, this is like the pain from the depth of one's soul, and the emptiness and waiting that is lost. Where is this? How should I leave here? The indescribable discomfort was entangled in Harry's body, as if he was to drown his entire body thoroughly and then into the bottomless abyss. What to do? What should I do? What do I have to do? Harry struggled to think that he was getting stagnant, thinking hard. Ginny. Hermione. Ron. Marks. Yes, Marks. He suddenly seemed to have caught a life-saving straw, putting his attention on the name. He said, right. Thinking, wall, isolated. Occlumency. At the moment when Occlumency was shipped, he suddenly felt that his body was inexplicably sinking. This sense of reality made him seem to have regained control of his body and remembered where he was. So he opened his eyelids hard, and then he saw the extraordinarily dazzling sun in the sky. Is that a dream or a reality? Because the sights I saw in my dreams, and the feeling of facing my eyes with my eyes closed, are too similar. The light that passes through the eyelids is hard to forget once I saw it. For a time, Harry felt that he was even a bit unclear. Harry, who was licking God, didn't immediately see his current situation, but in fact, he is still climbing. Because the speed is too fast, he can't keep up with him in the early autumn, and he is now in a fairly high position. It was the next second, and the lingering light of Harry's eyes glimpsed a golden lightning flash. His seeker innate talent, inherited from father, made him move almost conditioned. I saw that he suddenly pulled the broomstick, like a blast of moving toward that direction, and the acceleration of firebolt was applied to the extreme, and in a blink of an eye he took a long distance. That is no doubt Golden Snitch. Since he was seen by him, then there is no reason to turn a blind eye. After a long distance in the fall, after seeing Harry suddenly turn, according to Seeker's basic tactics of chasing opponents without reason, she naturally chose to follow. But until now she realized that from the beginning of the game until now, Harry has been pressing against her speed. Now that Harry seems to have found the Golden Snitch, he no longer has to hide. Therefore, this autumn is really to see how fast Firebolt claims to be world's fastest speed, how exaggerated. In the sky, Harry has already mentioned the speed of the flight to nearly 90%. It is not that he deliberately gives the girl, but because he has to leave some room for turning when chasing the Golden Snitch. Golden Snitch is not just flying in a straight line, although that illusion really made him feel a little off course, but now is at the game. And this is the final of this season. Since he is still okay, it is natural to continue to fulfill his responsibilities, otherwise he will be sorry for the teammates who are training every day and the Angelina captain who is about to graduate. As for the inexplicable accident just now, I will go to the Hermione to discuss it after the game is over. Or do you want to say it? Just as he couldn't help but make a small difference, the golden lightning flashed a line in front of him, and the vertical moved towards the bottom. He quickly licked his head and reminded himself not to think about it. So he slammed the broom handle and leaned back, drawing a beautiful arc in the air and swooping down. This time, the autumn below the diagonal also saw the straight gold line, and then she pressed the broom with the slightest hesitation and chased it past Harry, who was passing straight ahead. The score on the field is 60-10. Don't ask. Of course, Gryffindor leads. Since the young lions who danced on the stadium have played their true strength, the chasers have made 9 pitches and successfully scored 6 goals. The opposite eagle has gradually embarked on downhill. Even if they have 5 times in offense, there is only one chance to really fall into the Gryffindor team. Davis, who used to play very often, is still working hard, but Ginny's attack on the goalkeeper, like Merlin's possession, is quite heavy, and it's hard to see the shadows in this game. And it was at this moment that Harry and Autumn, which followed the Golden Snitch straight down, almost returned to the game space at the same time. Their arrival is like a heavy hammer falling from the sky, breaking the offensive and defensive order in the arena. Golden Snitch represents a high score for the full 150 score. Although Quidditch, who decides the final ranking by the total score system, will not be obsessed with the outcome of each game. However, it should be noted that this is the last game of this session. The game is over. If Ravenclaw can capture this 150 score, although they still can't reach the champion's throne, they are at least enough to make them second. To be honest, this year's total score has always been very adhesive, and the four houses have actually had the expectation of picking up the Quidditch Silver Cup. After this expectation, and with the score slightly larger and gradually bid farewell to the hope of the champion and the little eagle, now the mood is imaginable. But just as Harry's fingertips were about to touch the Golden Snitch, a voice pierced everyone's eardrum. Stop. Did anyone ever mention that Ginny's tricks are actually very big? Harry, who was very sensitive to Ginny's voice, suddenly shrank his arms, and then he followed a Golden Snitch in front of him and turned a corner and climbed up again. Ginny, what are you doing? Captain Angelina of Gryffindor saw it and screamed eagerly. Ginny, swirling in front of the middle door, waved his hand and pointed to the scoreboard on the sidelines. Angelina. Offensive. Ginny shouted. The score is not enough. The last game was Hufflepuff against Slytherin, and the loss of the younger ones was the latest 200 score point of the Snake House. Yes, at the last minute, the Slytherin player grabbed the Golden Snitch and ended the game with 50 plus 150 points. Now, if Gryffindor wants to exceed Slytherin's total score, it must be separated from the stadium with 220, or else they will be the same score and the fate of the game. In the semester of OWL's and Newt's exams, if you have to intersperse the Quidditch Cup in the history of Hogwarts before the exam, the main force of the house team is also concentrated in the 5th, 6th and 7th grades. Is this not a fatal thing? Ginny's voice was quite loud, and not only did Gryffindor's team member hear it, but even Ravenclaw had several people looking at the scoreboard on the sidelines. Finally, I realized that Angelina, who was wrong in calculations, even if it was a glimpse. Then she tightened the quaffle in her hand, like a hare. Well, the Mad Lioness rushed straight to Ravenclaw's half. As for the tactics of holding the ball, she was already taken to the 9 heavens cloud. The opposite eagle saw her desperately rushing, and immediately spurred the spirit, and each of them played a less secure defensive formation. Everyone knows very well that this game is not over yet. This offensive, the final fight, is actually the speed of response. When Ginny's shouts came out, Harry was the first to react, and Angelina was the second. Attacking takes time. When Angelina flies over the midfield line, Ravenclaw's team members have gotten quite a bit of preparation time. In comparison, Belle and Spinnet, who reacted slightly slower, failed to keep up with Captain's footsteps in time. Soon, Angelina, who was forced to break through with Quaffle, was already caught in the gaze of the Kitty Hawks. When B2 hit the bludger towards her, Angelina, who was dodging, lost the ball after all. Captain Davis was the one who won the Quaffle. He rushed out the first time after getting the ball, followed by the other 2 chasers. At this time, the young lions were so confused because of the sudden changes, so that the formation after the conversion of the offense and defense has not been fully set. They obviously have a chance. However, Davis, who crossed the midfield line and arrived at the Gryffindor half, was hesitant to hesitate. His speed was a little slower, and his line of sight quickly moved up the scoreboard on the sidelines. What kind of opportunity is he thinking about? At the time, almost the audience of the audience was thinking, but Ginny, who was only careful and delicate, wrinkled his eyebrows. If I were you, I would use my full strength to fight. This is the greatest respect for the opponent. At this moment, the long hair of the Scarlet behind Ginny is constantly flying in the wind, just like a real Gryffindor lion. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 631. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 631. The contradiction between the Hogwarts, Gryffindor and Slytherin houses is almost a chic inheritance. From the many disputes between the two founders, to the current battle between the young wizards, this contradiction has almost never been interrupted for thousands of years. After all, the friction between the two big houses can be so long-lasting. I am afraid that it is caused by the purpose of choosing the students in the two big houses. But it's worth noting that in the Hogwarts Magic School, there are only two houses. As a wonderful alumni of Marx, Hufflepuff still insists on their look and practical. After all, the students in this house are just like a honest little servant. They are hardworking, honest, and loyal. They are basically enough to let the conflicts in the school be done. Ravenclaw, which is the opposite of them, is different. The smart and eager little eagle also has a good self-motivation and also has enough foresight. Therefore, in the history of Hogwarts, they did not compete with Gryffindor and Slytherin. They chose a more pleasing party in these two houses and extended their friendship. In those days, Rowena Ravenclaw even more agreed with Godric Gryffindor, otherwise there would be no rumors that she and Gryffindor had run away with Slytherin. Of course, the rumors are always just rumors. Most of the original truths were buried in the soil with their demise. The present thing, of course, is to be said now. Just like this morning's Quidditch Cup final, when the young lions reminded Ginny that the total score could only be equal to the snakes, Captain Angelina decided to rush. She can't help but worry, because in the fast-paced Quidditch stadium, anything unexpected can happen. Don't look at Harry, who is still closer to Golden Snitch, but no one can say that Ravenclaw's fall will not catch a fleeting moment, grabbing Snitch and ending the tournament. However, Angelina's urgency was to bring a mess to the Gryffindor team, and the defensive omission of the half-court. But the Eagles saw a good opportunity for counterattack. Unexpectedly, Davis, who crossed the midfield line, hesitated. If I were you, I would fight with all my strength. This is the greatest respect for the opponent. The red-haired female child Ginny, who was unexpectedly debuted in the finals, broke Davis's thoughts and made the stand of the young wizards stand up. At that moment, before Ginny straddles the Nimbus 2000 to hang the door knocker, the red long hair behind it flutters in the wind. The softness of her appearance and her resilience in her eyes made her plain and lovely cheeks seem to have a resolute silhouette. Her words suddenly ignited the heart of Ravenclaw's Captain Davis. Yes, a team member who can sweat in the field, and which one is not because of the love of Quidditch. In this huge stadium, I will do my best to fight to the last moment, which is the greatest respect for every player who trains hard for the game. The next moment, Davis rushed out with all his strength. It turns out that the brilliant performance of this Ravenclaw Eagle captain is not just an accident. When he was moved by Ginny's words and determined to end his Quidditch career at Hogwarts with the strongest side, he broke out again at an amazing level. This time the breakdown was incredibly smooth. Along the way, he easily passed the completely unprepared Spinnet, and used a clever spin to shake off the bell. When he avoided George's bludger and hit the left door of Gryffindor directly from the middle, he chose to pitch long distance before Ginny blocked the door knocker. It's Captain, he scored. The first step was to scream not the commentator Lee Jordan, but a substitute team member of Ravenclaw on the sidelines. No one is the absolute center in this world. As for the newcomer to the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, Captain Davis, who is about to leave Hogwarts, is at the center of his little world. Undoubtedly, Davis's goal is his gratitude to Ginny, and he is the last gift he gave to the younger generation of these teams. Just as Lee Jordan reacted with a complex mood and wished to give the little eagle a congratulation, a whistle accompanied the young wizards to the whole game. Oh, Potter. Potter caught the snitch. It's over. The game is over. That's right. Just as Davis scored with his eye-catching gesture, Harry, who was above the stadium, grabbed the golden snitch and let Madame Hooch blow the final whistle. As a seeker, he just showed the level of Davis, who is not inferior to the single-door straight-door knocker, but his behavior is more than a last resort. Because he didn't expect it, the golden snitch, which was rushing to the sky, suddenly turned to the ground, almost hitting the fall behind him. If he doesn't grab it, the 150 score will be taken away by the unrelenting autumn of the game. In the end, the final match of the season, 210 announced the Gryffindor team's victory over 20. However, if it is based on the total score, the Quidditch Silver Cup will still fall into the hands of Slytherin House. The little snakes who had been sweating in the stands before, finally began to cheer happily. Captain. In the middle of the field, Ginny flew to Angelina's side and pulled her hand a little uncomfortably. I'm sorry, Captain. This game is not only the last game of Davis, it is also a farewell performance by Angelina. Although Ginny said that because of the hidden blood in his heart during the game, he still felt that he couldn't help the captain after the game. To know that her newcomer can appear in the finals, it is absolutely impossible for Captain Angelina to cultivate and identify her. But now, the ending will turn into this look, and the cause is really sighing. Angelina looked at the opposite half of the Ravenclaws and hugged each other, losing laughter, and felt that it was no big deal to lose the Quidditch Cup at the last minute of the student era. Ginny, she moved towards the red-haired female child, leaning against her, and sticking her arm to the other side. I don't have to say anything, sorry, you were right. If Davis would give the silver cup, even if I graduated with it, it may become a thorn, stuck in my heart for a lifetime. Captain, you see, ha ha. What a cry. Angelina smacked her face and smeared it on Ginny's face, but she couldn't help but burst into tears. Suddenly, several female children around them hugged Angelina one by one and huddled in the air. On the side of Harry, he saw the shape of Fred and George next to him. The two ghosts also graduated. Oh, Harry! Fred, a bear, hugged him from the left. You have to teach the little guys in the future. George also hugged him from the right. After we graduate, you have to lead Gryffindor to win the Quidditch Silver Cup. This pair of twins screamed in unison. Oh, Fred, George. Sometimes, a strong atmosphere can always drive people's emotions. These two unruly guys suddenly make Harry's eyes red. He put his hands on Fred and George's shoulders, hooked tightly, and the slightly closed eyes had a little tremor. But at this moment, Fred and George suddenly looked up and smirked at Harry's head. Then, two tricksters yelled and lifted Harry from the firebolt, and left and right, pulling Harry's little arm and legs around the stands. In the teaching staff, Marks didn't know whether to cry or laugh and watched the pair of live treasures glaring at Harry. After a while, I was somewhat surprised to see Professor McGonagall over there. If you put it in peacetime, Professor McGonagall, who can't be unruly, has long stood up and said nothing. But today, she is still sitting in her seat, watching the scene of the jubilation in the field stunned. With a little thought, Marks probably guessed some of the emotions in Professor McGonagall's heart. I have to say that Hogwarts is now showing laughter and peace. It is really a little hard to feel. It is no wonder that she will not be willing to destroy this wonderful moment. For a long time, Professor McGonagall finally stood up and shouted at the Weasley brother, who was still on the scene. Fred Weasley, George Weasley, if you don't want to wipe the trophy before graduation, put Mr. Potter back on the broom, she said. The game is over. Every house has performed this season. Very good. Everyone worked hard on the field and showed their strongest strength. After the game's comments and encouragement to the young wizards, this is the responsibility of every headmaster. Then there is the award of the trophy. Then the winner cheers and the loser is dejected. After all, it is still child, and the emotions are mostly expressed on the face, which is the most popular place for professors. It is worth mentioning that Snape is very happy, although he still has a face, but the slightly raised mouth still reveals the joy of his heart. As everyone walked away from each other, Marks stood in the stands and glanced at the grass below, and soon found the silhouette of Harry, who was walking with Hermione, Ron and the others. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 632. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 632. Harry, Ginny, you are doing well today. Although the Quidditch Cup is slipping away, let me say that there is nothing. Oh, thank you. I think the best performance today is Ginny. On the way back to the castle, Marks quickly caught up with Harry's footsteps and blended quite naturally into the dialogue of several people. Yeah? marked Ginny when he heard Harry's homeopathy. Marks couldn't help but laughed. Ginny, it's done very well in the game. The sentence is even more beautiful. Just because of your wonderful performance today, Professor Dumbledore, I will definitely feel that my Nimbus 2000 has not sent the wrong person. Hey, I will try to make it the most eye-catching broomstick of Hogwarts. Although Ginny said so confidently, her cheeks were still a little red, and obviously it was a bit of a compliment that everyone could take turns. Don't look at her heroic performance on the court, but it is limited to the case of bloody brains. Usually Ginny is still a very gentle girl. After mentioning Dumbledore once in a while, Marks sneaked at Harry with a glimpse of the light. Speaking of Professor Dumbledore, he asked casually, Harry, I asked you to read the book carefully that day. Have you seen it? Is there any gain? Oh, as soon as Marks brought the topic to the scene, Harry's mind suddenly flashed the unexpected situation that occurred on the field. Well, yeah? His words were a little hesitant. Apparently, the mind was not completely drawn from that small memory. I saw it, just. It seems like a storybook, you know, it's a few episodes of Godric Gryffindor. It's fun, but to be rewarded. I don't have a clue anyway. Is it? Marks looked at Harry's expression. If he realized that he was nodded, okay. It doesn't matter, if you think of something, or feel that you need to tell me, I remember to come to my office to find me at any time. He could feel that Harry did respond to his temptations, but since he didn't say it in front of everyone, it shows that he most likely does not want to use his own troubles to disturb the rhythm of everyone. Hermione and the others have been in good shape recently, and while focusing on the OWL's exam, they don't forget to take time to strengthen their personal abilities. Plus, now Harry has officially joined Ginny. While tasting the sweetness, most of his heart has also produced a sense of protection and responsibility as a boyfriend. Because of this, Marks decided to respect Harry's weighty choice. After all, after understanding the reasons for Harry's situation, he knew that the actual harm was not great. As long as Harry continues to increase the progress of Occlumensis practice, things will naturally be resolved. Ah, okay. Harry immediately nodded. If I found something in the book, I will tell you right away. As for the book titled Griffin from the Wilderness, Marks actually turned over in the ward. In fact, it is indeed a common storybook, and there is no place worthy of attention. If you want to get something from inside, then I am afraid it is a few easy to understand educational meanings. Ask what is the meaning of education. About Godric's story, nothing more than heroic fearless, dash on bravely with no thought of personal safety, dare to take risks and so on. With regard to these things, Sorting Hat will pick it up every year and it will be a slap in the ears. Not long after, several people followed other young wizards and chatted back to the castle. The last game of the Quidditch Cup is finally over, and whether the result is pleasant or not, it is a thing that has passed. At the end of the busy semester, everyone's focus is always on the exam, including the heroes who have been active on the court. So, in theory, the day of the game is a day of rest. But the young wizards are still trying to review their homework in the library or in the common room, at least for 5th year and 7th year. However, don't forget that there are two great guests in Hogwarts Castle. In the afternoon, the Hohenheim siblings who had used up the lunch in the auditorium, temporarily bid farewell to Marks, who was going to correct the homework for the students, and took a leisurely pace to the lakeside of the castle. The weather in these days has been good, and it is now spring. Sun shone brightly breezy. Looking at the lake is even more sparkling, as if someone had sprinkled a large golden leaf into the lake, full of glittering golden light. In such a beautiful environment, everything is extraordinarily fascinating, but only one thing is particularly emotional. Is this the place where Mr. Albus Dumbledore was buried? At this moment, Sarah was standing in front of the hail, which was nearly 1 person high. The translucent body of the ice blue was still chilling in the sun, and it could not stop on the verdant grass. What is surprising is that the thing that is condensed into a carcass is obviously some kind of extremely cold ice. Standing close to it, It only makes people feel a little cool, and even the grass grows vigorously nearby. Listen to Father, this hail was made by Marks on the spot on the funeral. The funny face next to the younger sister was amazed. Although I have seen it a few days ago, I can see it a few times. It's still so beautiful. But how long can this ice cube last? This Fatty is quite good. Under the sun, this hail is diffused with a dazzling brilliance, and it looks like it is extraordinarily beautiful. In this hail, Dumbledore's face is still in the same way as before, and half of the points have not changed, as if they were just asleep. Sarah ignored the Fatty. She just stared at the big ice that was set in this man. It took a while to move towards Dumbledore and then walked gently to a tree by the lake. No, a big brother, Sarah does not go to Buttons, she said leisurely. We will go home in a few days, and say to Father, I will come here to school in the second half of the year. Hey? Fatty said strangely. When I mentioned it to you last time, didn't you say you didn't want to go to Hogwarts to go to school? How come now? Mr. McLawn is very interesting, Xiao. Sarah blinked and whispered. And it's really amazing. He probably knows some secrets that others don't know. If it is possible, I think I will need him to help me untie some doubts. Really? Fatty suddenly surprised. I see you always hate him. I thought you didn't want to stay here anymore. No, said Sarah. I'm just a little surprised, a little scared. Fatty was not surprised that she no longer used her name to call herself. In fact, when she really got serious, it was this way. But for the word fear in Sarah's mouth, Fatty was particularly surprised. Oh, he wondered, fear? Yeah? Sarah was so calmly nodded. After a temptation, I have roughly understood how far I have been with him. The book is right. When alchemy and magic are all reached at depth, there are many things that can be connected, especially spiritual refinement and soul magic, she said, and stopped a little, and then continued, I think. Compared to the ancient runes, his research on the soul has reached a rather incredible level. Compared with the study spirit, Sarah, who has already become quite good, has gone through the material, and the Fatty is not catching up with the horse. But what he said is also the young master of the Hohenheim family. For Sarah, he still knows a little about it. Of course, understanding the details, he is obviously still confused. So, you want to find something to look for through his research direction? Fatty asked, half understand. If you just want to talk to him, I don't think you want to go to Hogwarts. Learn. Just use the old saying that you don't have to go to school at all, isn't it? It's not just because of the research needs, Sarah said, looking back at Hogwarts Castle and looking at Marks's office. Fatty staring at the little Sarah and screaming at the head. The doubts and curiosity in my heart are more prosperous. Hey, he suddenly played with a smile, dear younger sister, can you say, are you looking at my good brother Marks? If so, don't say these boring words. Sarah shook her head slightly and interrupted Fatty's fun. Why is that? However, this time, Sarah once again turned back to look at the lake, holding a small mouth and no sound. Seeing that she didn't talk, Fatty scratched her scalp, and this gave up and seemed shrugged. Okay, he said. This is your idea. You said it. Well, when are you going to go home? Watch it in a few days. Sarah stared at the wonderful lake light, and for a long time she spoke out an answer that was not an answer. On the other side, Marks, who is still in the office, is in the same direction as the two. But he didn't sneak a peek. But it didn't mean he didn't know. He also noticed the words that Sarah said to Fatty in the morning. But because he felt a lot of secrets in Sarah, but there was no suspiciousness, he only limited his actions to some temptations. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 633. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 633. After the Quidditch Cup, the major event for the entire school year is almost over. Without the troubles of Quidditch training and the final destination of the trophy, everyone is more able to pour all of their physical and mental health into the review of the exam. And when it quietly passed in May, young wizards ushered in a crucial June in silencio. Recently, professors, including Marks, no longer have homework for students, and the time spent in class is almost entirely used to review topics that are most likely to be tested. Yes, whether it is OWLs or NEWTs, the exam questions are all from the Education Department under the International Wizard Federation. As for the proctoring work at the time, it will be handed over to the Wizard Examination Authority of the country where the school is located and the school professor. Of course, Marks definitely has no invigilator, because in the end, he is not entirely part of the Hogwarts Magic School. To be invigilated, he should return to Durmstrang. However, the few students who took the magic class in this school year were actually lucky, because Marks's new textbooks govern much more than the old ancient runes exams. Marks students can take advantage of what Marks teaches with no difficulty compared to other schools' young wizards. Niven translation and description. Although I usually get tired of learning, after all, there are obviously more things to keep in mind than in the past. But the harvest today must be significant. However, except for the study of ancient runes, other disciplines are still so distressing. These days, Hermione seems to have had an anxiety before the exam. Not only did she look pleasing to the eye, she always liked to ask Luna to pick up the book, and then she answered the question in front of each and everyone. But whenever she answered a question, she immediately rushed back to read the book to see that she was not correct. Two people often do this in the library, and then often recruit the administrator Madame Pince's eyes. But it's worth mentioning that the behavior caused by anxiety like Hermione is not the most annoying. After all, only Luna and Madame Pince are bothersome, and Luna looks pretty happy. The most annoying thing is actually Marks's old friend at Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan. I don't know from which day, Ernie has a bad habit of inquiring about each other's review time, and almost no matter who they are. It is possible that in the front 1-point clock, you asked him in the hallway. When you sit back in the classroom, he will grab your arm and ask again. When he heard that someone else's review time was longer than himself, he would sigh and say that he was finished, and when he heard that the review time was shorter than himself, he would cheer and laugh as if he had already tested the most great results. So, every time we see Ernie far away, we will run away as much as possible. If we can't run, we will try to say that we haven't reviewed it at all. In Marks's office, Harry sat next to helplessly speaking. I think you can understand, Marks, he said. We are thinking, maybe letting his confidence become more complete, and reducing the number of entanglements. Oh, Marks, hearing this, writing and drawing at the back of the desk, looked up and shrugged. I think, instead of encouraging him in this way, you might as well take him to the school hospital directly. Madame Pomfrey will let he calm down. No, Harry shook his head again and again. Madame Pomfrey said that Ernie had taken 2 calming potions, and once again he had to sleep for a whole week. If he woke up, he found that he was going to take the exam. He will definitely go crazy. This is the 3rd time? Marks raised his eyebrow and smiled. Poor Ernie. I think his family must have given him a very difficult task. For example, how much is OWLs? Excellent what? Oh, this is not what he mentioned. Harry thought for a moment. Marks took a few more notes on the paper, then threw the quill back into the ink bottle and turned to look in the direction of Harry. So what about you? He asked. Harry, I heard. Your A history of magic should be fine, thanks to Hermione, but your potion is learning. Professor Slughorn is looking forward to you. Can get an O. Excellent. That's impossible, Harry said immediately. Is the professor not talking about it? Students who get E good can also take part in his NEWTs course. I think that as long as I can appear in his class, he can be satisfied. Okay, you look at it. Marks laughed, took the cup and took a sip of tea, and then reached out and said, so, since you will run to my office when you are so busy. I think you must not just be looking for me to chat. Hearing Marks saying so, Harry was obviously hesitantly paused. Yes, he snorted again in his chair, then whispered. Last month in the final of the Quidditch Cup, You seem to have noticed it. Would you like to say it? Marks nodded. Yeah, I saw it a bit, You hurt the car in the game. You guessed it, Harry said. But I am not willing to say it. Marks, I can only tell you about this person, someone else. Especially Hermione and Ron, better not let them know. Marks stood up and waved at Harry. Don't worry, it should be no big deal. He greeted him. Come on, some more. For the sake of insurance, I will check it for you. Say, Marks let Harry temporarily lift a Clumency, and then follow his lightning-shaped scar to Voldemort's soul fragment with his in the body. This is not the first time Marks has checked for Harry, but the results have remained the same, because time passed too long, and when Harry was too young, the soul fragment was almost integrated into his own soul, and it was difficult to separate him by normal means. However, as Marks judges, the soul fragment does not have any other adverse effects on Harry. Oh, no problem. After the check, Marks put his hand down and said easily, how to get through the days, don't worry. As long as you continue to practice occlumency, the symptoms of headaches and nightmares will slowly disappear. After all, he glanced at the magic wall clock on the wall and waved his hand. It's almost time, go back and prepare for the afternoon class. Marks said casually. In a few minutes, the test board will arrive at Hogwarts. I think at the latest, this evening, you will know the exact time of the exam. Arranged. Oh, Harry, who was relaxed after hearing the results of Marks's inspection, is again mourning. It's best to put a history of magic on the first day, so I can forget something less. If I put it in the end, I am afraid I can't guarantee it. Looking at Harry's back as he complained about leaving his office, Marks shook his head with a funny smile. After stretching a little, he placed the manuscript paper in front of him at the top of the pile of paper at the table, and then he went out and lifted his legs. Professor McGonagall gave him the task of receiving the contact person of the examination bureau, which is undoubtedly a very appropriate decision. After all, he is now in the British Magic Circle, and he is leading the way, which is obviously a very good thing. Hey, is that the person at the exam office? It looks like the age is already big. In the library window, Hermione and other young wizards who were so concerned about the exams were kneeling down there, and Harry, who had just returned from Marks, was standing next to him. A guy who listens to Slytherin said that if you want to get a good grade, you have to ask the people in the exam board to eat, and it's better to be their head. Harry and Ron's roommate, Seamus Finnegan, seemed to be on the side kind of authenticity. Really? Ron probably heard something similar from Father's mouth. At this moment, listening to Seamus is saying, I especially believe it. That's too bad. I'm a feather in the exam board. Do not know. Is this the head of the exam board next to Marks? Another student curiously said, I want to say it. It looks a lot like you. You are so old at her age. Just then, Neville, who was squeezed to the wall, couldn't help but glance at the probe. That is Giasalda McCaban, the director of the Wizards Examination Authority. He whispered, my grandmother and her know. Hey, why don't you say it early? Ron immediately grabbed Neville's elbow. Good buddy, help me. Help us all. Don't mess around. Hermione slaps Ron's hand. Can the Slytherin still believe it? Well, Neville, your grandma knows her. What kind of person is she? Is it harsh? Hey, say me. Don't you care about yourself? Ron whispered softly and licked the back of the red-handed hand, but did not dare to complain loudly. You know, Hermione's temper is getting worse lately, and no one wants to get rid of her. Seeing Hermione, I also stared at myself with everyone. The eyes were on my body, and Neville felt itchy all over. He quickly rolled his hands. She is a bit like my grandmother. Really? You know my grandmother. The exam is always on the top of a mountain where the students are heading. This is a different place. As the saying goes, a good start is half the battle. In order to receive a transcript that will satisfy both you and your family in July, everyone is exhausted. But in any case, the first exam will begin next Monday. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 634. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 634. This morning, the appearance of the auditorium changed. Yes, I don't think there is a time when the auditorium will be more embarrassing than it is now. The 4 school head tables were moved to other places early, replaced by singles that are far apart. Small table. All around, the number of braziers on the walls is significantly more than usual, and the light of the entire auditorium shines. Even the ceiling that had been applied to the top of the head was simply white light, and even the clearly visible sky disappeared. However, in such a bright environment, if it is matched with the solemnity and repression of the heart, the tension is not inferior to the boundless darkness. At the moment, the young wizards of several other grades have already gone to class. Only the students who need the exam will gather in the hall according to the shift, and then they will be sent to the auditorium in a disorderly order. Oh, please hurry up. In a seat in the middle, Ron stared at Quill and stared at Professor McGonagall at the forefront of the auditorium. Get started, then hurry up. Really? It feels terrible. No, to be precise, he is actually staring at the huge hourglass around McGonagall. At this point, the end of the gravel is still below, and it will be turned over when Professor McGonagall thinks it can begin. When all the students sat down and quieted down, Professor McGonagall and the inspector at the other side of the examination team looked at each other. Every student, the exam begins. At the same time she said this, as the wand in her hand twitched, the big sand slipped silently, the words just fell, and in a burst of Whalalas test papers, Ron was too busy turning the scroll in front of him to the front. These test papers have been subjected to strict anti-cheating curses. The quiz, ink bottles and other test equipment are naturally the same. The examination bureau will not leave any room for cheating. Of course, if someone dares to succumb to such an important test, the consequences of being detected are quite serious. Well, the first question is simple. It requires writing spells that make objects fly and swings that describe the spell. Like this kind of topic, I am afraid that it is easy to write the answer as long as the young wizard is normally on class. But this is the first topic that is almost a matter of sending points, and it immediately made Ron fall into a dilemma. Oh, Merlin is on. He snorted and silently groaned. It's terrible. Which spell should I fill in? In fact, in this exam, there are really a small group of students who fall into the same dilemma as Ron. And these students, without exception, are young wizards who have joined Ra and practiced carefully. Levitation charm, Axio curse, hover curse, feather curse. No, in theory, the last feather curse can't be considered as flying up. That being said, the floating effect caused by impediment jinx seems to be can't count. But this question is only the first small topic, and the space for answering questions is obviously not enough to fill in too much content. Space can be small, 2 or 3 spells can still be written, which is enough to make Ron difficult to choose a good grade. To blame, you can only blame marks for the fact that the spells that were left to them were too detailed, and Ron tried to fight for self-growth. His spelling innate talent is no better than Harry, so in theory, he spends more energy than Harry. Therefore, he knows that most of the questions just need to fill in a levitation charm, but still have a series of unnecessary doubts. Students who are similar to Ron innate talent are naturally the majority, so when Ra members who have really worked hard to learn Marx's stack of materials are heading into the exam about life, tangles and hesitations become an inevitable trend. Oh, or levitation charm. Ron suddenly paused the tip of the pen and shook his head. I am thinking about something. This is the OWL's test paper. That's right, even if it will be hesitant, most of them will still wake up. But it is a waste of time, but it has become a fact. In the auditorium, Professor McGonagall and the invigilator are quietly squatting in a section of the aisle. Most of them pay attention to the discipline of the examination room, but occasionally they will move toward the young wizard's papers. Soon, the invigilators who didn't know much about the Hogwarts students didn't notice anything, but Professor McGonagall gradually found some anomalies from the partial volume. It can be seen that there are some similar states on the papers of dozens of students. The speed of answering questions is significantly lower than the average level, but the accuracy and detail of partial answers are beyond the scope of OWLs. If it is a quick and good answer like Hermione, it is not unusual, but it is very strange that such a group of students who are not very eye-catching at the same time have such a similar answer status. By the way, these candidates are still the young wizards that have a good relationship with Marks, such as Harry, Ron, Neville, Hannah, Ernie, etc. Among them, McGonagall is hard to pay attention to. Marks, this child, is there any extracurricular training for them? Professor McGonagall was half-hearted and secretly thought, this is really amazing. But it's too late in time. As Professor McGonagall fears, when the exam time is over, several young wizards mourn and stand up as the test papers are taken up by the invigilator to the faculty table in front of the auditorium. Oh, no, Ron is naturally one of them. There are a few more questions. There are still a few questions that haven't been done yet. Merlin's stinky socks are going to be finished. However, no matter how to finish, it is just a question of a spell test. At the beginning, Marks only gave them a detailed analysis of the spells, but did not give them theoretical analysis materials for other subjects. Don't look at Ron in the morning, they are miserable. In the afternoon, they can taste the sweetness. After lunch was used in the auditorium where the normal environment was temporarily restored, the candidates were taken to the small hall next to the auditorium, and the afternoon practice tests were carried out in alphabetical order. Hermione's batch was relatively high, and she was called to the auditorium to complete the test very early, and did not return to this small hall after the test. Ron and Harry looked around at the students and found that they were too nervous to be themselves. Some of them whispered the spells, and some even waved wand. Even some people almost poked the eyes of others when they didn't pay attention. It can be said that almost none of them are going to stop. Seeing the tension is far more than oneself. After the comparison between the left and the right, they are relaxed a lot. Harry, I think it's almost your turn. Ron touched the wand in his arms and patted Harry's elbow gently. How are you? Are you sure? I don't think I will answer in the morning. After I finished the test paper, I was very guilty in my heart. Hold? Who can say that you are sure? You didn't even see Hermione squatting into it. Harry bitterly said, do it. Do not do anything else. His words had not been finished yet, and the side door leading to the auditorium was opened again. Pansy Parkinson. Padma middle. Patil. Parvati middle. Patil. The little man, Flitwick, who appeared behind the door, shouted, and, Harry Potter. Good luck, man. Ron smacked at the elbow and moved towards Harry. You too. Harry pulled a rather stiff smile on him, and then he went to the end of the execution ground and took a heavy step to Professor Flitwick. Professor Toadfody is empty, Potter. Flitwick, standing by the door, pointed at a table in the far corner. Most of the examiners and invigilators at the Wizards Examinations Board have been professors, and some of them are quite well known themselves. After the retirement of the original magic school, the old professors of a person of virtue and prestige were selectively re-employed to the examination bureau to shoulder the burden, which is truly a respectable group of wizards. Harry Potter? Old Toadfody looked at the roster on the table and glanced at him from the lens. The famous Mr. Potter? Oh. Yes, hello. Harry was a little bit sloppy and nodded. Let's relax. Don't be so nervous. Old Toadfody smiled awkwardly and then trembled. So, please let this little goblet do a few backflips for me. Be careful not to smash it. Such specific testing requirements are obviously much easier for Harry than theory. Since the glass goblet is fragile, it is obviously safer and more effective to use the levitation charm. As the test progressed, Harry found that Marks's spell analysis was available in many places. After he completed all the steps quickly and accurately, the old Professor Toadfody was quite satisfied with the nodded. Of course, the content of the practice test varies from person to person, and depending on the severity of each examiner, there are many differences. When Ron was called across to an expressionless old witch, his heart immediately sank. Ron Weasley? The other party tapped the roster with his fingertips and said that she had already said her test requirements before she even lifted her head. Seeing the water and the cup, with this glass of water, put all 5 cups, fill up. When Ron heard it, he suddenly looked at the 5 glasses on the table and tried hard. Undoubtedly, the first topic that came up with this is obviously not difficult. He held the wand for a long while, and he hesitated to point the tip at the glass filled with water. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 635. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 635. Whether it's the after the OWL's exam, or the 7th year's Newt's exam, the written test is part of the theoretical level of young wizards. In the practice part, the more you see it is the application side. As Harry's first exam question, let Goblet turn over something. Most students can do it. If you want to win the praise of the examiner, you need to show something different. Because of this, Harry's topic seems simple, but it's actually not necessarily easier to get a good score than Ron's exam. At the very least, if Ron can fill all 5 cups, then his performance will not be bad. Not to be like Let the Goblet Turn Somersaults, it's just that everyone is indifferent. Here, after thinking hard for a while, Ron suddenly thought of Marx's strange and formidable power, amazing magic. The magic that was unheard of was naturally unpredictable, but it was impossible to freeze him with a glass of water. Cold is like ice. When he waved wand and tapped it on the cup filled with water, as the spells ruled, the water in the cup suddenly began at the edge of the cup he tapped. Ice is formed. Wingardium Leviosa. After the initial frozen curse was completed, the second spell was read out with great care from his mouth. As the spell succeeded, the frozen ice cubes leapt from the cup and landed steadily on the table. To be honest, Ron actually wants to get started directly, but what is going on now is the practice test of the magic curse. If the hand touches it, what should the examiner do if he does not say deduct points? Engagio. The third spell is the expansion spell. This spell works best on solids. If you don't freeze the water beforehand, even if he makes a lot of milk, it's great to make a glass of water turn into 2 cups, that's all. Then, defindo. When I got here, Ron was a little confused. Although this mantra can be found on first year's The Standard Book of Spells, it is a relatively easy to spells. It can be seen in the following semester that it will be repeatedly explained and practiced. This is a curse that is easy to learn and difficult to learn. To put it simply, it is not convenient to control the strength when cutting hard objects. If you are not careful, it will be snapped together with the things under the target. This time, Ron's cutting curse is obviously a bit awkward. Although the table was fine, but the big ice scorpion exploded, and 2 of the 5 pieces passed over the cap of the old witch examiner opposite, and the other one was diagonally opposite. The candidate went, small, careful bang. It was Dean Thomas, the same dormitory as Ron and Harry, a black-haired, dark-skinned male child. As the ice flies toward his head, he is trying to use the spell to grow the flowers in the pot. However, with a scream, Thomas's wand straightened into the mud of the pot, followed by a loud explosion accompanied by a large amount of fresh soil scattered around, splashing a few people nearby. Hey! Ron spit out the Saturn in his mouth, and he was so annoyed. Sorry, Dean. Oh. Sorry, dear lady. There was such a big noise in the examination room, and Ron thought that it would be finished again. The morning curse theory paper was not completed, and the moth was released in the afternoon. The curse was completely hopeless. Who knows, the old cold witch on the opposite side just took off the hat and it gently shake off the dirt, and then it is still expressionless. Ron middle dot Mr. Weasley, are you going to give up? Can I continue? Ron immediately said with amazement, oh. Wait, I will do it later. That Wingardium Leviosa. Seeing that he could continue to complete the exam, Ron suddenly beamed his eyebrows. He hurriedly recalled the ice cubes flying out with a levitation charm, then placed the 5 cut ice scorpions into the cup and carefully began to melt the ice with a fire spell. In this question, he has never used any difficult spells from beginning to end. It is necessary to say that there is the highest difficulty in the head here, and that is probably the incendio, which is very basic in itself. Using the fire spell to warm up the contents of the cup, Marks was used at Hogshead, and the effect of heating the butterbeer is quite good. Therefore, among the cursed materials, he easily added this little trick that was not very eye-catching. Ron, which has a high threshold for learning, is hard to use, so he spent a lot of effort on this kind of easy-to-hand magic. It can be seen that at this moment in the exam, the effect is still good. At least, the old cold side of the opposite side of the face when he saw his little trick, cannot help but be slightly bright. After freezing a cup of water, it will be expanded and enlarged, and finally cut and melted. It is barely filled with 5 empty cups filled with water. Although the expansion spell is time sensitive, the application of a series of spells is enough to give the examiner a good score. After the old witch glanced at the cup, he picked up a notepad with a Ron file and handwritten a few strokes. The curse level is medium to high, with multiple spells and the flexibility of the application. Specific spells such as the fire spell have clever use of ideas and finer control. After a little thought about it, she added another sentence next to her. The mind is average, not confident enough. In fact, the answer to this question is varied. If you are smart enough, you can simply fill the cup with a glass of water and simply fill the cup with a glass of water. Of course, each student's ability is biased differently, and the importance of smartness and hard work is naturally equal. After that, Ron's practice exam went on, but there was no more unexpected. When the old witch examiner signed the signature on the file, Ron finally walked out of the auditorium with a stomach. Ron, how? Harry and Hermione at the door saw him coming out and immediately rushed up. I just heard Dean complaining that your ice had caught his head and made him use clay. The examiner looked. Oh. Ron heard this, and he sighed on the face. I think I have to go to Dean to apologize for anything. I hope I didn't let him take it. And not to mention that Ron is still stunned by the whole day of bad luck. The exam in the auditorium can still continue. When the OWL's curse practice exam is over, it is followed by the graduate's nightmare, the practice of newts. As far as the theoretical test in the morning is concerned, everyone is a test paper, and shwishwu has passed, and there is no difference. In the afternoon practice test, the gap between the two is reflected. You don't have to go in and see it. In the time period after the arrival of the evening, the closed hall of the gate is always in a state of chaos. The sound of explosions, the sound of percussion, the sound of liquids, even the occasional glimpses of the flames of the window, it's really lively. Every time after, the 7th year students with 1 or 2 expressions or joys or worries came out of the gate, and the threshold was closed again. Fortunately, there are not many students who can take the newts course. Although everyone's exam time is obviously not short, the whole day's noise is finally coming to an end when the sunset reflects the whole castle, filled with a dazzling golden light. After the last student was sent away, the examiners in the auditorium successively packed up their own things. Marks, who is responsible for hosting these old professors, also went with Professor Flitwick. I can't believe it. I thought the pair of sluts would definitely cheat on the exam. But they actually finished the exams honestly. As he walked, the little man, Flitwick, whispered to Marks, his face with a hint of surprise. Hey, Marks laughed. I have reminded them both. If they cheated, I must report it first. This is good for twins' ability. If you take the test well, the results will not be bad. Yes. Professor Flitwick swayed. The 2 children are too noisy. The trouble is a little trouble. Marks shrugged, but they graduated. Going back to Hogwarts is afraid to be quieter. Believe me, Professor Flitwick, we will miss those days when they are still there. After all, he looked up at some old wizard and nodded, with a little respect. Professor Merkiban, Professor Tofodi, you have worked hard today. Please go to the side hall to have a rest. After a while, you can enjoy a sumptuous dinner at Hogwarts. Thank you. We are looking forward to it. This leading Mukbai class is dressed in an old-fashioned wizard gown. The color is plain and there is no decoration. It looks like an old lady. She had a silver hair that was neatly combed, with some smiles on her face. but more of the deep eyes were calm. But to be honest, this is actually a very good old man, at least Marx thinks so, although she sometimes makes people feel too serious. Mr. Lawn, if necessary, we can help you to restore the auditorium together. She yelled at the auditorium. Many years ago, I read books here. Really, come over every year. Looking at it, it makes me feel like I'm getting younger. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 636. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 636. Oh, in fact, Hogwarts has always welcomed professors to sit down. Yes, you can give us these junior stories when you have dinner for a while. Marx smiled. As for the pack auditorium, give it to our young people to do it. Even if the other party was a student of Hogwarts, now after all is the guest. How can the world let the guests start the pack house? No, Marx is still talking casually, and his hand has been lifted. As he swayed, the examination tables placed in the auditorium disappeared one after another. Another wave of the original four-headed table was like being invisible. Far away, the number of braziers on the walls on both sides suddenly dropped, and replaced by a beautiful tapestry embroidered with the Hogwarts school badge. When he finally moved toward the ceiling, the previous white light disappeared silently and replaced with a beautiful evening with a golden red stream. That's all right, professors. Please take a short break with me in the small hall next door. Marx reached out and invited, but he smiled and shook his head. Oh no, for Hogwarts. I think you must. It is more familiar than I am. No one can say that they know a lot about Hogwarts Castle, aren't they? McQuilban old man shook his head gently, then looked at the restored auditorium and exclaimed, Mr. Lawn, you know, your talent reminds me of Albus that year. When Albus took the Newt's exam, it was my curse and transfiguration that I personally tested. The magic he showed was something I have never seen before. She spoke and said, but it was like paused. No, I think you might be more amazing than the original Albus, Ms. McKibben said. The two generations of Dark Lord were defeated at the age of teens, with Voldemort's multiplying power. Look, this is probably no easier than the young Gryffindor annihilating the Black Dragon group alone. No, actually, on the Magic Road, Professor Dumbledore is going farther than you think. Marx led the old professors to the side hall and continued. As for Gryffindor. Just me, how can this point compare with the founder of Hogwarts? What he said is true. After all, he also knows the story of the slaughter of the young Gryffindor. As far as the literature is concerned, it is a big dragon with nearly 100 dragons. Up to now, the Black Dragon of the Hessian Islands is the top magic creature in the Ministry of Magic XXXXX category. There are hundreds of dragons flying in the air. What kind of scene is it? It's not ashamed to cover the sky. Marx's magic power, a few strengths of the rule. He's going to turn his ass. As they chatted casually, Marx took them quickly through the side door and into the small hall where the candidates waited for the rest. Professor McGonagall is here too. When these old professors came over, they immediately smiled and greeted them. Please sit down, work hard today, take a break. McGonagall greeted. When the kitchen is ready, dinner can begin. Professor McGonagall, Marx thought. Since you are here, I will go to the kitchen and have a look. The professors will take a break. Oh, I think some snacks are still there. Everyone can eat first. Desserts, he said, knocking on the table next to him. There were all kinds of small desserts on the table, and 2 hot black teas. After doing this, Marx leaned down slightly and left the side hall to go over the stairs. Minerva, sit down for a while. We haven't said anything yet today. The McManban old man just sat down and said kindly, we just talked about Mr. McLawn's talent. Really, although Hogwarts lost an Albus, there was another younger McLawn. It was Merlin Bless. It can be seen that the old man is very sorry when he talks about Dumbledore. She is older than Dumbledore, but even if she sees each other and the younger generation's first death, she is still very impressed with the brilliant wizard. Like Dumbledore, the other old professors who followed were also echoed a few times, recalling the various styles of Dumbledore. Yes, Professor McGonagall looked at Marx's direction and sighed slightly. Marx is a good child. In fact, the entire Hogwarts owe him a wonderful student time. He's a great child, said the old Tofuji professor who had tested Harry before. Since he didn't finish his school days for the safety of Hogwarts, it's better to use a more wonderful one. The teaching career rewards him. That's right, said the MacManban old man, who sighed. It's the most touching thing to watch the students who teach themselves grow up. Oh, I think I'm thinking of a good idea. Do you want to hear it? In the next 2 days, the exams were carried out step by step, and defamation and herbology passed. The so-called examination is that some people are happy and there are people who are embarrassed. Of course, there must be a lot more people who worry about it. In general, the days passed very smoothly and nothing happened. Oh fine. I mean, if you don't count Hannah Abbott's transfiguration practice exam in it. That afternoon, when she deformed the ferrets as required, she turned it into a large group of flamingos somehow. Well, I dare say there must be more than 30. Because the big red birds are rushing out of the auditorium, they ran for a while. This is eyewitness Seamus Finnegan's original words. However, at noon on the third day, Marx got an extra job that surprised him at the examiner's old man. In the afternoon, I was waiting in the side hall of the entrance exam. Attention, before the practice test began, the door leading to the auditorium was opened, and Snape's indifferent face appeared at the door. Professor McGonagall informed that your Professor McLawn will temporarily serve as an additional question. The examiner, a confident person, can take the initiative to go to him for testing. After the cold-formed notifications of these formulas, Snape glanced at the expression in the side hall, and the corners of his mouth curved a sloppy arc. Don't say that I didn't remind you. It would be very difficult, he said. If there is no real ability, don't go there and humiliate me, especially those idiots who always make mistakes in my class. Do you understand? The voice did not fall. He did not wait for the young wizards to react, and after reading a few names, he went back to the auditorium behind him. In the side hall, except for the few students who were first ordered to go to the auditorium, the rest of the people looked at each other in dismay. That's right, today's exam is defense against the dark arts. No one expected Marx would appear in the afternoon practice test site, and even served as a temporary examiner. Marx test our additional questions. How is this possible? Hermione had a cry out in surprise. Only the examiner who sent the exam will be qualified, and the signatures of others are invalid. With Marx's magic level and achievements, who can say that he can't be a district examiner? Ron retorted. I should try it later, maybe I can have a no on my grades. Yes, no, it doesn't matter with ability. Hermione glanced at him. You don't know? Every formal examiner has a file in the education department. They hold a test card. Without a file and a certificate, the signature must be invalid. Hermione is naturally not wrong. Marx's signature is definitely invalid, but now he is sitting in front of the auditorium with him. But this is the chief examiner of the Macquarie old man. The rules of the wizards over the years are certainly not bad, but a little workaround is not a problem. The seemingly stern old man, in fact, is a complete Gryffindor in his bones. Professor McGonagall, is this really appropriate? Marx sat for a while, still thought it was very strange. I feel that I want to be a temporary examiner. It seems that there is no need. Machiban old man looked at the front without squinting, but his face showed a hint of sly smile. Mr. Lorne, if I remember correctly, it seems that I have been a professor for a while. She said leisurely. You think, as a teacher, that moment is the best experience for you? When, for the old man, this is a bit of a question, but Marx has some of the intentions. You mean, when a teacher sees that his students have achieved something? Marx's answer seems to make Machiban quite satisfied. She nodded slightly. I have asked a lot of people about this question. The most common answer I have ever heard is when my students have achieved something. But it is true. At that time, many students were no longer your students. People will change slowly with life. she said. Maybe, the most happy thing about Albus in this life is that you have this unusual student. You let him be in you or him. When I was a student, I tasted the beauty of being a teacher. The words of the Macmanban old man made the marks around him feel the same. Like this point of view, I am afraid that it can be said by someone who has been a professor for a lifetime. In fact, I am also very fortunate to have a responsible teacher by Professor Dumbledore. Marx paused, lightly said with a smile. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 637. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 637. Oh, Miss Granger, I know you will come over. At the front of the auditorium, Marx and Machiban's old man were sitting side by side, and both of them rushed to Hermione and gave nodded to the test. We have seen what you have done, and every topic has been done neatly. Ms. Machiban followed. Of course, the difficulty of attaching questions is definitely more difficult than those you do. Are you ready? Hermione, standing in front of the table with her wand in her hand, looked a little nervous. After all, through a few days of contact, everyone is saying that the Marchman is not easy to get along with, so that she always feels a little uneasy in her heart. However, it is always good to have an acquaintance in front of him, and the existence of Marx has made her relax a lot. Hey, Professor McLawn, do you really have the qualifications for the examiner? Because of the long-standing doubts, Hermione, who had been stunned for a long time, couldn't help but ask in the face of the old man of Markey, but the voice was subconsciously lowered some. As far as I know, a professor who has not kept a file in the education department can't. Hey, Hermione, your knowledge base has always been amazing, Marx said with a smile. It's like you know everything. I think you probably have a clear understanding of the examiner's qualification process. No, I don't know everything. I only know that I know. It seemed to be a little dissatisfied with Marx's little sister. She argued first, then stubbornly stared at Marx, trying to ask for a reasonable answer. Oh, all right, okay. Marx spread his hand. I am only responsible for the questions. As for judging whether you can get an additional score, that is the work of Professor Machiban around me. I don't believe in me. But I don't believe in the respected Professor Machiban. I can't believe you. Halfway through this, Hermione snorted and took the back content back into his stomach. Okay, I understand. Then Professor McLawn, please ask questions. Let's go. Marx hearing this, I also put a smile on my face, making myself look more serious. Since the practice of defense against the dark arts is practiced, then let's move it to the real thing. He calmly said, remember, what you will face is genuine and protect yourself. The voice did not fall, and as a terrifying scream rang in the auditorium, all the students and examiners who were taking the exam turned and looked around with amazement. Almost at the same time that the screaming sounded, the piece of the ceiling that was applied to the top of the auditorium was turned into a night by blue sky and white clouds, and a special round of eye-catching moon was sprinkled. Endless silver light. The sound is coming from behind, and the distance is very close. Hermione could even feel that a heavy wheezing passed over her brain, causing a layer of goosebumps on the skin on her back neck. She had no time to think too much, and she rushed out to the side with a short stature. The next moment, a strong wind rushed past where she was, and even the table in front of Marx was smashed into pieces. Until then, Hermione, who was crawling up on the floor, had room to confirm the situation. This look, she was shocked. Raw, the head of the dog, the grey fur covering the whole body, the antarticular lower limbs of the muscle knot, and the sharp claws and teeth that flashed cold glow in the moonlight, all reveal the identity of the other werewolf. Hermione only had a low cry, and had to look for another escape because of the other fight. As she desperately rushed to the side, the stone spluttered again and again. Isn't this too dangerous? Even the old man of Marcy's side around Marx couldn't help but whisper, is this test even more than enough in Aura's induction training? Professor, please rest assured that my request is not high. Just as Marx replied softly, The big guy with a half Hermione high suddenly raised his head and made another screaming scream at the moon above his head. Hermione, who got some room for change again, stopped the continuous escape and was thinking about whether the impediment jinx worked, but it was stopped at the moment of the wand. Werewolf. The moon. She subconsciously lifted her head, and while seeing the full moon, she immediately flashed a few pieces of information about the werewolf in her book. Yes, she remembered it. Werewolf will transform on the full moon day, which is naturally a common sense shared by Magic Circle and Mole World, but if they are allowed to continue to be under the moon after the transformation, the moonlight will continue to force them. The increase. So, what should she do is already obvious. Almost in the blink of an eye, Hermione realized that she had to cast a spell to cover the moonlight, which was what she should have done before trying to deal with Werewolf. Not far away, Marks quietly watched Hermione raise the wand suddenly, and the tip pointed straight to the ceiling of the auditorium. He raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but scream for Hermione. These additional questions obviously go far beyond the OWL's exam, and Marks certainly understands this. But to be honest, he did hide some selfishness. There is no doubt that Hermione is a small witch with innate talent and high enough ability. What is more commendable is that her hard work in normal is also far more than ordinary people. If there is a chance, Marks is naturally willing to help her, so that everyone knows where her strength is. For Hermione, this is a great time to prove yourself. Don't panic, look at your opponent well. Marks can't say it clearly, so he can only secretly recite it in his heart, expecting Hermione to notice it. At this moment, Hermione, who was holding up wand, habitually glanced at the werewolf. Originally, she only wanted to pay attention to whether the other party would rush over her time to cast the spell, but this is the eye that made her notice the facts that have not been discovered before. In fact, like Hermione, Hermione is able to respond appropriately to the enemy. The reason why she is slightly less good at fighting than Harry is because of her way of thinking. Hermione, backed by ample knowledge reserves, often misses the best time to fight because of too much attachment to perfecting the response in a short and hasty actual battle. But this little flaw, but it will not cover her excellence, as it was at the moment. Her inadvertent glimpse allowed her to see the werewolf with green eyes. Incendio. Pa. Seeing that Hermione suddenly gave up the action of blocking the moonlight, facing the big guy who wanted to slam again, and then cast a strong fire spell, Marks raised his hands even when he raised his hands. As his abrupt applause sounded, the seemingly fierce werewolf suddenly stopped the action of slamming the ground, as if it had been petrified and solidified in place. The large flames released by Hermione smashed through the upper body, but there was no more burning, and all of them disappeared in a blink of an eye. This sudden beast attacked the drama, which really scared everyone, and the eyes in the auditorium naturally concentrated on Marks, who was still applauding. Excellent insight. He moved towards not far away, and his chest was still in the throbbing Hermione because of tension. Miss Granger, you did it very well. You recognized it at the last minute. Yes, it's not a werewolf, but a wetland werewolf that inhabits the wetlands of Louisiana, USA. As he spoke, he got up and walked to the big guy who was in the same place, and even quite funnily reached out to put on his thick and strong shoulders. We should know that werewolf and wet werewolf are not the same kind of creatures, not at all, he said. But they are so similar in appearance. Werewolf and wet werewolf are almost the same after the transformation. Only the pupil, the color and part of the hair on the back neck can distinguish them correctly. However, the way to deal with them is very different. Werewolf is afraid of flames. This is a very important point. Yes, you noticed that its pupil is green, not black. You really do well! Exclamation mark. After all, Marks turned around and nodded to the Marchman. A very good practical exercise. I dare say that even graduates will not do better than you, Miss Granger. The Macmanban old man also gently applauded. Congratulations. Got with the score of the additional question. I will leave your excellent evaluation in your file. When Miss Muckiban spoke, Marks repaired some of the damage nearby. Later, He patted the back of the werewolf, which was fixed in the wet place. He suddenly saw the big guy fall apart and silently turned into an ordinary chair. Miss Granger. He moved towards Hermione, laughed, feeling that she was still blaming Fresh. Your exam is over. Well, there seems to be other people who want to come here and try additional questions. Marks was talking on his mouth, gazing between the eyes, and slowly patrolling the half-circle in this large auditorium. However, he regretted to find that many students secretly opened their faces in the sight of his sights. Obviously, he was still worried about the big movement. Okay. He shrugged. I think our Mr. Potter will be interested, isn't it? Oh, probably. Hermione blinked and suddenly gave Marks a look. So, I went out first. Dear Professor McLawn. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 638. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 638. In the past, the so-called defense against the dark arts can be directly linked to Dumbledore, because it is him who, at the last moment, defeated the Dark Lord Grindelwald's ambitions by himself. And now, when others mention the dark magic, more will immediately think of Marks. 2 generations of Dark Lord fell almost simultaneously in the vestibule of Hogwarts Castle, which is a fact that surprised the entire world. I have to say that it is enough to make Marks temporarily responsible for the additional issue of the Defense Against the Dark Arts practice exam, even if it is passed to Hogwarts. Of course, no matter what kind of discussion will be caused in the future, everyone will still focus their attention on the stressful test. Throughout the afternoon, Marks not only made a guest appearance of more than a dozen temporary examiners in the OWL's exam, but even after the Newt's exam, he also had several chances to appear. However, to be honest, Marks's additional questions are indeed very difficult. He did not release water because he knew each other well. Until all the candidates completed the exam, there were only 5 students who received additional scores in him. Among them, 7th-year students were only Cuffles, the only handsome guy of Hufflepuff House. In Marks's own words, I'm not a ruler when I'm a temporary examiner. If I don't add any difficulty, will the International Wizard Federation not directly withdraw my professor position? However, there are 2 graduates with additional questions, but it is worth to put it to the end, because they not only unexpectedly proposed the combination challenge of doubling the difficulty, but they were almost passed by them. That's right, they are the famous rascals of Hogwarts, twin brother Fred Weasley and George Weasley. What they used in the exam was Marks's simultaneous spelling skills taught in RA training. Although they eventually missed the opportunity to score because they were too smug, Marks was secretly nodded for them afterwards. The effect of twins' tacit understanding was really amazing, because they didn't even make mistakes once. Over. It's a pity that if it didn't pass, it didn't pass. Even if it's only a little bit, it's impossible to change its facts. Since that day, without Marks's accident as an examiner, the exam has been carried out again and again. On Friday, Luna and Hermione, who took the study of ancient runes, took the exam together, and Harry and Ron, who didn't choose this course, got a valuable day off. Because there is still a whole weekend to review, so most of the non-referenced 5th-year students put down textbooks and materials, lazy to spend the whole day. Graduates naturally have no possibility of relaxation. Even if someone tells them that they should put down their pens and enjoy the breeze and sunshine, the combination of work and rest may be more conducive to the later exams, and they will not have that mood. In the afternoon, when Harry and Ron were looking at the edge of Forbidden Forest by the window, you guessed that the animal was getting another animal from Hagrid, who was in the lower grades. Hermione came in through the portrait hole. The 2 of them turned back and found that Hermione was in a good mood at this time. Is it an excellent? Ron asked as he stretched out. I don't think it's okay. Hermione danced gracefully, like the morning written test. The title is incredibly simple. I was thinking, anyone who has listened to the class will definitely get a high score. Oh, this sounds great. Harry sighed. If I knew it, I should also take the magic class, not the divine divination. It doesn't matter how the review is done, and the failure can only look at luck. As Harry said, During the following weekend, he and Ron were both reviewing the contents of Potion and A History of Magic, and the things of divination were not touched at all. In fact, this is not because they do not want to test divination, but because even Hermione does not understand. Just look at the tea slag at the bottom of the cup and the fog in the crystal ball is even the divination of the class content. What should be used in the end? The review is correct. In short, in the less enjoyable textbook pile, this weekend is almost a blink of an eye. On the second week of the week, the exam was conducted by Potion. Although this class has changed the professor, the two teachers have the level of Potion's Grandmaster. Even if the teaching style is completely different, the teaching quality of the two can be said to be top-notch. Snape is good at advanced teaching. Although there are always some questions in the classroom, both the theory of potion preparation and the preparation steps are clear. Slughorn is good at guiding teaching, and the good classroom atmosphere and fine preparation demonstrations can make students always maintain a high concentration of attention. Therefore, in the face of moderately difficult exams, everyone's play is not bad. As for the care of magical creatures coached by Hagrid, Marks helped him develop a teaching program that played a big role, especially in the afternoon practice exams. Most of them are popular magical creatures, and many of them are actually manipulated in class. In addition, Hagrid's experience in caring for animals is also very rich, and the knowledge he imparted to the students is not delayed, so that the candidates have successfully passed this day. To say that the students are the most troublesome, it must be placed on the last day of the A History of Magic exam. The boring classroom environment, coupled with more boring textbook knowledge, most students will fall asleep in class unconsciously, but Professor Binns never thought of waking everyone. As a result, the students who must face the exams have suffered in the dark days of review. As for the final exam, how about, hey, I don't want to mention it, on the evening of Thursday, when the moment when nearly 2 weeks of exams finally came to an end, the young wizards finally gathered on the grass outside the auditorium door and cheered. Yes, maybe some of them will most likely cry after saying goodbye to each other, but at least, this exam, which is so nervous that it's almost breathless, is finally over. At that time, when the vestibule screamed, Marks, who was going upstairs to other grades, couldn't help but stop and walked to the window and glanced down. Obviously, even the most rigorous Professor McGonagall, today, it is rare for these graduates to indulge in a little bit, and they are not immediately taken back to the common room. Marks leaned quietly on the window for a moment, then he turned back and waved gently. Give me a good seat, still in class. After he called the students who were looking at the window and looked down to the seat, it was smiled clearly. Do not worry. Today I will go to class early, so that you have more time to accompany the seniors. The voice did not fall. The classroom suddenly laughed, and the words of praise were endless. At almost the same time, the following cheers came to an abrupt end, and the vagueness changed to the harsh scream of Professor McGonagall. Stop me. Marks quickly whispered. If you were heard by Professor McGonagall, you are going to scrub the wall tiles in the bathroom. For graduates, the end of the exam means that their student days are coming to an end. For the fifth-year students like Harry, this is just the beginning of another, more difficult learning life. Oh fine. Well, they have a relaxing holiday that can be used to adjust themselves. Before the start of the new course, they can relax. A few days later, on Thestral carriage to Hogsmeade Station. I will go find you to play. If you have something, you can write to me at any time. Marks was talking to Harry. Of course, if you are fine, you are welcome to send a letter. You will always be at school. Are you planning to go anywhere? Ron curiously said, if I am as rich as you are, I will be a luxury global tour. Oh, then you have to work hard to make money after you graduate, Marks said with a smile. Also, yes, at least for a while, I will stay in school for a while. Yes, he will not leave Hogwarts for the time being, because in this summer's early stage, he also needs to help Professor McGonagall do some interesting little work. When the carriage slammed to the intersection in front of the station, Marx and Hagrid sent everyone to the train, waved with a smile, and watched the train smoke away with smoke. Both of them gave birth to a little bit of heart. Not quite the same feeling. There have been too many things in this school year, both good and bad, but in any case, it finally left with the Hogwarts Express. After that, is there only one piece of light left? Although there are all sorts of uncertainties around, Marx is naturally so hopeful. Hagrid, we should go back. Marx raised his hand and patted his arm, and suddenly found that he could only photograph Hagrid's ass, and he has grown so high. Oh, yes. Hagrid stuffed some of the wet handkerchiefs into his coat pocket and nodded. Well, I should go to Three Broomsticks Inn for a while. Marx, are you going to be together? Although I also want to go, I am sorry, Marx said. Professor McGonagall asked me to go through the school immediately after I finished sending the students. I think your words should be clear. There are several small jobs that make sense! Aha. Hagrid was happy to say, so, is this year you going? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 639. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 639. For a school, the most fundamental nature is the source of life. Each magic school has its own means of searching for new students. Just as Hogwarts relies on it, it is the book of access from the ancient inheritance and the accompanying pen. However, by sending a notice of enrollment to those children who have been selected, it may not be possible to recruit them smoothly. Take Harry's time. If there is no Hagrid, he is afraid that it is impossible to step into the magic circle in this life, let alone enter Hogwarts. In the Mulborn Wizard, more and more modern magic circles. How to properly guide the future students who can't go to Hogwarts on their own, into the magic circle, has become an important topic. In fact, as part of the Mole Study course, one of the elective subjects is a specific inquiry course in this area. At Hogwarts, at least one or more professors each year take on this responsibility to make some observations and contacts with magic power wakers outside of the magic circle. This is not just to ensure that those children can come to Hogwarts Castle to experience the charm of magic, but more is for their own safety. You know, once those children with wizard potential are mentally suppressed in the Mole world, it is possible to gradually turn into obscuress. This year, Professor McGonagall handed this seemingly inconspicuous, but in fact the most important task to Marx, to guide the children who were isolated from the magic gate. Oh, as the sound of the broken wooden door slid across the ear, Marx walked into the small tower on the second floor of the Hogwarts castle. The door of the tower is next to several garbage compartments, and the doors are all magical. If you don't unlock it, no matter which door you open, what you see is it will only be an ordinary utility room. Marx knocked on the door rhythmically, and then reached out and unscrewed the doorknob. As soon as he entered, he found that the bottom of the tower was also crowded with all sorts of debris, and there was no difference between the pieces of debris next door. When he first arrived, his vision was dim because there was no light source inside. Behind the doorway, the light came in from his side, and the slanted beam of light formed a sharp contrast with the darkness of the room. Among the light beams projected into it, the swirling dust particles are clearly distinguishable, and people can't help but feel that even the passage of time is slowing down a lot. When he circumvented one of the old desks, mops, shackles, broken wooden cabinets and almost piled up hills, and then smashed inside, he finally found another broken wooden door. What is inconsistent with the appearance of the small wooden door is that Marx can be vaguely sensed, and it is obviously attached to the extremely complicated prohibition magic. If someone who does not have the method of opening it, even if it is cracked outside, it is difficult to enter the upper level of this small tower. Marx curiously looked around for a while, and then he extended his palm forward and silently cast a spell dedicated to opening the threshold. And as he cast his curse, the wooden door opened without a surprise, revealing the spiral staircase hidden behind it. The wooden doors are old, and so are the stone staircases. Marx climbed up step by step, and his feet were full of loose feelings, which made people fear that if they stepped on their feet, they would collapse directly. Each of these steps is taller than the other stairs in the castle, making the spiral staircase that leads to the top look rather steep. Fortunately, the tower is not tall overall. Although it is a little bit hard to climb, it is not long before Marx finds that he can see the trapdoor on the top of his head. Click, bang. Probably because House Elf is not allowed to enter here, there are no hard-working little guys to clean the pack, and the dust is especially high here. At the moment when the trapdoor was pushed open, there was a lot of dust rising from the eyes of Marx. He quickly narrowed his eyes and pouted, using a descaling spell to clean up the dust, and then he straightened up and walked up. As soon as he set foot on the circular room at the top of the small tower, Marx glanced at the central half-man-high stone platform. The surface of the stone platform itself and the bricks on the ground are engraved with old and ancient symbols, without any brilliance, or even half-magic power fluctuations. Even so, Marx still clearly understands that this stone platform and the book resting on the table are all effective at all times. He is a wizard who is skilled in ancient runes. He is so embarrassed about the ancient magic traces. But since I have already learned this place from Professor McGonagall's mouth, I can certainly do research at any time in the future, but I don't have to rush at this moment. After paying attention to a few eyes, Marx took out his notebook and recorded the names and location information on the new page in the Book of Access. Just like this mysterious magic book is exactly the same as an ordinary book, and even flipped it up like a book without magic. Sarah Hornheim. Hey, it's already a name on it, and I don't know if this genius young girl will eventually choose Hogwarts. Marx wrote on the notebook hanging in front of him, darkly pondering. Oh, Instorm. Isn't this the male child of the little Delphi neighbor's house? Go back and take a look. After more than 10 minutes, Marx, who had completed the list record, looked at it carefully again, which was nodded. There is not much to run. I should be able to cope with it alone. I don't need to bother other professors. After the inspection, he closed the notebook and took it back with his pen. At the moment when he was about to turn away, a very tiny magic power flow came from a distance. Almost instantaneously, he was very sensitive to the fluctuations in magic power, and then turned and looked over. At the moment he turned back, the accepted pen that had been silently inserted in the ink bottle had already floated over the book of admission, and the tip of the pen was about to fall on the page. In the next second, the book of the admission of the black dragon leather cover slid to the side, and the PAR was automatically closed. Judging from the statement of Professor McGonagall before coming here, there is no doubt that there has been a magic power runaway that has been accepted and has not yet been recognized by the Book of Access. The magic power of the young wizard is divided into many different types, according to their own magic innate talent. The higher the magic power activity, the higher the intensity of the child's runaway, and the more determined the spirit of the child's runaway style, the more ingenious. In addition, there are of course some special cases, such as Marx's magic power runaway, which creates a perfect control between the unconscious. For example, like Voldemort in his childhood, he can freely manipulate magic power to a certain extent. In order to achieve self-willpower, as with these special cases, you can get the approval of the Book of Access and the Pen of Acceptance, and write their names on the pages of the book at the first time. If this is not the case, then it may be necessary to follow up through the cautious Book of Access in order to be named after repeated investigations. Since the name was not immediately recorded in the list of pages, Marx thought about it and then turned and left, because he knows that the observation time of the Book of Admission can be long or short. If he chooses to stay waiting, who knows when can he have a result. It would be better to check back later. I hope you can be selected too. Marx glanced at the stone platform before closing the trapdoor, saying so. Today's weather is actually not very good. There is still some sunshine in the morning, but it will become gloomy in the afternoon. But Britain is like this. The grey sky is the normal state, and it is a bit strange to adapt to it. Marx had already been to a family before lunch. At present, his task is to go a little bit. If he really needs him to contact, he still has to be in the period before the school starts. At this moment, he was sitting in the tram and swaying at the streetscape outside, and his nose and mouth were full of long-lost urban atmosphere. Occasionally, he can also hear that there are one or two trendy and unique musicians on the street, bringing a little lightness to the slightly dull streets. "I'm afraid it's going to rain," Marx said, tilting his head and looking up at the sky. "Although there's nothing wrong with looking at the rain in the city, can it be too wet to work? I want to take advantage of the holidays. In the first few days, take a leisurely stroll around here." The here in his mouth refers to the nature of Mull World. In fact, for Marx, the magic circle is actually the other side of the world. No matter how long he lives there, it is difficult for him to completely treat himself as a wizard. Maybe it doesn't feel much when the magic circle is busy, but once you get back to this Mull world, this kind of intimacy will suddenly become strong. Caca. He was thinking freely. The tram suddenly stopped. At the same time as the door opened, he also stunned back up, with many people rushing out of the car. But after a few steps, Marx felt a little coolness over his head. When he looked up into the sky, the grey airborne raindrops hang like silk, and they seemed to be divided into pieces. This rain, after all, has come down. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 640. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 640. The walls of white, the desks, the sheet metal lamps with dark green shades, and the beautiful marble fireplace on the opposite side. From here, you can see a tall mirror from the side, and when you are not calm, you can use it to objectively examine yourself. If you need to breathe fresh air, it's even easier. Push the window next to you and you'll see the cool sky, which is the most beautiful view of London. If you have to say something, there are several oil paintings on the opposite side and behind the wall that are actually quite good. Of course, you have to get rid of the one in the corner, because it is estimated that no one wants to see a black bald head and teeth with a bald head staring at you every day. Are you saying that? Here is the 10, Downing Street, an old house full of stories. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly a ring of phone calls broke the room that had already been silenced again. To be honest, it is not a good phone call. The ringtone always has some rough noise, and it is uncomfortable in the ear. But this is no problem. I have been listening for so long, and I should get used to it. The man sitting at the table was slightly sighed, then grabbed the handset of the phone. He knows that even if he doesn't pick up, the ringtone will keep ringing. And it's endless. "Hello, please pay attention to a call around 2 in the afternoon. The policy group will communicate the latest discussion results, and the press office will follow up at the same time. I will forward the call to you." "Okay, I know." With a concise and clear answer, the handset returned to its original place again. Here, efficiency is always the top priority. And the guys below are like, no need to rest in this life. But this man is secretly complaining. But he did not think about it. When he was still struggling for this chair, why was he not a virtue? The man was sighed again, then put the papers on his hand aside, and he leaned back on the back of the chair and made a creak sound. He rubbed his eyelids, took off the eyes on his nose, and squeezed his eyes between his eyes. In the last year of the year, there have been too many things. Although those incidents have ended, the remaining after effects have not been completely dispersed until now. This includes a number of headless cases that have occurred throughout the country. Although there are no deceased, the wounded and the missing are actually there, and there are even some unexploded explosions and buildings that collapse. And these messy events will eventually be related to him. As long as he is still sitting in this position, it is the catastrophe that escapes and can't escape. Perhaps many people have seen his scenery, but behind the scenery, more is endless exhaustion and day and night work. Seriously, this man feels that it is really a little tired. He leaned half sitting on the back of the chair and felt the cool breeze blowing in the window. There was a light rain outside, and the window was slamming, and there was some misty rain drifting over his forehead, just enough to cool some of the painful brain shells. There are still some time at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Take a break. The file can be read after waiting for the call. Anyway, it is definitely necessary to work overtime tonight to stay here. There is no need to be busy now. Just as he was a little bit awkward, trying to soothe his tired spirit, a voice suddenly rang. To the Prime Minister of Mull, the voice spread out in the room without warning. Request a meeting at 2 in the afternoon. Please reply immediately. Your faithful, Rufus Scrimgeour. Oh yes. He knows the guy named Scrimgeour. That's right, using the strange name of Mull Prime Minister to call others. There have been only 3 in total since he took office, and this Scrimgeour is the one that has only recently appeared. I don't have to look at it. The oil painting in the back corner started to move again. It's a hell. Of course, he certainly does not want to respond, and he does not want it at all, because he knows that every time the portrait begins to talk, and every time I ask for a face-to-face meeting, the result will always be bad. Can he not speak? Try to pretend that you are asleep. No, even if he doesn't answer, the other party will still come over at the same time, just from the damn fireplace opposite. Cough. He cleared his throat and said vaguely, 2 o'clock? No, I had an important phone call at that time. Yes, it's very important. It's from a president. Please God forgive me. It is really necessary to have a lie to raise the importance of things, so that may let the guy shut up, I hope. Unfortunately, for the person in the frame, this lie is obviously meaningless. It doesn't matter, you can reschedule it, the portrait replied without any hesitation. If you are not convenient, we can adjust for you. The president will forget to make this call. What do you think about tomorrow morning? This is definitely not what he wants to hear. But somehow, he just thinks that these words are not from the other side, and it's like being born with a sense of injustice, even if they are talking about the president of a country. Same. No need. I will arrange it myself, the Prime Minister said dryly. Okay. Hey. Okay. Is it at 2 in the afternoon? I will see Mr. Scrimgeour. When the Prime Minister gave a positive reply, the portrait was no longer moving, and the entire office returned to the previous silence. The Prime Minister raised his neck and looked at the clock, and glanced at the fireplace subconsciously, sighing the third breath of the afternoon. Hey! He pressed twice on the phone and dialed the secretary's extension number. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I have an important arrangement to postpone the policy group's call to 3 o'clock. No, 3:30. What? No, that matter is very important. You can follow the notice I said in the past. Click. After all, the receiver returned to where it was, and the phone was hanged up by the Prime Minister. When was the last time I met Scrimgeour? The Prime Minister naturally could not forget. It was an emergency meeting. The ugly little man who was originally in the portrait disappeared when he did not know it. Instead, he was now the dark-skinned bald head. It was a cold winter night. Yes, it was the last few days of a series of chaos. Cold, a thick male voice rang in the office and shocked the Prime Minister, who was still working overtime. And just the moment he just promised to meet, the green flame in the fireplace rose, and a man with a slap in the face walked out like the former Fudge. The man is Rufus Scrimgeour. According to him, he is the guy who replaced Fudge as the new governor of World, well, maybe a similar position, who can make it clear. When he came, he not only told him a lot of bad news, but also frankly said that maybe even worse things will happen soon, so that he is ready for emergency treatment. Fortunately, the bad news is not erased, but what he calls worse events does not seem to happen. This is a misfortune. However, bad things are ultimately bad things and will never be a good thing. This time he came over, I am afraid I have to tell him a bunch of horrible events. No, there seems to be no major event happening recently. Just between the Prime Minister's self-consideration, half an hour with no difficulty for the past. When he saw a large piece of green rising in the corner of his eye, he quickly sat up with a light sound. It was too late to wait for him to raise his hand and a slightly skewed tie. The slightly thin silhouette immediately strode out of the green flame. I saw the other side of the leg crossed the iron fence in front of the fireplace, arbitrarily patted the strange robes on the body, and walked straight toward the desk. To tell the truth, this scene, even though he has seen it several times, can still feel a good shock every time he sees it. Of course, As a Prime Minister, he is not lacking in strength. No matter how big the vibrations in his heart, the calmness of his face will not be lost. Well, at most, there is a little bit of stiffness. I'm serious. The Prime Minister, Scrimgeour, is still the look of the wind. After walking to the desk, he immediately reached out and his face was still awkwardly smiling. Good afternoon, very happy again. I can meet you. Oh, hello. The Prime Minister shook hands with him in a hurry, then went to the chair in front of the table and made a request for action. Is there something? Need me to help you? He really didn't want to say this, but he also knew that the coming would always come. Instead of being greeted by the other party's unpleasant request, it is better to take the initiative to open it. Yeah. It's a long story. Scrimgeour sat down on the chair and took off his hat. In the second half of this year, there will be a world-class major on our side. Event happens. What? The calm face of the Prime Minister's pretentiousness could not be stretched. Originally, he was already prepared to listen to troubles. The word world-class still broke through his inner defense. World troubles? What is the organization that is going to kill the Prime Minister's office? Or is a big mushroom crashing into the ground, bursting with the spark of life? Oh. Let it go. Scrimgeour grinned and smiled, but Mr. Prime Minister looked like a sneer. The major event is actually a good thing. Good things. Bang. He hadn't said anything yet, and suddenly there was a flash of fire in the distance, scaring our Prime Minister's adult. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 641. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 641. When Scrimgeour is in the Prime Minister's office, he wants to give the Mole Prime Minister a vaccination for the large number of wizard arrivals caused by the second half of the event, in preparation for completeness. Just at 4.5 miles east of the Prime Minister's office, a terrifying explosion scared everyone along the Tam River. That's right, even Marx, who happened to be in the next mole family along the Tam River, was paused by the loud noise. To say that during the period when the Death Eaters haven't bowed their heads, that's all. What's going on is a common occurrence, but what is it now? Look at the light and smoke that shines in the distance, and the scale of the explosion is really not a trivial matter. Marx stood in the same place with a little thought, and immediately set himself a disillusionment charm to hide his body shape, and then went straight to the scene. Judging from the position, the place where the smoke is rolling is the Canary Wharf in the middle of the Tam River. When Marx got closer, he immediately heard a scream of sorrow, and he poured it into his ear. That is shopping center. Just at the entrance of the Churchill Square shopping mall, a few pieces of the wreckage that had long been invisible were scattered on the side of the square, leaving a black scar on the damaged ground. In the vicinity, the flustered mole crowd squeezed out, and the exclamation and screams continued. However, those who can run are actually lucky, because the source of the explosion is too close to the gate of the shopping center. Not only the door and the door are full of spattered bricks and pieces, but the window glass on the second floor and even the third floor is shattered. On the ground there, people lying on the floor are almost everywhere, and some are directly moving, and they don't know whether they are dead or alive. Bloodstains, dust, smog, and wreckage are broken, and at first glance, it looks like a picture of hell on earth. Marx was just on the top of the surrounding buildings. When he saw the scene, it was a horrible thing, and he hesitated. He didn't feel the residual trace of magic power here. Logically, if it was caused by magic, the magic power fluctuations left by the explosion must be quite obvious. It can be seen that this explosion should not be caused by the wizard, but a pure mole event. As for the magic circle, for the accident response principle of Mole World, he should not intervene now. Whether it is good-hearted rescue or profiting from somebody's misfortune, it is not allowed. Of course, even if he doesn't care about the constraints of Ministry of Magic, he knows a little bit. If you want to intervene in events of this size, the final finishing work is not easy. He was hesitating, and suddenly his brow squinted, and the deep eyes were directed to the back of the black wreck near the center of the explosion. There, he faintly sensed a trace of extremely slight magic power fluctuations. Yes, it seems There doesn't seem to be a little bit of magic traces. If this is actually related to the wizard, then he does not have to worry about that many. Marx was just a little startled and quickly flew away there. When Marx crossed the black wreckage that was blown up beyond the ground, and gently fell not far from it, a group of corpses that were as violently confusing as the wreckage smashed back, facing the opposite direction of the explosion on the ground. The top is curled up. The traces on the ground can be seen. There should be some obstacles against the injury behind the corpse, but it was completely destroyed in the previous violent explosion, leaving only a small piece of solitary grey on the ground. Marx took a closer look and couldn't help but wrinkle his brows tighter. Not only that, but when he saw the scene on the ground, he spit out a swearing word very rarely. After only waving a hand and leaving a curse that interfered with the line of sight in this small area, he quickly ran to the corpse in 2 steps. This person is definitely not saved. Even if it is a wizard that can be cured quickly by any trauma, it is impossible to save someone who has already died. But what Marx cares about at the moment is another life hidden in the arms of this person. The body of this corpse has already been blown up, and a lot of dark red blood has even soaked into the ground, let alone the horrible thing. But Marx didn't care that the dripping flesh and blood stained his robes and hands, and quickly pulled the corpse away. This is a little male child who is at least in his early teens. His body is full of dust and blood. Marx gave him a quick check and there was no missing point from head to toe. Sure enough, the child is still in the depth of unconscious, within the body beating a tiny faint magic power fluctuation. Seems to be due to mental overdraft and fainting, but on his body, there is no scar. Even the exposed arms and ankles are intact. As for the blood, all of them are brought to him by the body that protects him. I have to say that this is really an inexplicable coincidence. Marx himself was a magic power runaway in a car accident, until Dumbledore told him that he was able to understand the truth of the year, and this child, in an explosion, got the same experience as Marx. It's also a vicious accident. And it's the same as if you didn't know it. Marx then cast a medical spell to check his physical condition. The object is the body that he had opened. This is really a woman. Lucky and unfortunate, sometimes it can be the same thing, isn't it? The so-called unfortunate, it is naturally the death of mother, and the so-called lucky, but it is their own survival. Life is precious, and mercy is placed more on those who are still alive. This is Dumbledore's life sentiment. After the unscathed male child was silently put back in his mother's arms, the restored Marx still remained invisible and away from the location. In order to avoid letting the mole police see the anomaly, he also specially adjusted the child mother's posture to protect the male child in his arms. Unreasonable places are still there, but then give it to the so-called miracle to explain it. He stood in the distance and looked at the side. The sound of the sirens had already sounded, but he did not leave the place immediately. This is undoubtedly a disaster of the mole world, the dark wreckage of the explosion center, which looks a bit like the chassis of a large vehicle. Marx can't guess. This may be a man-made car bomb incident 1. However, in this typical mole disaster, but mixed with a little sprout of a magic circle, which means that Marx cannot help but feel the heart. As for the truth of this incident, in the future, should I tell this male child this unintended fact? When listening to Dumbledore's personal story, Marx only looked at his own complex mood, but did not have more leisure to think about Dumbledore's mood. Now that it is his turn, he finally realized the unspeakable embarrassment. People often understand that it takes courage to experience misery, but they usually don't know, and sometimes they need a real courage to tell tragic. Not long after, the police and ambulances rushed to the scene, busy pulling up the isolation belt and taking time to rescue the wounded who were more seriously injured but could survive. For a time, here is another kind of chaos mixed with order. Just as Marx stood in the shade of the opposite side of the square and looked at the chaos on the other side, he found another obvious magic power fluctuation from the rear into his sensing range. Waiting for him to look back, the source of the magic power fluctuations is still an acquaintance. Isn't this a minister? Marx raised his eyebrow gently. How could he appear here? Oh. Ah, it is Mr. Ministry of Magic Scrimgeour who appears in the shadow of the building not far away. But he is not alone today, but a mole man with a white hair and glasses. Although the man's suit and attire looks very stylish, even ignoring his pale hair, it is easy to see that his age is already very large. But after all is a mole. When Marx first senses the magic power fluctuations, this old-fashioned gentleman is not in the head. When Marx thinks about it, he simply walks over. Mr. Scrimgeour? Marx, who showed his figure on the side, greeted Mr. Minister with his mouth, but scared the old man with a shoulder. Is Mr. McLawn? Scrimgeour saw Marx at first sight. His face immediately showed a hard smile, although it was not as good as laughing, when the explosion occurred. Are you near here? What did you find? It is a wizard who climbed up from the director of the ERA office. When I saw the case, I habitually asked about the case. Yeah, I just walked along the Thames River, some small jobs in the school. Marx explained a little. I heard the explosion and I followed the fire. You see, that probably the chassis wreck of a car. I think it should be a premeditated bombing. Of course, it is the mole side. It must be the damn IRA too. The old man whispered a whisper. He probably thought that his voice was light enough, but Marx and Scrimgeour all heard it. Of course, if you hear anything, they don't care about the dispute between Mull and Mull. Oh, is this the current Prime Minister of Mull? Marx suddenly woke up. This is the big person who is seenly seen, the Prime Minister. I am very happy to meet you. As he spoke, he extended his hand to him. Note 1. The car bomb case was a real attack in Canary Wharf, London. The actual death was more than 200. The specific date was 1996-9, and the book pushed it back. Time. Note 2. IRA, the full name of the Irish Republican Army, is not explained in detail. I want to know if you want to check it yourself. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 642. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 642. No, damn, no, I can't do that. Who are you? Why are you pestering me? Late at night, a silver green refined single bed rang again with a vague whispering nightmare, although it was still far from dawn. But the room was almost as bright as white. Far from me. No, don't come close to me. What are you? The layout of this room can be said to be well organized. Although expensive furniture and furnishings can be seen everywhere in the details, if someone comes here for the first time, the first thing that the person feels is not so expensive, but everything that is orderly is sorted out. It is well organized. The set of books on the bookshelf is arranged in a straight line, and the collections in the showcase are separated by the same distance from each other. There is no dust in each corner. Don't come over again. No. Don't come over. This is a fairly old manor, but the people who live here are still cautious about the ancestral home passed down by the ancestors, adhering to the almost strict habits. This sense of honor stemming from the surname makes the family never dare to despise the noble traditions left by the ancestors, even if most of the wizards have long thought that it is just a bad habit. Let me go. Suddenly, at the moment when the dragon model of the Hungarian horntail was raised on the desk and a smoldering flame was ejected, a shout screamed from the bed, and the man on the bed slammed up. This is a handsome boy who looks pretty handsome. His original short hair that has been meticulously combed has been smashed like a straw in a chicken nest. The front bangs are even glued by the sweat. How many? This wolf is like the past. Absolutely, he can't stand it. Call. He continually gasped, and wiped the sweat from his forehead, bringing Mess's hair behind his head. This is purely an unconscious behavior, because I used to be this hairstyle when I was a child. Now I don't like it anymore. But the habit of growing up from childhood is finally carved into my bones. Hateful. After quelling the heavy breathing, he clenched his fists in both hands, hammering heavily on the mattress on his side, and made a squeaky noise. Dear, is it a nightmare again? Is it okay? Along with the footsteps in the corridor, a female voice suddenly came out of the door. Can I come in, baby? No, I'm fine, mother. He replied loudly as soon as he heard it. Really? Really okay? Oh, the sound outside is obviously hesitant to the extreme. It is a feeling of worrying about the child and not wanting to make the child unhappy. Okay. If you need it, mother always, I'm here. I know. I don't know when it started. Maybe it was the last time father brought the mother back. When he saw that mother came home, he immediately rushed up, but in a blink of an eye he collapsed on the spot. According to the family's healer, his excitement caused the spiritual fluctuation to be too intense, resulting in a temporary unconscious. In fact, it is true on the surface, because it didn't take long before he woke up. Since that day, he has started a nightmare. It was only done once in a while, although the dreams were surprisingly similar, but he was not too concerned. However, soon the nightmare began to rise frequently, from 5 or 6 days to the present almost every night, and the situation has become serious. Of course, healer must have been seen, and there is more than one. Not to mention the exclusive healer hired by the family, even the most famous street Mungo's therapists at the Britain Magic Circle have come to the house to visit, but they have found nothing. The reason why it is said is almost, because the expert has not been able to diagnose the specific problem, but the general direction of the nightmare is basically set by him on the soul. Unfortunately, the failure of diagnosis is a diagnosis failure and the problem has not been resolved. But the only thing is that he has never told anyone from the end. This includes his parents and all the healers he has examined. In fact, this is not something he can't say, but he doesn't know if he wants to say it. Yes, as far as the status quo is concerned, this terrifying nightmare has even affected his rest. Insufficient sleep makes him more and more tired every day, and his mental state is even worse. But he was biased. It was a bit reluctant to leave this damn nightmare. At the same time as his fear and disgust, his heart is shaken. Because he can clearly feel that there is a force that constantly breeds, grows, ferments, and spreads in his own body. This is a kind of temptation mixed with pain, which makes it difficult for him to cut off his shackles. But he raised his hand and put it in front of his own eyes. He looked at the black paint that flashed across his fingers and whispered, "Why do you have to ask me to do those stupid things? Didn't the last proof have been made?" The truth is, even Weasley is not an idiot. Want me to kill McLawn? I haven't been scared by the boring nightmare. If you have to say something, there is a black cloud in the dream of high similarity. The black is forced to him again, and then constantly entangles him, tears him, swears. He is. Although there is no pain in the dream, but the realistic dreams are back to make him tremble. The feeling of being swallowed up by the unknown darkness is really real. Too terrifying. Even if he refused to admit that he was not courageous from an early age, the fact that he is not brave enough under the current experience is undeniable. Although I don't know what it is, but since it has been encouraging me to try to kill McLawn again and again, isn't that indirect? McLawn is probably its natural enemy. He thought so, and kept thinking about it. This idea has long been wandering in his mind for many times. That's right, if he is determined to remove this nightmare from his own life, finding Marks should be the right choice. Even if he gets wrong, McLawn is not a natural enemy of it. But McLawn's strength can still be the most powerful wizard he can ask. I can think of it every time. He lifted the palm of the right hand and controlled the black that was silently swirling between the palms. This full sense of power and control made him obsessed. On the occasion of a slight sigh of relief, the lingering light of his eyes passed over the desk at the bedside, inadvertently glimpsing the dragon model that was placed on the table and was free to move in place. He rubbed his eyes, and the delicate and pale face showed a hint of grayness, which was the shadow caused by the light when he lowered his head slightly. How much hesitated. He waved the shadow of the palm, and reached out to the dragon with only the size of the palm. The little guy turned his head and looked at his white palm, then gently fanned the dragon wing into his hand. This is a birthday present that his father gave him in the past, a souvenir bought from the Romanian dragon farm. Because this is a purely personal gadget, so the number is not many. The fine and vivid posture shows its good value. In his hands, The dragon model was still as eager as he was when he first got it, and he didn't change at all. The person who could be given to him, still lying in bed now, was tired and hurt. It was the time that father went out looking for the whereabouts of mother, which seemed to be somewhere in Germany. When father finally found the missing mother, he was accidentally injured by the mother of Imperious curse. At the moment when the curse fell to the ground in father, mother broke away from the shackles of Imperious curse and became awake, but it was already a reality. As for who the Imperious curse came from, everyone has a few numbers in mind, just never say that's all. Don't ask. If it wasn't for Voldemort who lived at home, it would have been the crazy woman Bellatrix who lived with him. Father, you said. What should I do? How should I choose? He couldn't say this in front of his father's face, but instead spoke to a model in bed. It can be seen that his dependence on father is still as strong as he was in childhood, but the growth caused by the family's collapse and disappointment makes him reluctant to let the wounded father worry more. He knows that he is not a brave person, and that the father he worshipped from childhood is not the same. After taking the dragon model in his hands and playing for a while, he put it back on the table. The curtains in front of the table were tightly closed, and the light outside could not be seen, which made him wonder whether the sky outside had been quietly lit. Looking at the time displayed on the dial, it will take about 2 or 3 hours to get to the dawn. What? He let himself fall back to the bed again and again. In the endless entanglement, the exhaustion of sleep is once again dragging him into a misty dream. As for whether he will fall into a nightmare as before, he has no spare time to worry, because his mental fatigue has reached its limit. The terrible dream, of course, will continue, and will always be with him until his final choice of dust settles. On the bedside table of the pillow, a green-bottomed potion class notebook is resting there, and the bottom of the cover is written in silver ink with a small signature, Draco Malfoy. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 643. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 643. Every day, everyone has a way to live, whether it is fast-paced or slow-paced, as long as you are satisfied with yourself is a valuable holiday. Of course, this is based on the premise that life is full of surplus. Peng peng peng. Peng peng peng. In the depths of the maze of old brick houses, the knocking of the door echoed in the narrow alleys, breaking the repressed silence. After several days of rain, the temperature that was supposed to enter the summer has once again dropped to a cold state, and this recently abandoned historical area is sparsely populated, and even wants people to add a jacket. In the distance, a towering chimney straight into the sky, in the generally low brick room looks quite awkward. The sewage in the distant river channel experienced several days of showers, and the stinky sludge turned up, and a disgusting smell passed down the night wind. Peng peng peng. Peng peng. The knocking on the door is still going on, and there seems to be a kind of not swearing to open the door. In this messy place, I don't know how suddenly an unexpected guest came. Here is the Spider's End, an old place that is both dark and old. I don't know how long it took. A sullen male voice finally sounded from the door, and it was interrupted by the knocking of the door that seemed to never stop. Narcissa, go back. I no longer welcome the arrival of guests here. The voice was cold, and there was no greeted ingredient in it, which directly indicated his attitude of rejection. The door did not open, not even a seam. Severus, the people outside the door were unable to support the wooden door. Severus, open the door. Draco needs your help. Although she wore a beautiful cloak with a hood, she hid her entire face in the shadows. But the name that was called out when she was called in her door, but she suddenly revealed her identity. This is Narcissa Malfoy, the mother of Draco, who was just retrieved some time ago. Narcissa faintly with some words of pleading. It seems that Snape behind the door is slightly silent. It took a few seconds to pass, but the wooden door still did not open. What happened to him? Snape solemnly asked across the threshold. Oh. He has been dreaming for a while. I am worried. You know. What terrifying thing that man left him. It can be heard. Narcissa's voice is shaking. This is her performance in the gradual sinking into despair. The son suffered an unknown suffering all night and night in his sleep, which made her feel so heartbroken and did not change the person who was sent to herself. That should go to the healer. Just a little stopped, and Snape immediately said, "Don't say that I am a defensive professor. Just before, my job was to teach a group of brats in Hogwarts, not to treat patients in street mungos." "No, Severus, I know your ability." Narcissa convinced, but in a blink of an eye, a sorrow would come to my heart, and the voice could not help but cry. "Severus, you have to help Draco. Remember, Lucius gave you a lot when I was at Hogwarts." "Don't say it." As soon as I heard this, the volume of Snape's speech suddenly increased a lot. "Narcissa, you should know that I have brought Lucius too much convenience in the past few years. When Voldemort was rampant, I am even more." "Narcissa, I don't want to say so clearly. Those things are clear to you." Although he did not finish the words, the meaning of it is no longer understandable. Yes, when he was at Hogwarts, Lucius as senior gave him a reliance on this poor half-blood, which made him very moist in the lower grades. But all of this also laid the groundwork for his tragic life after Lucius graduated. Seriously, by now, every fragment of those days is what he is trying to abandon. If there is still Lily in his memory, he has already stripped those memories completely out of his head and put them into small tubes for permanent storage. Oh! Narcissa felt as if his heart was going to collapse. "Severus, save my poor child. Please help him." In Narcissa, she couldn't stand it, and her heartache and her grievances against her family came to her mind. Her tears in her eyes couldn't stop flowing. "Hey, hey!" She squatted on the mottled wooden door, her fist slammed twice, and then she fell off the door as if she was out of force. On the other side of the threshold, Snape expressionless stood in the same place, and a pair of indifferent pupils glimmered with complex rays of light. He is a persistent and selfish man. In the past, for a love that he could not see and touch, he could grab all the chips that slipped in front of him. The Malfoy family was naturally one. Now, when Marx erased his meaningless chase for love. After that, younger sister Tia became everything in his life. He feels that life is actually very good now. At Hogwarts, he can be a professor of defense against the dark arts who has always been obsessed with his childhood. In this home, you can enjoy it at an early age. The temperature of the loved ones that I have never felt. In this case, the friendship with the backward Malfoy family is obviously not selfish. What he needs. What's more, although Lucius was brought out of Azkaban by Marx, many people know that the connection between him and Voldemort cannot be written off. In the present and in the future, there is not much fear of being willing to have a relationship with the Malfoy family. With the savvy of Severus Snape, nature will not do anything that is unpleasant. Who are you?" Just as Snape replaced the answer with silence, trying to get Narcissa to retreat, a light female voice rang out behind Narcissa. There was some horror in the voice, but more confusing and uneasy. When Narcissa jerked back and looked at a young woman not far behind her, accompanied by a light sound, the wooden door that seemed impossible to open in this life turned out to be. "Excuse me." Snape's words seemed quite polite, but he was somewhat impatient with his actions. He took Narcissa back halfway with a light touch and he walked sideways. "Tia." Snape grabbed the younger sister who was still in a confused state. He dragged her and walked quickly into the door. "I have already strolled enough today. Should I go home?" Wait, hey." Almost as soon as Narcissa, who was reacting, reached out and tried to hold the wooden door, her hand was caught by the door that was quickly closed. To be honest, Snape's power to shut down was really not too light, and Narcissa suddenly slammed the fingers of the right hand. "This door is not closed, although the cost of preventing it from closing seems to be too great." Servus. Narcissa bit her teeth, not letting her cry out. Please help Draco take a look. I can't watch my child, it's so painful." Snape turned back and lowered his head slightly, his brows tight. Just pause for a few seconds. His hand once again reached the door handle, obviously want to close the door again. But this time, his hand only reached half, and he was pulled by the arm. What is her child? It's Tia. Her expression is still with a scorpion. but at least in the life of Spider's End, she can at least tell her to strangers. The sentence is complete. Severus, can you help her? We should give people help, not shut them out. Her words are truly from their heart and are transformed from her own body. If she was taken to Black's old house, she got the help of many people, mainly Mrs. Weasley. Now she can never get such a safe life, always mud-headed, timid. She even found Snape is the only remaining relative in the world. This made her understand that sending warmth to those in need is also a meaning of life. Oh. Snape snorted and impatiently said, this meaningless reason, where did you hear it? Yes, it's Mrs. Weasley, they made me understand. In the face of Snape's habitual coldness and intolerance, Tia still seemed a little difficult to deal with, but she still snarled, you know they helped me a lot. And, well, Mr. McLawn, he is always helpful. HMPH, Snape lightly snorted, automatically ignoring the last name. Weasley? I should have guessed it, and only their family will see everyone who is as passionate as a fool. Of course, it is obvious that he also neglected another point. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley saw that he never gave a good look, and that Narcissa and Lucius naturally did the same. After this scornful discourse, Snape never reached out and closed, but suddenly turned around and went inside. Narcissa, come in, he said coldly. Take the door, by the way. Narcissa didn't know who the young woman who was talking to her was, but she saw that Tia could speak to the stubborn Snape, and immediately took off her hood and wiped the tears on her face, moving toward Tia gently. Ground nodded thanks. Soon, with another scream, the wooden door finally closed again. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 644. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 644. Hey! The happy Irish young men have thrown a large bag of popcorn on our side, and they smashed the window glass of the Churchill Square shopping mall. By the way, they also put down the 200 civilian. To be honest, that is a tragedy of inhuman. However, history often tells us that miracles will always be born in disasters. Yes, according to the latest investigation, a little male child lying in the arms of mother actually survived unscathed in the center of the explosion. This is really. One day at noon, in a coffee shop near a common residential area in London, Marx was sitting at a location near the floor-to-ceiling windows and looking at a newspaper. Of course, judging from the nonsense style of the report, it is obviously not a newspaper that is just right. After reading the article about the previous car bomb, he repeatedly turned over a few times while secretly sighing his fried rice. By the way, he also focused on the third edition behind him. Oh, today is quite big. Speaking casually, Marx folded the newspaper again and threw it aside. At the very top of the front page, the name of the newspaper is so striking. It is the notorious Britain, The Sun, all over the world. Here, let's not mention the Mole newspaper. In fact, inadvertently, time tends to flow at a speed that is unpredictable. In this blink of an eye, the holiday of Hogwarts has passed more than half. In the meantime, what happened is still going to happen. For example, the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts multiple actions, such as Marx's various magic studies. As for now, it is time for Marx to work again. The male child who had previously appeared in the explosion with magic power was named Alexander Wolf. The child who lost the mother lived in the street neighborhood opposite the coffee shop. Probably in the middle of last month, Hogwarts admission notice was sent to his home by Owl. Today, it is up to Marx to visit the family and learn about the child and his father's specific wishes. At the floor-to-ceiling window, Marx drank the last bit of coffee in the cup, leaving a tip to leave the cafe and head straight to a small house across the street. It can be seen from the outside. This house has been through many years, and it has hardly been refurbished and trimmed. It looks quite worn. The lawn in front of the house seems to have been trimmed. In the past few days, it has been no one to manage, and the grasses are quite comfortable. Marx first walked to the side of the roadside mailbox, reached out and opened the lid and glanced at it, which already accumulated a lot of letters. As it should be by rights, several envelopes from Hogwarts are mixed with other advertisements, sales, and missionary materials. It looks quite messy, but this doesn't matter much. because Hogwarts barn owls are hardworking. Even if they are not sent to the children in 1 or 2 times, they will continue to pick up the prepared letters and then send them to every place. Whether it's a door seam or a window, even a chimney is a good choice. Of course, it won't work if the fireplace doesn't ignite. Marx just looked at the mailbox and went to the door of the small house and knocked on the door politely. The door was not opened immediately, until he slammed the 3rd time with a bit of effort. As the footsteps rang, a still young voice was heard from the other side of the threshold. "Who is there?" "My name is Marx McLawn," Marx said first, then straightforwardly showed his intentions. "You should have received a letter of admission from Owl. I am here to ask you, are you willing to go to our school to learn how to use magic correctly?" This is not the first time he has visited the family of the future young wizard. He knows that he should be able to understand some of the first time, and then use the facts to relieve their hesitation. When faced with a child, it is more important to pay attention to some key points to attract their attention. For example, the mysterious and wonderful vocabulary of magic. Magic? Sure enough, when the child heard the word, he hurriedly clicked to open the door. Such a little unguarded little guy can't help but give Marx the illusion of being abducting children. You are the old school of magic. As soon as the door opened, the male child standing at the door looked at Marx. Obviously, Marx's extraordinarily young appearance made him suddenly deny the identity of the teacher originally envisioned. "McLawn." "Mister, are you a senior in the senior?" This male child, Alexander paused, with a short-haired, linen, is speculatively speculated. "Is that really a magic school?" "Yes, magic school." Marx clicked on nodded, then reached out and shook it, and a flame blew under his control, turning into a bouquet of flowers. He laughed and handed the bouquet to Alexander in front of him, and looked at the room behind him subconsciously. In fact, he felt a bit puzzled, because in terms of investigation, this child is living with his parents. Although he lost his mother not long ago, he did not lose father at all. Is his father going out? It's not a good idea to stay at home alone. But now that the child has no mother, the burden of livelihood at home is completely on his father, fearing that it will be a helpless move for a while. Really magic. Alexander squinted at the bouquet in his hand and was almost speechless. He looked up for a while before he suddenly raised his head. "Sir, I need magic. I want to let me mother is coming over." Since it is magic, it must be able to do it. Marx is certainly anticipating this problem, and it will come sooner or later. It's just that he didn't expect it to come so fast. The little boy named Alexander is very straightforward and has a strong inner world that is not what the child has. After losing his mother, he did not fall into the fear of death and the helplessness of his loved ones. Instead, he naturally thought of saving his mother. Looking at his eyes full of hope, Marx couldn't help but find that a simple no word would be so hard to say. "Unfortunately, let the dead be resurrected. I am afraid I can't do it." He sighed softly. "Alexander, you have to understand that even if the mystery of the mystery is infinite, it is not omnipotent." "No? Why?" Alexander, even if he clenched his fist, loudly said, "Then I don't learn magic. It doesn't do anything to me." In the face of a 10-year-old child, it is difficult for Marx to use Dumbledore's remarks to interpret the meaning of death. Even if he doesn't even understand the true meaning of death, how can he explain to a child? Therefore, he had to use his own point of view to try to channel the other side. "Alexander," Marx said, "death may be painful and uncomfortable, but that's not necessarily the end of life. Do you understand? The last headmaster of our school also died some time ago, but what he left behind." In the guide, "I went to another world and saw him." "Another world?" Hearing Marx said, Alexander was on the bright spot. "So mother also went there?" I can still see her, right?" For this question, Marx can't answer it. After all, Dumbledore can go to where because of his own powerful ability. As for the mother of Alexandria, I am afraid that I can't find it. "I don't know." Marx finally shook his head. "Because my ability is not powerful enough. But I know that although magic can't resurrect dead people, It can protect people who are still alive. Alexander, you have who want to protect? Alexander blinked and suddenly he was nodded firmly. I want to protect father. Marx suddenly showed a smile. Is it? He said softly. This is very good. I believe that you can protect your father. Where is your father now? Is it going out? Oh, no. The male child hesitated and turned back. He glanced at the small staircase in the room. Father is upstairs, in his room. He hasn't come out for many days. Marx hearing this, I have some guesses in my heart. He's okay. Have you seen it in? The death of his wife must have brought a big blow to the child's father. Perhaps his father is not as determined as he is, and he silently breaks into despair when he faces the death of his lover. Yes, in fact, he gave me food to eat in the first few days, but now. Alexander's childish face slowly climbed a little bit. I can only do something hard. He eats very little, and he almost doesn't talk. Do you do it yourself? Marx looked at him. It's amazing, Alexander. Take me to see you, father. I might be able to do something for him. Is magic? Alexander nodded. Please let the spirit get up. He has lost a lot of weight, can't go on like this anymore. After all, he immediately turned back and greeted Marx to go home. This is undoubtedly a particularly strong male child. Marx feels that this child may bring more changes to Hogwarts. However, it is not a good habit to be too unprepared for strangers. As Marx thought about it, he took a step forward and took it to the door. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 645. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 645. In the room on the second floor, a man with a beard was huddled on the bed and hugged his knees. His lips kept groaning, his throat twitching, and he seemed to be saying something, but no one could hear it. The room was messy everywhere. The sheets were crumpled under the man's body, and the quilt was pulled to the floor. The door of the closet was open, and the clothes inside were stuffed indiscriminately, both men's and women's. At the other end of the room, there was a smudged desk, and the things on the table were basically in disorder, and a few sheets of paper were scattered at the feet of the table. The curtains were tightly closed, and the afternoon sun and the daylight could barely come in, leaving the whole piece of darkness overwhelming everything in the room. Father, look at me. There is a magician to help you, you will be fine. At the bedside, the little boy child Alexander pulled the man's arm hard, but the other side just turned his head reflexively and looked at the child with his godless eyes. Sir, please help him. Alexander pulled the father a few more times and found that his father still didn't react as much as before, and he quickly shouted back at them moving towards the door. Marx came up behind him. At this time, he didn't use the child to call, and immediately went on. Mr. Wolf. He stretched out his palm and swayed in front of the man's eyes. He saw that the pupil of the other side had almost no intention of moving, and did not react to his voice. Obviously, Alexander's father should only have an impression of his child's voice. Whether this impression is based on his own cognition or just a conditional reflex, it shows that his spirit has not completely collapsed. When a person is subjected to a very serious psychological trauma, there is a certain possibility that the spirit itself will collapse. As for the consequences of the mental breakdown, you can refer to Neville's parents, the Longbottom couple who were tortured by Cruciatus curse. As long as it is not the worst state of the odds, the problem is not too big for the wizard. Of course, if you can respond to his actions, then naturally it is better. Alexander, your father is fine, he will recover soon. While speaking to comfort the male child, Marx pulled out a small bowl from the waist and then took out a large potion bottle. What is that? Alexander looked at Marx's movement and asked subconsciously. Well, this is the medicine, potion. Its name is Dr. Wu's Forgetfulness Cream. Marx put the ointment in the vial and put it in the bowl, explaining it casually. Of course, this is also a kind of magic, and you will learn how to modulate them later. Oh. The male child nodded. After putting a certain amount of ointment into the bottom of the bowl, Marx reached out and grabbed it slightly above the bowl. He suddenly gathered a clear layer of water in the air and slowly fell into the bowl. in. Then he stretched out his index finger and swayed a little, letting the water completely dissolve the cream. On the side, Alexander looked at Marx with all his face in amazement, and the pair of curious eyes were sparkling. It can be seen that his interest in potion is not very strong. After all, this stuff is no more beautiful than a curse, and the appeal to children has always been inadequate. Okay, let's let your father drink it. Pay attention to not leaving. Marx waved his hand. I remember you said, these days you are doing something for father. Oh yes. Alexander groaned. Then he rushed over and took the wooden bowl carefully with both hands. This is a potion that is specially designed to treat traumatic wounds. The effect is quite significant when taken orally, but it needs to be controlled with extreme precision. After Alexander gave him a medicinal liquid, Marx asked him to sit down and wait for the effect to work. During this waiting time, Marx took a casual conversation with him. Alexander, do you want to learn how to use magic? He asked, seeing that child immediately nodded, and continued, so, before you recover from father, think about how to let him agree with you. Go to school at magic school. Hey, where is the school? Far? The male child thought for a moment. Well, for you now, it's still a bit far away. Marx laughed. Students usually go by train, probably for the entire daytime. That seems to be very far. Alexander hesitated. I don't know if father will agree with me. It's just now, Marx said. When you're 17, you've learned more magic, and you'll be able to come back with just a blink of an eye. A blink of an eye? Hey! That's great. Alexander's eyes widened and his face was incredulous. A day can be a blink of an eye? Magic is so cool. Yeah, cool. Marx nodded, continually inspiring the interest of the male child with these fresh and interesting things. He believed that no child would dislike these amazing things. As long as you are willing to study hard, you will. Discovering magic is a wonderful thing. Oh, yes, very wonderful. Alexander said, Sir, can you show me other magic again? That looks cool. No, I don't want to do it for the time being, Marx said with a smile. Because magic is so wonderful, it will not only bring us convenience, but sometimes it will also hurt us. Only use it correctly, treat it seriously, and it will help us well. They chatted happily here, and suddenly the man on the bed slammed, and in the next moment, the eyes stared straight at Marx's direction. Who are you? Why are you at my house? Oh, when he hadn't finished speaking, he felt that the skull seemed to be cracked, causing him to quickly grab his head. Mr. Wolf, I am not malicious. Please relax as much as possible. Marx sat and didn't get up, just waved his hand. Maybe you can't understand what's going on, but it doesn't matter. What you need now is rest. The other party is obviously a headache, and it is difficult to speak even if it is said. But Alexander rushed over in the first place, and supported his father, his face full of concerns. Perhaps it was because the son returned to his side, which made Mr. Wolf, who is a father, feel a lot more comfortable. He took a deep breath, and the slow headache seemed to be reduced. Marx knows that this is only because his previous state lasted for a long time, and he will have a headache when he just recovered his mind. But this is only temporary, and soon the headache will slow down and disappear. After a few minutes, Mr. Wolf, who had been holding his head, finally put down his arm. He first looked down at Alexander at hand, and looked around for a week in this messy room, and finally looked at Marx again with confusion. What is happening? When is it now? He locked his brow, but found himself in a chaotic mind. Who are you? On the opposite side, Marx was still sitting quietly on the chair, staring at him calmly. Emotions are often able to infect others. Marx is calm, so Alexander's father has also calmed the confusion. Mr. Wolf, I think you should be aware of it too, Marx said in a gentle tone. Because of some bad things, you are caught in a state of not-so-good mentality, so that the stimulation of the outside world is almost nothing to react. I have given you a medicine and let Alexander feed you down. Awful thing. Mr. Wolf is hearing this, startled, muttered, Roxanne. Please also pay attention to this. This time is restored, but it does not mean that you will not commit again in the future. Marx saw him and began to recall, immediately reminded, think Alexander, he needs you this father. Father. Alexander heard, and he hugged father's arm and gave him a soft call. Oh, Mr. Wolf touched the head of child. His mood was quite complicated. So, you helped me, thank you, he said, slightly paused, this hesitated. What kind of medicine is that? I don't know if I can't afford the price, but I will do my best to pay you. Yes, I still have Alex. You helped me a lot. Marx just shook his head. Don't put that in mind. Medicine is not expensive, he said. It seems that I haven't introduced myself yet. Having said that, Marx moved towards the other party's slightly nodded gesture. I am Marx McLawn, a professor at the Hogwarts Magic School. In fact, your child Alexander Wolf has enough wizard potential to qualify for the school to study magic. Magic? As soon as the word is mentioned, the moles will always show a similar look. Marx has long been eccentric. Yes, magic. Marx nodded, followed by a seemingly casual wave. In the next second, everything in the room flew up and went to the place where they should stay. The accumulated dust was lost in the blink of an eye. The clothes in the closet leapt and were automatically folded into the cabinet. The pieces of paper on the floor were gathered together and returned to the desk drawers neatly. Even the quilt at Mr. Wolf's feet was lightly the ground moved to the bed and was no longer pulled on the floor. When the curtain well opened to both sides, the outside sunlight shone in unscrupulously, and the entire dimly lit room suddenly became bright. In the near future, Alexander will also learn these little tricks. Marx smiled and said, Note 1, Alexander's nickname. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 646. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 646. Mole, yes, that's what it is. About 300 years ago, the Magic Circle of all countries signed an agreement called the International Secrecy Act, and then the wizards and the ordinary person, that is Moogle. The two are strictly divided to open. Oh, don't care too much, these things will be learned in school later. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Marx and Alexander were on their way to Diagon Alley. While walking Marx, they spoke to Alexander about some little common sense about Magic Circle. As it should be by rights, they followed Alexander's father behind them. In fact, the previous process of persuasion about Alexander's father was actually not easy. After all, this family has just lost a mother, plus child is only 10 years old, so he went to a suspicious magic school to study. I am afraid that any mole parents will not be assured. However, the magic of Marx's magic has long exceeded the understanding of Mr. Wolf. Even a magician who appears on TV can't do that magical thing. You know, it's in his own home. However, in order to use their own eyes to verify whether there is a so-called wizard in this world, Mr. Wolf still volunteered to go with them to the Magic Circle. Marx is not surprised by this, because even if the other party does not mention it, he will also come up here. So, is the magic school the same as a regular school? Do you have to take classes every day? For a child, going to school can be fun, but it can be full of restraints. After a little walk in front of some of the Marx, I was able to easily nod it. Perhaps the answer will make you feel a little disappointed, but it is true, he said. But don't worry, learning magic is a very interesting thing, I think you promise. As long as you keep an interest in it, it will give you all kinds of joy. For example, you can learn how to fly on a broom and then fly in the air with other students. We call this movement Quidditch. Oh, was the original wizard really able to fly on a broom? I really want to try it earlier. Alexander has been completely attracted by these novelties that flow from Marx's mouth, and he looks like he said unexpectedly, the father who has been behind him has forgotten. But when Marx thought about it, Alexander licked his mouth, and the excitement and expectation on his face slowly melted in the afternoon sun. Even let people fly, can't you let mother live? The whisper of Alexander, Marx naturally heard it. Not only him, but even Mr. Wolf, who walked behind, apparently heard it. because his expression was followed by a gloomy layer. Marx thought about it and gently retracted the hand he was about to put on Alexander's shoulder, because he knows that what he should say has already been said. Sometimes redundant explanations and comforts will only be counterproductive. We went to the place, and walked a short distance on the streets of London. Marx finally took the lead and pointed to somewhere on the side of the road. This is Leaky Cauldron. An entrance to Diagon Alley is at the bar. Backyard. There is a business street with only a wizard. We have to buy the school supplies you need there. As Marx said, Alexander looked in the direction he pointed, and it turned out that there was a small bar that was inconspicuous. Although Mr. Wolf later turned his head over there, he only moved his eyes in confusion, and it was obvious that nothing was gained. Marx stepped back 2 steps, touched his arm coldly, and then moved towards Mr. Wolf, who was coming back. Like I just talked to Alexander, he said. Wizards are taking the initiative to stay away from the ordinary person, so naturally, we will set magic in this place, so that you don't see it. Let's go. You are now, it should be able to see it. Oh. Mr. Wolf, who looked in the direction of Leaky Cauldron again, suddenly startled. To be honest, Alexander's father is actually very tough, and he can't see from the outside that he is the kind of man who will be lost because of a serious blow. In this way, Alexander's appearance may be inherited from father, but the fear is that he is more inclined to protect the mother who was in the explosion. Marx was walking with his heart to the narrow front door of Leaky Cauldron. This shabby bar, like yesterday, is still sturdy and dark. For Marx, let's not mention the appearance of the outside. At least the inside should be more clean and clear. Otherwise, every time a mole parent passes by, this first impression is enough to lower their score on Magic Circle and Wizard. Hey, isn't this Mr. McClawn? How is it available today? As Marx walked in, a wizard with a hat immediately glimpsed him. Oh, is new student? Hello, little guy! Exclamation mark. Marx vaguely remembers that he is called Dudge. The only characteristic of this guy is that the trick is especially big. No, he is a blind man, even if he has attracted most of the gaze in the bar. For a time, Marx couldn't do anything other than continually responding to their greetings. It is also true, just because of his current fame, not to mention the Britain Magic Circle, even if he went abroad, I am afraid it will be recognized by some current affairs wizards. Once you have a high profile, then his face can no longer be loc. Okay, everyone. Marx smiled. Thank you for your kind invitation, but I am working today. I will not stay with you for 2 drinks. Sorry. As he spoke, he hurriedly took Alexander and Mr. Wolf through the bar and hurried to the back door. He was only gently relaxed until a small patio in the backyard of No One. Sir, you seem to be famous here. I feel like they are flattering you. The word that Alexander wanted to say was added by his father. Alexander, have to say, you feel very keen. Marx shrugged said. The words that are cheeky. Yes, I have some achievements, you will naturally know later. But don't think so much about me. You must know that most things in this world cannot be successful with one person. In my achievements, there are many other people who help. Many and many. When it comes to saying these things, Marx can't help but feel a little bit. In fact, he has been trying to take all the dangerous things on his own, but he did not do it after all. If he did, perhaps everything will be perfect now, even if he understands what is perfect in world. Standing in front of one of the walls of the patio, Marx threw himself into his mind, moving towards his eyes. Alexander, I have to remember clearly here, he said. Starting from the gap in this brick, counting up 3, going to the side and counting 2, then hitting with 1 3 times. I will take it later. You are going to buy a wand that belongs to you. After all, he used his fingers to point 3 points on the flat red brick. The next moment, the bricks shrank in at once, and the surrounding bricks turned to the side, and soon revealed a large hole that could be passed. Sir, what about your wand? Alexander stared curiously at the wall and asked him what he was most concerned about. Oh, Marx said with a smile, because my wand is bigger, you know. If it's too big, sometimes it's not so convenient. For the sake of reason, his answer is really a big truth, isn't it? Welcome to Diagon Alley. When Alexander was caught up in the streets of the widowed wizards, Marx said in a timely manner that the professor responsible for leading the new student would almost certainly say, "The opposite is mainly the cauldron shop." Cauldron, balance and small pill bottle, you will need them, there is a note on the list. Do you remember? Marx said this, but instead took father and son straight. Going forward, but before that, we have to go to the Gringotts Wizard Bank first. And the wizard shop can't charge the pound. Diagon Alley is not a big place, so the shops are very close. Following Marx, all kinds of products with magic circle features on both sides made the father and son dazzled. Until the fork in the road, the two talents suddenly felt open, because Gringotts finally came into their eyes. To be honest, Gringotts is probably the most impressive place for Diagon Alley. This is a towering white building with two bronze and silver doors that are shimmering and shiny, and stands in front of the guards. Yes, except for the guards who are really short, there is really nothing to be picky about. That is Goblin. In fact, they are not much different from us, that is. On the street outside the bronze gate, Marx was introducing the father and son, but suddenly heard a very familiar call from the hall inside the door. Time is money, my friend. Oh. Marx couldn't help but feel that he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Right, I suggest you open a house here. The handling fee for opening an account is quite cheap, low. The deposit is not subject to any custodial fees. In fact, those goblin can't wait for everyone to deposit all their money into their vault, because they can watch it every day. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 647. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 647. In the last period of waiting for Hogwarts to start school, Alexander's heart is full of expectations. In fact, since he followed Marx to Diagon Alley that day, he has become very curious about the mysterious and amazing wizard life. Talk to the little goblin at Gringotts, watch a bunch of owls in a pet store, and buy books about magic learning in an old store. Even though your home is not so rich, so many things can only be picked second-hand. Buying, but in fact, for Alexander, this is enough to make him very excited. So after going home that day and saying goodbye to Marx, Alexander took the long-haired book and looked at it for a long time. He stayed in bed until late at night. Of course, the most important thing is to count the new wand. That's the most expensive thing he bought on the day, and the same thing that is indispensable for a wizard. What made him most unbelievable was that in the wand shop that day, he even let the wand shine dazzling rays of light. Yes, it was at that moment that he suddenly realized that he was Alexander Wolf, and he was also a real wizard. Today, on September 1st, the wizard campus called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry finally arrived at the official school day. Alexander casually put on his own clothes. Before leaving the room, he reconfirmed the mark on the calendar with his own eyes, and then ran out of the door with a red light. Alex, hurry up and pack yourself, then come over and have breakfast. When he went downstairs, he saw his father standing at the table and pouring milk into the glass. Although the breakfast is just ordinary hard bread, but you can see father as always. Greet yourself. This is undoubtedly the scene he wants to see most now. Good morning, father. Well, good morning. After a good morning and a good morning, Alexander ran to Washington. Just last night, he had a good conversation with father. In the conversation, he heard father's plan for the next life. To be honest, it is very hard for a person to bring a child. Fortunately, the appearance of the Hogwarts admission notice gives this father and son a choice. Hogwarts is tuition-free, and in this regard, it is natural that Mr. Wolf and the sensible Alexander are relaxed. After Alexander went to school, Mr. Wolf will re-enter the work and try to get his son to buy new textbooks and learning tools every year for them. This is naturally a sad year, but it is also a year of a new life. After more than an hour, Alexander and father had finished eating this simple but wonderful breakfast. The two went out together and took the subway to the train station. Oh, father, I will be alone from here. Standing on the platform of King's Cross Station, Alexander took the train ticket for the Hogwarts Express train and took the old suitcase from father. He has very little baggage, and there is only a small amount of change in laundry, except for some things previously purchased at Diagon Alley. In the end, he discovered that he didn't even have the suitcase full, so he put the storybooks that mother often read for him when he was a child. At this moment, Alexander and father said goodbye and finally turned to the support pillar between the 9th platform and the 10th platform. Marx is not as careless as Hagrid. He will have entered 9 3/4. The method of the platform told Alexander to know, but the person who wants to take his own brain go with a thick brick wall is harder than anyone else. Everyone will hesitate, isn't it? Just go straight to the wall and go for it. For the wizard, there is a way to pass through the past. Alexander recalled what Marx had said to himself, biting his teeth and trying to drag forward the suitcase, but he couldn't help but hear an impatient voice behind him. "Oh, I said, let me go first if you don't leave. Can't you?" Alexander heard his voice and turned his head, only to find out when a black-haired male child with a small split was standing behind his back. Because this distance is a bit too close, he quickly stepped back and stood aside. "You really don't go?" The opponent's man is at least half a head shorter than him, but he is surprisingly large in the momentum, and even vaguely still arrogant. "You let me go first." After all, the small split was directly passed by Alexander, and the cart full of luggage was struck by a single step and hit the wall post. And just in the next moment, it was gone for the convenience and effortless integration into the brick wall. Alexander looked subconsciously to all around and found that although there were people coming and going around, it was like a person who didn't notice the wonders here. He rubbed his eyes, and even though he was deep, he pulled a suitcase and rushed in. Nothing feels like it. He thought that his life would add a novel experience that ordinary people can't feel. Just as you walk through the brick wall, but as you walk on the open space, your eyes are closed and everything in your vision changes dramatically. It can be seen that his surroundings are still crowded with passengers, but their dressing has completely changed. The listing of the platform is just above the head of Alexander, with the words 9 3/4 of the platform. On the outer rail of the platform, a deep red steam train was completely motionlessly parked there, very Dobby. The boys and girls who are older or almost the same size as him are saying goodbye to their families and then going on. Go on the train. There are a lot of people here, and they are even more complicated than just now. There is nothing wrong with the chaos. Of course, in addition to people, a variety of small creatures can be seen everywhere on the platform. Alexander knew that the list of necessities reminded him that he could bring his own pet, but his family did not have the extra money to buy what owl or toad. Instead of buying a pet, it is better to keep the parchment and ink to make it more appropriate. Harry, sorry, I have to fulfill my prefect duties. Ha. Shut up. If you don't want new students to laugh at your long back molars, then don't laugh here like a big fool. Hermione is right, Ron. Although I don't care if you show off your prefect badge with me, you have to say that your back molars are a little detrimental to your glorious image. Don't say anything about my back molars, it's innocent. In the vagueness, Alexander heard a few conversations in front of the crowd, and then it sounded a sneer. Although he didn't see any back molars, the picture he thought of in his mind made him unable to open his mouth. At this time, he suddenly found the back of the little splitter that seemed to be squeaky in front. In this strange wizard world, he knew Marx from start to finish, and now that he doesn't know anyone around him, he naturally rushed towards the only male boy who had spoken. I thought that there were enough people on the platform, but Alexander did not expect that there were significantly more people in the carriage. It seems that it took a lot of time to say goodbye to the pit stop on the other side and the father. This is probably not too early. He struggled to drag the suitcase and walked to the second half of the train. After several crowded carriages, the number of talents in the aisle gradually decreased. However, the little one who walked in front still didn't pick a box, but instead continued to go backwards. Obviously there have been a lot of empty seats since then. Alexander paused in the aisle, first moved toward a room full of people, and looked at the back of the male child, and finally chose to keep up. He was a curious child, and he had already discovered a mind for the future student who had no good voice. After another few passes through the carriage, until there was no way to go, the little splitter turned and walked into the last box. When Alexander saw it, he could not help but speed up the speed of the advancement, and then he followed the box. "Why are you following me?" He just entered the door, and when he asked, he slammed his head on his head. "In front of that many empty private rooms, why do you have to pick me?" "Want to find you?" Alexander, hearing this, is a glimpse. To be honest, he still wants to ask this question. Why did this guy come to the rear of the car from the carriage near the front of the car with the slightest hesitation? Oh, he thought, because it is quiet here. This groundbreaking reason is naturally Alexander's casual thoughts. He really has no better excuse. But I didn't expect that the other person looked at him up and down, and then stared at him with a look of, "Hey, your kid knows it." Soon, the two put their own luggage and sat down facing each other. That little split is obviously not the kind of guy who likes to talk nonsense and chat. After all, people can go all the way to the tail for a moment of quiet. Since Alexander saw this, of course, it is not good to take the initiative. As far as Marx is concerned, they are going to spend a day on the train today, so it's so embarrassing to sit still. "Oh. From today, we are students," Alexander tempted. "My name is Alexander Wolf, what about you, N?" The small splitter snorted impatiently. In Storm. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 648. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 648. In the evening, Marx also made a final check in the new semester's lesson preparation in his office. When the sunset slowly moved to the right side of the desk from the gap between the curtains, he finally gently closed the notebook in front of him. "It is. The time is almost the same. Then go with Professor McGonagall to confirm the last few parts of the game, then you can go to the back door to prepare for the new student." After arbitrarily stretching a big lazy waist, Marx stood up and was about to go around the desk and walked to the door, but inadvertently glimpsed the window and seemed to have a black shadow flashing past. "What is carriage?" He paused and stopped, and then stepped back 2 steps to open the curtains a bit more. As it turns out, he did not read it wrong. From here you can see that there is a black carriage dragged by 2 flying horses in the air, gliding towards the castle, the smashing family emblem on the carriage. Marx will look at the future. The identity is distinguished. It turned out that the genius young girl of the Hohenheim family arrived. He put the curtains in his hand and turned to go to the corridor outside the door. "Since it is the little girl, let me go." Marx thought about it and went straight down the stairs to the foyer. But when he came out of the main entrance of the castle to the lawn of the vestibule, he found that the carriage did not come directly inside, but fell to the ground outside the school gate. "Miss Hohenheim, why are you so polite? Didn't I say it last time? Normally come to Hogwarts as a guest. We usually let the guests park the carriage on the lawn of the vestibule." He rushed to the front door and waved to remove the defensive charm on the door. This opened the door and greeted it. "Oh, isn't this Mr. David? Last time, Buttons. We haven't seen it for a while." "That's right, today, sitting in the driver's seat and directing the horse to catch the road. It is still the ghost Mister who was with the fat." "Ha ha, yes." Ghost David stood on the side of the carriage, nodded at Marx, and smiled cheerfully. Mr. Lorne, from today, Our Lady will ask you to look after me. She can learn magic under the guidance of your prestigious wizard. That is the blessing of our family in Hohenheim. We're to talk about it." Marx waved. "Miss Hohenheim is smart and self-evident. The knowledge of alchemy is even more extraordinary. After all, this must be a blessing for me and the entire Hogwarts." Like this kind of mutual touting social rhetoric, both sides are very skilled. "You carry me, I will give you a return." This living person a ghost, but it does not change the color of the heart, does not jump, the skin is thick to the home. And when the two of them talked about each other, the carriage door was gently pushed away from the inside, followed by a cute little girl from the inside down to the side of the road. Professor McLawn, Sarah asks you. She leaned down and looked up. In the past few meetings, Sarah has been rude, and asked the professor to forgive Sarah's fault. Starting today, Sarah is going to study at Hogwarts, and Sarah will definitely follow the professor to study hard. As she said, today's little girl is indeed much more honest than the previous few. For a time, Marx doesn't know what she is thinking about in her heart. It doesn't matter. It's okay to say forgiveness and forgiveness. Marx smiled. Coming. After a while, other new students will almost be there, and you will be ready to join them in Hogwarts. Separate house ceremony. Then you can eat the stopped dinner. No, Mr. McLawn. Ghost David quickly refused. I have to go back immediately. Patriarch will let me do something else tomorrow morning. Sorry. This. Really don't stay and sit down. Marx, this is of course a fake politeness. People are ghosts. They are floating all day, even on the carriage. Where can they sit and sit? What's more, even if David stayed for the welcome dinner, he could only watch others shouted, and he couldn't smell it. Even if he couldn't smell it, it felt like how bad it was. After seeing David driving the carriage to fly back to the sky, and gradually drifting away, Marx returned to the main entrance of the castle with the beautifully presented Miss Hohenheim. Behind them, a beautifully decorated small suitcase floated smoothly under the control of Marx, moving a little as they moved forward. Although the suitcase has not been applied to extension charm, but has undergone the transformation of alchemy, unlike Alexander's, the appearance and inside are the same volume capacity. Miss Hohenheim, before your students arrive, you should take a break in the side hall next to the auditorium. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Marx asked as he walked. There is a train. It is also the practice of our Hogwarts to share snacks and desserts in the carriage. If you have a chance, I suggest you try to take a ride. It's the small hall here. Thank you. But no, Professor McLawn. Sarah followed him and walked into the side hall. If you have something to do, you can leave first. Sarah can wait here. How can this be done? Marx took the lead to sit down on the chair and said, Oh, don't misunderstand. Actually, this is not because you stayed here. It's the same for another new student. You think, as a professor, how can I throw a student who has just entered school alone here? After that, Marx accompanied her in the side hall for a little while, although the two did not stop talking from beginning to end. But the net is some non-nutritious nonsense. Whenever Marx wants to ask her about her thoughts and opinions about certain things, no matter what trivial matter is, she will avoid it without any trace. However, when talking about it, Marx gradually gave up some flavors. Now, Sarah's attitude of close to near, far and far away when facing him is not like when he faced him. The feeling of Dumbledore. This is a state in which you know exactly what the other person is, powerful and cautious, but you want to get something from the other person. So when dealing with the sense of distance between the two sides, there will always be a little embarrassment, because she is not sure whether such distance is enough to retain their own secrets. Oh, I think I should go back and meet your students, although I have to wait a little longer. But Marx has noticed that she deliberately maintains her sense of distance. Naturally she will not be embarrassed. You wait a second, you can see them soon. After leaving the side hall, Marx couldn't help but smile. When I saw Dumbledore at the beginning of the year, the details were similar to those of the previous one. He kept his defenses in mind, and even deliberately emptied his thoughts. Now I want to come. And Dumbledore must have seen it for a while. It's no wonder that Dumbledore will directly mention his magic power on a way and indirectly let himself put aside some unnecessary alert. Marx recalls the ignorance of the year, and walked straight down the corridor to the back door, then leaned against the wall and waited for Hagrid to bring the young wizards from the lake to the castle. After a while, the sky outside was completely dark. When he heard the Messi's dense footsteps mixed with the whistling whistle of the door, he knew that today's new students finally arrived. Bang bang bang. Hagrid's fist is as solid and powerful as ever. Even if the back door is not much thinner than the front door, but he can still knock the thick threshold to the state. Marks waved his hand and opened the door. He walked 2 steps forward and came to the steps outside the door. Professor McLawn, first-year new student. In order to maintain the majesty of the professor in front of the students, Hagrid rarely used the surname plus the title to call Marks back. Somehow, getting out of his mouth always makes Marks feel a bit uncomfortable. "Okay, Professor Hagrid." Marks nodded. "Give it to me, then everyone will follow me. Keep up, don't fall behind." When these little guys saw Marks, they all secretly sneaked left and right. In fact, except for a small group of students from Mull who were contacted by Marks, he was hesitant to see him. No way, Marks's face is a bit too nowadays. In the magic circle, he is famous. It is a lot less trouble, but these new students may not be clear. Of course, new student after all is new student. Still awesome for this magnificent and mysterious Hogwarts castle. Even if they are somewhat suspicious of this surprisingly young professor, they can still be more honest. After Marks led them through the long corridor and took them to the small hall where Sarah was, he moved towards Sarah, who was coming over here. "She is like you, the new student who is enrolled this year. I will get along well in the future," he said. "And yes, welcome to Hogwarts. Maybe some of you have already heard it. Enjoy a delicious dinner at you. Before you have to help you find the house you want to enter. This is the practice of Hogwarts and the regulation of Hogwarts. You will go to class with the same house students, do homework, eat, sleep. If the school is a big family, then the house is the family in this family. Hogwarts has 4 big houses. They are." Marks stood in front of the hall and calmly told about the separate house, and sent a little caution to these young wizards. In the crowd, Alexander and Inns, the 2 most in contact with Marks, also looked up. They looked at Marks's eyes differently, but they all had a similar ambiguity and desire. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 649. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 649. Oh, yes, Gryffindor. The separate house ceremony has already begun. Whether it is the new students in front of the stage or the old students in the audience, this moment is a heartfelt hope. You know, every single excellent student in the house, this house is likely to get more house points. Next to the high stool, Marks smiled and watched every new student sitting on the stool, wishing them a good school life. In front of him, a parchment roll floated, registering the new student list for the school year. From the front of the little girl who was assigned to Gryffindor, she took Sorting Hat, and Marks nodded to her, and then she glanced at the parchment. "The next one," he sighed, "Sarah Hornheim." As Marks reported his name, Sarah immediately stepped out of the new student queue in front of the staff. I have to say that her petite and cute appearance is enough for everyone to concentrate on it. If she can always maintain such a clever restraint today, she will certainly not be afraid of the male student who is not sought after her ass. Please sit down. When Sarah walked to the high stool, Marks reached out and gestured. "Thank you." Sarah leaned slightly into Marks and then turned to sit on the stool, so Marks snapped Sorting Hat to her head. And as soon as the hat fell on her head, it was suddenly lightly exclaimed, "N?" Sorting Hat screamed in a confused voice. Excellent wisdom and knowledge, and the spirit that surprised Hat. Willpower. There is a small bookworm. Talent. Good talent. Unfortunately, can't be innate talent. It really makes Hat feel awful. Sorting Hat's muttering sound is very light, but others may not be able to hear it. Sarah can obviously hear it. When she heard the phrase "can't be innate talent," her eyes wandered for a moment. "Where should I be assigned?" She suddenly spoke and interrupted Sorting Hat's whisper. "Oh, is this still used?" Sorting Hat twisted its hat tip and shouted cheerfully, "Ravenclaw." Anyway, Ravenclaw is naturally another little girl, which is undoubtedly the most happy thing for the Kitty Hawks today. In an uplifting and restrained applause, Sarah handed back the hat on her head to Marks, and then moved away to Ravenclaw. "Can talent not be innate talent?" Marks looked at the back of her departure, casually. "What do you mean? Are you referring to her alchemy?" "Yes. Sorting Hat twisted again in his hand. It's a rare good. But unfortunately, her talents won't grow up. Originally is this way, Marx thought thoughtfully. Because alchemy is over, do you want to find a way from another direction? In a sense, Marx's guess at this time is actually not wrong. However, some things rely on the clues of the stars and the half, but they do not outline the so-called truth. Well, he pressed his heart and thought about it, and looked at the name on the list. He screamed, "Next, Natalie Johnson." This year's new student is not too small, but the separate house ceremony is sometimes very fast, especially for those students with distinctive characters. Sorting Hat can always react at the moment of falling, and then pull out its strange tone to find a house name that matches the student. Alexander waited in the queue, and the called students sat on the stool one by one, and then the broken hat decided the house that was destined to accompany them to adulthood. If you put it in the original world, this kind of ceremony is definitely ridiculous, but no one can laugh now. It's all because of the broken hat. I can talk. After several wonderful observations, Alexander thought that he would not be surprised again. But when he saw the hat talking, even singing, he was deeply shocked. Aren't you surprised at all? Hat can talk. He looked at the student who was accepting the separate house, and raised his hand subconsciously to touch the boy who knew him. "What's the matter?" Inns returned without hesitation. His eyes remained on the ceiling of the auditorium. He looked at the real starry sky. "You have never seen anything more wonderful." "Ah, is this the magic world that Mother has lived in?" He looked up at the ceiling and whispered softly, but his thoughts had already flown to the ice cave in the world of ice and snow. "Of course, there is the huge stone temple in the deepest part of the cave." Just then, a voice that will be ecstatic will wake him up. The next one, Torn. "Oh, it's up to you." Alexander poked him again. "I heard." Came back to his senses, curse one's lip, and then quickly recovered the look of looking up, moved towards Marx and walked over. "Hello." Marx looked at him. "Sit." For this male child who is also in contact with Marx, it is somewhat different from other children. When the little guy first ran away with magic power, Marx was just next door to his house, so he almost saw him the first time. But after that, when he wanted to go back to the father and son after a holiday, he was somewhat accidentally rejected by Inz's violent father at the door. The reason he got at the time was simple. The other person knew exactly where Hogwarts was. They were ready to go to school on their own, and boarded the Hogwarts Express on time on the school day. In this case, Marx certainly has no reason to blend it, isn't it? So until this evening, he was the second time to see this little boy named Torn. It is naturally impossible to say that Marx is not interested in the story of their family. Only, even if he is curious, it is just a small thing, that's all. Marx didn't care too much, just said hello, and he was ready to wear Sorting Hat after he sat down. But just as the hat was about to fall to the top of the small inns, the main entrance of the auditorium was suddenly opened, and a voice rushed inside. Marx's hand was stopped and looked at the other side in confusion. It was Filch, although normally he was a bit rough, but he didn't make some moths in the important separate house ceremony. It seems that something is happening. Not to mention Marx's heart, but seeing Filch sprinting, rushing to the back of Professor McGonagall, then bent down and said something in her ear, and in the next moment, Professor McGonagall waved at Marx. "The people of the Wizards Federation are here, and you can go with them to explain it. The separate house is an important ceremony of our Hogwarts, and we have to wait a moment." "It's obviously coming over so late," he said. Marx shrugged, whispered, "I know, Professor Snape. Separate house, please, please, I will get it." From the end of the last semester, there has always been contact with him. This time it is obviously not good to change others. Snape took the list and Sorting Hat from him and nodded. Waiting for Marx to leave the auditorium, the main entrance slowly closed again, and Snape buckled Sorting Hat on Inz's head. "Have you started again?" "I am." "Oh, it's hard." "Really, it's a bit hard." Hat began to squat again, Slytherin, Slytherin, you must have enough ambitions and good decisive. Just, to say courage, obviously there is. The head is quite smart. Right. Hey, little guy. Can you tell me where you want to go? Although he was in front of Alexander, he did not care about Sorting Hat. But now that it really falls on top of his head, that kind of words are directed at the inner evaluation. But his scalp is beginning to numb. You ask me? Ents felt that he didn't know what to answer. Oh, I don't know, I think. You decided? Yes. Hey. Then Slytherin. Oh, no, wait a minute. I think we have a choice. Sorting Hat slammed and screamed. Hufflepuff, Ents, who jumped up and fell back to his head, covered one eye and hugged his hand to lift the hat up, but the doubts in his heart made him immediately take it off. In fact, it's obvious, he doesn't understand at all. Why is it always the name of other houses that has always been said, but in the end it comes up with a Hufflepuff? Why is it? Hey, Hufflepuff. Ents rolled his eyes to the top of his head, but he could only see a big hat. Caca. Because I think this is a good choice. Little guy, you. Sorting Hat laughed. I seem to want to say something else, but Snape has already raised it and quoted the next name. The students who were assigned to Hufflepuff this year are still the most, at least for now. Ents didn't care much about which house to go to, but it was quite frustrating because it was somewhat inexplicable. Just as he walked over to Hufflepuff's long table with a slap in the face, another student behind his name had been quickly assigned to Slytherin. Not only that, but even the next name was read by Snape. Alexander Wolf. Ents heard the voice and looked back subconsciously. Alexander was running up to the high stool, and when Snape's hands fell together, the word Gryffindor simply rang. Really? No? Many nonsense is more comfortable. Seeing Alexander looking to this side, Ents decisively turned back and grabbed his scalp with dissatisfaction. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 650. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 650. After the separate house ceremony, the sumptuous welcome dinner began. Because of the new student, the long tables of each house seemed to be more lively than usual, and even the Slytherins, who are often faked, are no exception. And since the ceremony has all gone through the process, the wizards of the International Wizard Federation, which come from afar, naturally don't have to wait in the side hall. Marks brought those people in, and did not ask the students to ask them to sit down at the newly added round table. Needless to say, these wizards are of course to come to the alchemy event for another discussion. According to the original plan, after a while, the world-class competition will be held in Hogwarts. As long as the preparations are sufficient, it will definitely be an unprecedented alchemy feast. However, the event may be exciting, but most of the pre-match preparations are boring. Instead of going to their desk to listen to some boring social rhetoric, it would be better to focus on the young wizards. In fact, the middle section of the Slytherin dining table is just in the midst of a secret drama. At the beginning of this school, Malfoy finally appeared in a look manner. It was only because he had a lot less classes, and even the OWL's test failed to participate. By the end of the school year, he could only stay in 5th year for a year. As for the so-called dark love, of course, it is Miss Pansy Parkinson who often leans around Malfoy. Oh, Draco, I know you must be very lost. But it doesn't matter, everyone understands that with your ingenuity, it's okay to go directly to 6th year. Pansy sat carefully on Malfoy's right hand, even on the table. The delicious food is not a glance, just try to comfort each other. I mean, Draco, we are always the best in our time. The best. Her words were obviously too much a center, so that when she was talking about herself, she glanced guiltily in the direction of Marks. Malfoy didn't feel much about her, and she didn't listen at all. He just ate the food in the plate in one bite, and said nothing, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. It's worth mentioning that now his two stupid big men, Crabbe and Goyle, are no longer behind his ass. Because even with the IQ of the two idiots, I understand the importance of being a man with a tail. After all, both of them have been following Voldemort's loyal Death Eater. Nowadays, The stupid big men of the two older generations were all sent to Azkaban in the Battle of the Order of the Phoenix Ray Death Eater. In the laughter of the welcome dinner, Malfoy silently finished eating the food in his plate, then put down the knife and fork and left the audit hall in advance. The recent weather is quite good. The day is windy and the night is breezy, but Malfoy walks in the gallery, but it is like a winter. In his heart, there are infinite shackles and sorrows, and every 1 point is constantly afflicting him every second. Yes, eventually Snape went to check him out and gave him a potion to suppress the dream of sleeping. The potion is expensive, and it must be taken regularly every day, but the effect is really good. At least after that, he has never had a nightmare. It's a pity that he didn't realize until he was about to start school that he might not be able to hide. Although the nightmare did not appear again, an emotion suddenly climbed into his heart. He can even feel it himself. That is a kind of desire that points directly to the heart, a desire for power, and respect for others. More importantly, that kind of greed is increasing with the passage of time and has an impact on him step by step. However, he himself still has a clear understanding of this subtle change, but he has never been able to reject the strange power that grows in tandem with desire. He knew that he was afraid that he could already use that kind of black energy, but he didn't even dare to use it once. He is worried that once he has used it, he will never be himself. Unconsciously, Malfoy suddenly discovered that he had come to the top of the tower of the astronomical tower. Here is the highest place in the Hogwarts castle. Standing on the side of the railing, the night sky at high altitude is surprisingly large, and his robe is screaming in a burst. Looking around, the shadows in the distance are all the mountains that are swallowed up in the night. Looking up, the whole piece of the stars sparkled with a different brilliance, as if reaching for the hand. This is a beautiful scene, but in the eyes of Malfoy at the moment, it seems so irritating. Hiss. He bit his teeth deep, took a deep breath, then a fist on the stone railing. The pain in his hand made him somewhat distracted, but only enough for his tired heart to slow down, that's all. Power. Ridiculous power. Malfoy leaned over the railing with his elbows and whispered his head down. Even if I can have this power, can I beat McLawn? It's better than Voldemort. That is to say, is it not himself that can be imagined from beginning to end? Otherwise, look for Marx to make a low explanation and use the Marx's ability to show that this trouble has long since left him. Peng. He slammed at the railing again, accompanied by a roar that was deliberately depressed, and the unsatisfactory in the low voice was obvious. Well, here is our common room for Hufflepuff. You can do homework, read books, chat, snacks, wizard war chess, etc. No matter what you want to do, you can't be wrong here. Yes, I still remember that our Professor McLawn was the wizard war chess created here. Hey, on the table by the window. At the end of the dinner, Prefect led the new students in their respective houses back to the common room and introduced them to how they should come in and out. Right now, Inns, who is assigned to the Hufflepuff house, is looking around the round room, and there is a piece of secret from the ear. In Hufflepuff, the most worthwhile nature for new students is the glorious history of Marx. Imagine, what would be more topical than a former student, now a world-class celebrity? Oh. Are you talking about that extra young gentleman? Is he really our professor? When she heard Senior picking up Marx, a little girl immediately asked. Yes, that's right. The Senior is actually Marx's former roommate Ernie. Since he became prefect last year, he has also gained a bit of leadership. The most proud of him now is Marx, of course, and it is full of pride when it comes to junior sister. He teaches ancient runes to learn. Ernest, he is authentic. Do you know, last year we took an important exam this time. We have been reviewing this for a long time, and the difficulty is still very big. But you guess what's wrong? The guys who chose the magic literature actually all tested well, and most of them are excellent. Having said that, he also exaggeratedly squatted, and this whispered. No, in Marx. Oh no, oh my mouth. You know, I have a great relationship with him. I mean, before Professor McLawn was in charge of the magic literature, There were fewer people in this class. Even if it was chosen, the number of passing people was never more than half. Hey, this sounds amazing. The little girl continued to nod. He's certainly amazing. Ernest rushed to the ground. Maybe many of you have heard of it, but I can tell you the truest side from the perspective of my personal experience. Know the Dark Lord? I know. The children who came from the family of the wizard didn't know this, not to mention the turmoil of the previous period. Even if they were young, they heard about it in the elders. It's Voldemort. Listen to me, uncle. No one ever dared to mention his name before. No, not only that. Ernie said in a mysterious way. Dark Lord doesn't just mean a person. Yes, there are so many people who know Voldemort, but people who don't want to be older don't remember. Before Voldemort, with the first generation Dark Lord exists. I want to be that year. His phrase "want to be the year" is equivalent to opening a lecture for each and everyone. Not only did the information he found compiled into stories, but he also forcibly created some of the books that were not owned by Grindelwald. The Dark History came out, but it made these little guys feel creepy. At the end, he deliberately paused until he was stunned and everyone was willing to continue to speak. Do you think about it? What happens if the two generations of Dark Lord come together? Ernie said, slamming the table and scaring the new students. Is that still used? That is death. It is destruction. It is the ruins and blood everywhere. That's really too terrifying. When he said it, he swallowed a mouthful of water, which created a subtle tension. But no one thought, when Marx alone protected the teachers and students back to the castle, he actually left the person alone. And after, the voice of this inquiry was much calmer than the previous few new students, but the tone was improved a lot because of the desire to know. That was the end of Hines. Later, Ernie grinned. When the castle's door was opened again by Professor McGonagall, we found that Marx fell to the door, and even the face was pale, even the wizard's gown was intact. And the two powerful dark magic king, all of them have fallen in the snow without breathing.